can call the meeting into order and we'll get it going.
No member card today?
No member card today.
Okay. Give me just a second, please. I lost my screen. Hold on.
That's okay. No turn. Take your time.
Okay. Okay. This is a public notice for the City of Boulder Beverage Licensing Authority hearing Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 at 3 p.m. This is a virtual hearing.
Thank you so much. I will begin by sharing my screen and sharing the rules of decorum here. All right. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversation. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board members, as well as democracy of people for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement process, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov. Excuse me. The city will enforce the rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. No attendee shall disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of any meeting in a manner that obstructs the business of the meeting. This also includes failing to obey any lawful order of the, excuse me, providing officer to leave the meeting or refrain from addressing the board. Only one person at a time is allowed to speak unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business, excuse me. No participant shall make threats or use other form of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated. I will do member roll call now. If you'll just speak your presence aloud. Member Ginger Barnes,
Member Barnes here.
Member Lansing Crane,
Member Crane here.
Member Brendan Haggerty,
Member Haggerty present.
and Chair Roberts, Chair Lee Roberts.
Chair Roberts present.
Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to approval of Beverage Licensing Authority special hearing minutes from December 3rd, 2025.
Has everyone had a chance to review those? And were there any edits? Not seeing any.
I see an edit.
Oh,
Uh, o- Only because members Absalom and Califano appear in the minutes
Hmm.
as making a motion and that being seconded and approved. I don't, I don't think that's correct, and I think it just needs to be deleted because everything else is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what agenda item that's under by chance?
Yeah. I could look, but I think it was the revocation of license.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you.
I was
Oh,
not.
it was the special hearing minutes. There's only one agenda item. Thank you so much. I
Right.
will make that change.
Good catch.
okay. And then with that edit, is there a motion for approval? I'll make a motion to approve the meetings from December 17th.
Member Barnes seconds.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane abstains. I was not there at that point.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay. Meeting minutes motion passes.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, did you make a motion for just December 3rd or for December 3rd and December 17th?
Only December 17th because I thought did we not do December 3rd on
Nope,
December?
I need a motion, and so we have a motion and an approval, a motion, a second, and a vote for December 3rd. And that is Robert's motion, Barnes seconded, and we have three yeses with Crane abstaining, just to recap. And then yes, if I can get a motion for December 3rd, that would be great.
Yes.
You mean December 17th? Sorry to
It sounds like
Second.
we just did a vote for December 17th. Is that right, Chair Roberts?
Yes.
So it sounds
So
like we had an edit for December 3rd, and so I just need a motion and a second and a vote on those minutes with the edit.
excellent. Any other edits for December 3rd, the special hearing? Okay, then I would make a motion to approve the edit and accept the minutes from December 3rd.
Member Crane is, I second it.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Next we will move on to agenda issues from the licensing clerk. Happy to report there's no agenda issues to report today. So I will move on to agenda item 2, which is matters from Boulder Police Department, and Officer Book is here.
Hello, Happy New Year, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Good. Not a lot to report. I did want to give you guys some numbers about some fraudulent IDs that we received for 2025, and we are up to about 2,800 fake IDs, with the youngest being 16. So just giving you guys a heads up on that. We're trying to put our heads together and come up with a plan for maybe more accountability on the student side. So again, as I've said at other meetings, if you guys have any suggestions or ideas on how you think that should look, please reach out and let me know what your thoughts are on that. And then next month, I am hoping to provide to you some data for last year about our alcohol-related calls for service. And I think that's it. If anybody has any questions for me.
Just such a large number.
Yes.
It's about 1,000 more than 2024.
And do you see it increase every year, compared to 2023? How far do you go back looking at those numbers?
Yeah, I do have them for 2023. We were about 1,500 in 2023. We were about probably 1,600 last year, or 2024. And like I said, this last year, 2,800. And they're still coming in. I'm still getting more. So,
Are there more licenses out there? So there are more places where they could be served, they'd be presented? Or is it relatively stable number, some coming and some going, but basically the same opportunities?
yeah, I think it's the same opportunities. I think it's just the liquor license establishments are seeing the increase of my presence and me asking for them to make sure that they seize those licenses rather than giving them back to the individuals so that they can, then in turn use them at another establishment. So I think I'm finally being in this position for 2 years. I'm really having the opportunity to get out there and meet with the owners and the managers and talk about these fraudulent IDs and the liabilities that come along with them for not only the individuals, but for the establishments as well.
Oh,
Because
sure.
it's not just the establishments. We got to start putting some of the responsibility on these individuals that are getting these IDs.
Well,
It's an
thank you.
ongoing battle, not a new
Good.
one. Just I think the access to them is a lot easier.
So we're going to take that as more effectiveness on your.
I hope so, but it does create a lot of work, but it also, it makes me applaud the licensed establishments because they are definitely starting to really take notice of that. So yeah, I'm hoping that that's a positive thing by seeing more of those IDs on that side.
Great. Thank you.
Member
Absolutely.
Haggerty, quick question. You mentioned the youngest being 16. Is that how are you able to, is that a police officer stop the individual who was 16 who had a fraudulent ID? So not in a bar, or you know
How that came about? That's a really good question. A couple of them were from some of our past cases that I've presented to you. That's where we saw that, and then the testimony. But then these are also ones that are being turned in by the establishments, and I'm working with the school district. They are, we have kind of that joint communication where they are able to share the information, an information sharing agreement, and letting me know that if I say I have this ID of this person, this is a high school student, and they are able to give me that information. So I'm trying to work with the
Mm.
school district too to maybe push out some public service assembly type thing about the harms associated with the fraudulent IDs on all levels.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Officer
Thank you.
Reck.
Thanks, Officer Rick. I will move on to agenda item 3, which is general public comments for future beverage licensing authority hearings. This is a moment for anyone who would like to give public comment on something that is not on the agenda. You can go ahead and raise your hand, use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will go ahead and allow you to speak. I'm not seeing any raised hands. Last call for public comment on something that's not on the agenda. All right, I don't see any. I'll go ahead and move on. We are going out of order of our normal agenda process here. So agenda item 4 is neighborhood boundary settings for the February 21st, 2026 hearing. As you know, these were brought over, some of them from last month. Give me a second and I will go ahead and share my screen. We have 4. All right, the first one is here, and it is for Peckish Boulder LLC, DBA Peckish. It is at 1119 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. For a new beer and wine type liquor license, and the suggested boundaries would be from Ato's, which is at 1143 13th Street, just on the street from there. And that is Arapahoe on the north, Baseline on the south, 28th Street to Colorado on the east, and 9th Street on the west. Can zoom out here.
Any adjustments? I think it looks fine.
Fine to me also.
I'd make a motion to accept the boundaries for Peckish as Caitlin stated.
I second the motion. Member Barnes.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, you're muted.
Member Crane, aye. Thanks for the nudge.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you so much. I will move on to the second one, which is Mile High Pizza Cutters LLC, DBA Slice House, and that's at 1805 29th Street, number 1144, Boulder, Colorado, 80301, for a new beer and wine type liquor license. And this one, I've taken suggested boundaries from Kura Sushi, which is just right here. And those are Bluff Street on the north, Colorado Avenue on the south, Foothills Parkway on the east, and 20th Street on the west. I'll zoom out for you.
I would make a motion to accept those boundaries.
Member Crane, second.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually going to skip ahead to number 4 because they have the same suggested boundaries. So it is right here, and the Kura Sushi is right here, up here. So this is for FRC Balance LLC, DBA True Food Kitchen, 1755 29th Street, space 1080, Boulder, Colorado, 80301, for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. Same suggested boundaries from Kura Sushi, which is up here, which is 1855 29th Street, number 115. I'm sorry, that's the address. Sorry. The suggested boundaries are Bluff Street on the north, Colorado Avenue on the south, Foothills Parkway on the east, and 20th Street on the west.
I would make a motion to accept those boundaries. Is there a second?
Member
Member
Crane,
Barnes
second.
seconds.
We got 2 seconds.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Thank you so much. And I'm skipping back up to number 3, which is Isaaciah LLC, DBA by Raman and Isaaciah, 3280 28th Street, Unit 2, Boulder, Colorado, 80301, for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. The suggested boundaries are from Verde, which is, I'm trying to find it, over, I believe
Like a little bit north of
it's at
it's
3070.
Belmont.
Yes. Um, And those suggested boundaries are Kalima Avenue on the north, Pearl Street on the south, Foothills Parkway on the east, and Folsom Street on the west.
Looks good to me. Any edits? Not, I'll make a motion to accept those boundaries. Is there a second?
Member Crane, seconds.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Boundaries passed.
Thank you so much. All right, we will go ahead and move on to agenda item 5. And that is local licensing authority input on Colorado liquor sales room for Two Step In Brewery Inc., DBA Two Step In Brewery. That's at 4843 Pearl Street, A1, Boulder, Colorado, for a brewery permanent sales room. This the licensee is here if you would like to ask any questions of them. Otherwise, this is just BLA input, like a yes or a no.
I thought the write-up was very detailed. I appreciate that detail they went into of all the different people being trained and what have you. So I was impressed with the service policy manual that they provided. So I thought that was impressed with that.
I agree. I guess, Caitlin, can you just clarify what is the question if they should?
Yeah, so the state just requires that the local authority either submits and we oppose this application or we don't oppose this application. Those are your two choices. So I say just make a motion for whichever one you want to go with, and then we'll send that to the state. Again, if the licensee is here, if you have any questions, but if not, then you can go ahead and make the motion.
I would make a motion to send it to the state and continue the application.
Member Barnes, I second that.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Perfect. We will send that to the state as not opposed. And thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I saw your hand was up, but you're good. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 6, which is continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on September 9th, 2025 from the Crepe Shack Boulder LLC, DBA Crepe Therapy Cafe Boulder, 2273 31st Street, Suite 140, Boulder, Colorado, 80301. Mawa McQueen, 100% owner and registered manager with the business mailing address of 305 Aspen Airport Business Center, Suite F. Aspen, Colorado, 81611 for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. If you are here to speak on this matter, go ahead and raise your hand and I will allow you in to speak to the BLA. We have 2 hands raised. Hopefully we get those. Okay, perfect. And while our applicants are getting settled, I'll just remind or just let the BLA know that there was new material submitted in your packet. And then you also would have received an exhibit related to this case earlier today. And that is also available to the public on our website. And Zach, I see that you're here and unmuted. Are you an attorney or being represented by an attorney?
No, he's the manager. Yeah, I'm the manager.
Okay. And then Mawa, I see that you're here as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you an attorney or represented by an attorney?
Can you hear us? Sorry, we're fixing my screen.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's working now.
I have no idea.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay. Okay, your turn. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
And are you represented by an attorney so I can get you sworn in? No? Okay,
No.
great. I'll go ahead and swear you in and then I'll pass it over to the BLA. If you will just say your name and spell your name for the record and give an address.
Okay, Mara McQueen, 199 Prospector Road, Aspen, Colorado. What else?
And then if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to give before the beverage licensing authority is true and correct?
Yes, I swear.
And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, perfect. And Zach, will you be giving testimony today?
Yeah.
Okay, Zach, I'll go ahead and have you, same thing, say your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record.
My name is Zach Sidibe and 2291 31st Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80201, I believe.
Thank you so much. If you'll just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to give before the beverage licensing authority is true and correct?
So, yes.
Thank you so much. I'll hand it over to the chair.
Great, thanks, Caitlin. Okay, this is continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on September 9th, 2025 from the Crepe Shack Boulder LLC, DBA Crepe Therapy Cafe Boulder, for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. And sorry, guys. Okay. This purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable this authority to make findings and to reach conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the license applied for shall be issued. Interested parties are the applicant residents of the neighborhood under consideration and the owners and managers of a business located in the neighborhood under consideration. For purposes of determining who is an interested party at this hearing, the neighborhood under consideration is the neighborhood previously defined by the authority. The authority shall make a final determination of the affected neighborhood prior to determining whether the license shall be issued. Any interested party may speak to the question of neighborhood designation as well as any other information relevant to the granting or denial of the application. To the board, is there anybody with a conflict of interest or has had ex parte communication with this establishment? Member Roberts, no.
Member Barnes, no.
Member Crane, no. Thank you.
Member Haggerty, no.
Okay, great. Then, Ms. McQueen, if you like, are you ready to proceed?
Okay.
Okay, if you're ready.
We were there, so we were there in December, and you guys asked us to send you our training manual. That's what we did, and all the people who are certified, tip certified for all the employee, we did. So we just wait for you guys to make a decision.
Did you do some in-house training around your alcohol policy?
Yes, we did.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Zach, you can tell them a little bit about that.
Yeah, so basically, we organized a training, which was an online training, probably 2 or 3 days ago, just to refresh some of the people who already have the tips certification, and then for the new people that that never done the tip certification. So we develop our internal training program when it comes to from visual poster to any scenario that we might encounter while we're serving a beverage. So we went through all those kind of training. So and then all the legal poster and everything it's confined into our training manual. So yes, we right now as we speak, we 100% everybody that's working locally at this establishment are tip certified.
Great. So I couldn't help but notice that you just did the training since the last hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
I recall you guys telling us that everybody was trained and that you would have sent this directly after the call. So I'm a little confused on the timeline. And the reason I bring it up is because I think that having a liquor license in a college town is a pretty big deal. And I'm just a little concerned about the forthcomingness.
Um, I,
Yes, it was
I,
the holidays. So we were pretty busy. And since you guys put the meeting in January, so regardless if we send it the next day, nothing was going to change your decision. So for us, we decided that it wasn't urgent to send it to you because you're not going to change your mind. Some of the people already had their liquor license, like Zach
yes,
said, and
yes.
we did a retraining. So I don't understand why this is a problem now because we didn't send it the next day.
I didn't say it was a problem. I was wondering what you were going to send us later that day because you said that you had all the trainings, but then I, so I guess I was just like a little confused. Did you decide to do more retraining? Did you decide to expand your training?
So basically, we decided, to extend our training. So because I like Miss McQueen was saying. So from my understanding was like we didn't have a substantial training plan the last time that you guys that we were on the meeting, and then yes, some people at that time had their training. So then, since it wasn't urgent and we have already a date, so we felt like, it would be opportune, for to have everybody together to do the training. So we all at least, are in the same level of information right before, we go to the meeting. So that's why, we have to delay. But it doesn't mean that, we did not have people who were already served cert certificate train, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also we are in a mountain town. We were kind of also disappointed that, that was our busy season. So you guys decided to deny kind of put it after. So we didn't feel like because we said we're gonna send it thinking you guys gonna change your mind, when we send it. So it wasn't urgent for you guys. So we decided, okay, well, we're gonna do it later. So that's what we did. And we have everything in place for you guys to see. Yeah,
Great. It's always good to beef up your policy and your training.
we did.
Are there any other questions from the board?
No, I do appreciate them sharing the liquor license compliance plan they put together. So that was I appreciate that. How you deal with people being overserved and people that how you serve in general. So I do appreciate you guys doing that. So thank you very much.
And I have also one more thing to point it out. Last time we were doing the hearing, I felt, and I'm gonna tell you honestly, I felt like I was a little bit discriminated against because I live in Aspen. Because you guys keep saying, "Oh, you live in Aspen, so you don't know it's a college town." Guess what? We have rich people here that think that they're entitled to take drink from our restaurant and give it to their kids. We deal with that every single day. It's not that we don't. So just because I live in Aspen, it's not a different world. Aspen has a lot of people who do cocaine, a lot of people who drink. We know what we are confronted that. So I didn't really, it kind of, it was hurtful to say, oh, you live in Aspen, you don't know. We do know because we have a lot of people, entitled people, and young people who come. And even the nanny buy a drink and she thinks she can give it. No, we are there and we monitor that. So we know how the thing goes.
Sure. And this would be the platform for you to tell
Yeah.
us that. We don't know.
Yeah. So, okay. So
We're here
listen,
to,
we have people coming in our store. Okay. They think we don't watch. We have camera everywhere. We see people because we have a patio. They go and they try to, we take it out. We don't take anything. We don't let them have it. I don't care if your dad is a gazillionaire or he's very influential or whatever. We don't, because what is more important to us is make sure we follow the rule and do the right thing. And I got yelled at because, oh, I didn't want to give a drink to someone. So we are confronted to maybe a different set of things that Boulder doesn't have. But I say that Aspen it's worse. You know, a college town, you have to card everybody, and you know that they lie with the card. Sometimes they have fake ID, and we have a book for that. So, like, you can't just take someone
Word, word.
for word for it, or they look young, or how they say black don't crack. We don't do that. Like, no, you need to give me we have a policy. They need to hand out the ID. I need to hold it, and I'm gonna verify. Okay, because this is what we are confronted in Aspen, and I'm sure Boulder is the same thing.
well, that's really great. And I'm sure the board shares the sentiment that we really appreciate hearing your experiences, and that helps us understand that you are equipped to run this. But without that information, we wouldn't know. So I'm glad we had a chance to sort that out. Are there any other questions for the board, or from the board, excuse me? Okay, would you guys like to make a closing statement?
Me?
Yeah, before we, well, either of you, before we close for deliberation.
We do need the liquor license so we can have brunch and we can have Valentine. We can start having, dinner party at the crib therapy because that liquor, it's a big part of what we are. Crepe, caviar, and champagne is one of my signature dish. So right now my check average is like low. And I think having a liquor license will put it higher, and it's higher margin, and it will help us a lot, keep us in the business.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you so much. So then at this time, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Member Barnes, I agreed with you. I was really happy to see all of the extra documentation and happy to have them walk us through their new training and see those even more certificates added to their books. Um, any discussion?
Just a note, I wasn't at the prior hearing where they started and we weren't able to complete it. And so I'm pleased to be able to have a firsthand review and hear from them. And I note in the materials, the neighborhood survey seems to indicate very positive support for them. And that seems to me like what we're supposed to be looking for. So Seems right. Seems right to me.
Absolutely. I would go ahead and make a motion to approve this license. Is there a second?
Member Barnes seconds.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Brain eye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Great. We look forward to your champagne and crepes. I'm just kidding.
And caviar.
Caviar.
Not
Don't
nice, okay?
but don't actually give it to us.
We'll pay for it.
We'll pay for it. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate
Yes.
it.
Exciting
That
to have
was an
Congratulations.
encouragement, not
Thank
an
you.
offer, right?
excited to have you guys in Boulder. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Give me a second while I get everyone in the right place. All right, we will go ahead and move on to agenda item 7, which is continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on October 7th, 2025 from Emily and Logan's Holding LLC, DBA Logan's Espresso Cafe, 4790 Broadway, Building A101, Boulder, Colorado, 80304. Emily Kriska, 50% owner, or sorry, 50% member slash manager and proposed registered manager, and William Patterson, 50% member slash manager with the business mailing address of 4955 Moorhead Avenue, number 13, Boulder, Colorado, 80305 for a new beer and wine type liquor license. If you are here to speak on this matter, please go ahead and raise your hand and I will let you in. All right. While everyone's getting settled, I'll just remind the board that this was continued from last month, just because of the windstorms and
Yeah, those windstorms were something else. Good to see you all.
Yeah, very nice to see everyone.
Oh, there you are,
Hello.
Fern.
And Emily, are you represented by an attorney today?
I am by Fern O'Brien.
Yes, I'm the attorney.
Hi, Miss
Thank you.
O'Brien. If you'll just go ahead and record your appearance for me, and then I'll get everyone sworn in.
Sure. I'm Fern O'Brien, FERNOBRIEN. My attorney registration number is 26912. And we are here today seeking a new beer and wine liquor license for my client. And my client is, as I think you already stated, who my client is. So.
Yes. And Emily, I'll go ahead and swear you in. If you'll just say your name, spell your name for the record, and give an address.
My name is Emily Kriska, EMILYKRYSKA. My address is 2350 Grape Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
Perfect. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
I do.
And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
I do.
Awesome. And then Ms. Garrettson, I see that you're with us as well.
Hello, Caitlin. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I'll just go ahead and swear you in. If you'll just say your name, spell your name for the record, give an address.
You bet. So my name is Eva Garrettson. I'm with Liquor Pros, one of the owners, and I am located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Thank you so much. And if you'll just go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
I do.
Thank you so much. And I'll pass it over to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, first person I'd like to call is
Oh.
Ava.
I'm going to read it into the
sorry,
record first.
sorry. Okay.
No worries. So this is a continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on October 7, 2025 from Emily and Logan's Holding LLC, DBA Logan's Espresso Cafe for a new beer and wine type liquor license. And Attorney O'Brien, would you be okay with me would you like to
Yes.
waive the reading of procedure into the books?
Yes, thank you. I would love to waive that.
Excellent. And are you ready to proceed?
I am. Thank you.
All right. To the board, has there been any ex parte communication or conflict of interest with this establishment? Member Roberts, no.
Member Barnes, no.
Member Crane, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Great. Then you may proceed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. The first witness I'd like to call is Ava Gerritsen, who conducted a petition on behalf of my client. Go ahead, Ava.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. So once again, for the record, my name is Eva Gerritsen, I'm one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals. We were hired by the applicant Logan's Espresso Cafe, located at 4790 Broadway Building, A101. They're in Boulder. They were applying for a new beer and wine type liquor license. We went ahead and got in contact with Logan's to find out what their process and procedure was and how they were going to sell the liquor, which you will hear from the applicant and the attorney. And it relayed that back to the business owners, managers, and residents. We also notified the surveyor at the time the type of liquor license that is being applied for. In this case, it's a beer and wine type liquor license, which means just the beer and wine, does not include hard spirits. We conducted this survey on the dates of November 30th, December 1st, and December 2nd. We made attempted contact with 425 business owners, managers, and residents. Once again, for the authority, we do carry your packets, so they do have to identify themselves as a business owner, manager, or a resident in the area. Of the 425, we obtained a total of 124 signatures. 30 were from business owners and manager, with all 30 signing in favor at 100%. We then obtained a total of 94 residential signatures, with 91 signing in favor at 97%, 3 opposed at 3%. We did try and grab several locations in and around the area. If you look at the map, it looks like we did probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 different areas trying to gather feedback, but it was all in around the area. If we did find folks that were concerned, we did try and stay in those areas as much as possible. We also let those folks who were signing in know that that this is a public hearing. So if they did have any questions or concerns, they may attend this public hearing or the public hearing that was before. Hopefully they knew it was continued, and they could address any concerns directly with the authority or with the applicant themselves. If we combine these totals, we actually have 98% signing in favor with 121 signatures and 3 opposed. Once again, we do ask those folks to write in why they are in favor or opposed to this license. The reasons of opposition right now, they actually said one declined to provide us with a reason. One stated noise, and one said it's not good for local population, which the last two don't necessarily speak on behalf of the needs and desires. So if the authority chooses and they want to toss those out, that actually bumps the in favor up to 99%. Right now, I don't believe there's another beer and wine liquor license in the entire area. But even just the raw number of 98% clearly shows a positive need and desire for this license in the area. Once again, we are a third party, unbiased petitioning company, so we do not guarantee results. We simply provide the information and then they sign as they choose. But the 98% clearly shows a positive need and desire, and that any existing outlet are not meeting that need. And I'd be happy to answer any question from the authority.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the authority? Not seeing any. Okay.
I've got a couple
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, Member Crane.
over in the corner. And thank you, Ms. Garrettson. Thorough as always. Um, looking at your statistics, I just in the area that Emily or Emily and Logan's Espresso is located. where is the complaint from noise coming from?
Uh,
It's kind of a wide area. Do
it
you track
is.
that when you do your reviews or not?
We do have the address. Unfortunately, right now, I would have to pull up the whole entire packet and relook at that for you, Mr. Crane, but I'm more than happy to do this if you give me a second, and then I can do that. Usually if it's more predominant, if one complaint we think, okay, they just might be sensitive to noise. If it's several complaints, that's when we really want to make sure that we stay in that area and get enough. The hard part about the area right there, everything bounces off the mountains right there, as you know, Mr. Crane. So I think this is why we don't have music venues back there. Would be very loud. So,
Well, and
but that's a great
this
question.
is the result is very, very strongly in favor. So I'm not trying to be picky. I'm just trying to kind of understand. And the other part of the answer, which says not good for local population, the local population could be pretty distant from Emily's. It seems
It
to
could
me
be.
like there's
Yeah.
very, very strong neighborhood support for it. So
Yeah.
I think, but I was curious as to where those people were concerned about the noise in particular.
And it
So
should be in the packet with the address of the location as well. And I can, like I said, I can get that for you if you give
I
me a
can look.
second. All right. Okay.
It's okay.
All
You've given me a
right. All
new.
right. No, but I love the questions. I appreciate that all the time. No, I really enjoy that. So yes, thank you. Thank you for asking.
Any
That's it for me.
questions? I'm not seeing any. You may proceed, Attorney O'Brien.
Great, thank you so much, Eva. So I'd like to call Emily Kriska as a witness. And Emily,
Hello.
hi.
Hi.
So can you state your full name once again?
Yep, I'm Emily Kriska.
And how are you related to Emily and Logan's Holding Company, LLC?
I'm a 50% owner, which is known as a member manager of the holding company that has a couple DBAs under it, and one of the DBAs is this Logan's Espresso Cafe. I worked for Logan for over a decade, and then the shop Logan's Espresso Cafe in North Boulder closed 2 years ago due to our lease not being renewed. And we've spent 2 years trying to get back home to North Boulder, and we are very close. We're hoping to open on March 1st.
Great. And what is the name of your new cafe?
It is Logan's Espresso Cafe, but that is the
Okay,
DBA
great. And can you
under our
describe?
holding company.
Okay, great. And can you describe the cafe? What kind of a cafe you plan on having there?
Yeah, I want to give you a teeny bit of history, which is that the 20 years we've had in North Boulder, we have always been a neighborhood cafe. We've had everybody there. It is our community and it is very strong. And I've had people for these 2 years reaching out almost weekly through email or text trying to get in touch with me and to understand, when we might be opening again. So the cafe that we're going to be opening is going to be very like family friendly, food oriented. We originally just used to be a coffee shop, and in today's world, that is harder to make ends meet, and we have a higher lease. And so that's why we decided to open up having a sandwich and soup program as well as salads and like not quite a grocery, but like a little mini, be able to get some stuff to take home, some food to take home. And we would like to serve beer and wine with that, as well as some NA beverages just so that we can have something that is like a nice community hub where we can support and serve everybody to the best of our ability.
So can you tell me how the ordering, do you have a table service or do you have people order at the counter? Or can you just explain to the authority how that works?
Yep, it is order at the counter. We will have a line. People will have a menu that they can pick up at the door. Um, and yeah, they'll just come up and order to the one person at the cashier. And then there's a second person who works to help with, beverages, depending on the time of day, because it was coffee in the morning and more beer and wine in the evening.
Okay, very good. Um, how has the restaurant been financed?
That is by William Logan Patterson. He's financed it all
Totally.
completely. Yeah.
So no loans?
No loans.
No loans. Okay. And you have possession and control of the premises?
We do. It is under the last stages of construction.
Okay, and do you have a lease?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
we've been paying on that lease since November, so it'll be nice to be up and running.
So this is always a tough thing for me to bring up, but a number of years ago, you were convicted of a DUI. Could you explain to the authority what happened and how you have changed your life as a result of that experience?
Yeah, and I'm actually quite happy to talk about it. I think it is an important thing. What happened a few years ago was, although it is emotional to talk about, I was drinking a couple beers at a bar that I went to somewhat regularly, and I drank them too quickly, and I drove home. It was a rainy night, and I just slid off the road into the banister on 36. Nobody else was involved. Nobody was injured. But then I did get a DUI because of that situation. And I'm happy to answer more questions about that. But the thing, so fully stating how, how lucky I feel that nobody got hurt, that it wasn't worse than it was, and that I get to be here in front of you today. It totally was a life-changing event for me. And this is for a couple of reasons. First off, I got alcohol classes, I got therapy, I got counseling, and through those modes, I found out I had ADHD. I got medicated for ADHD, and I got to learn other sort of like tools through therapy and counseling, such as like behavioral therapy, to kind of just learn how to process the world better and to better engage in the world. And that is something that I'm continuing to do off and on. My insurance was off for a little bit, but I'm back on with a really lovely counselor right now. And that was really beneficial for me. And I think as a manager owner, once again, knowing that, the worst didn't happen, that having a DUI kind of like will actually strengthen how I interact with my customers. Like, I don't want them to have to go through that. I don't want the worst to happen. And I know what it's like, and it is hard. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And then on top of that, like mental health is very important. I've, had this wonderful journey. And so I've been very open with people that I know, my customers and friends, and talking to them about what I've been through. And with that, I can say that I've had two people come to me and tell me that they have gotten some mental health help that they needed just by discussing it and kind of learning more about how things can affect them. And that's something that I would like to continue to do.
Great. Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate that. Could you just turning to another topic, could you describe the neighborhood that Logan's Espresso Cafe is in?
Yeah, yeah. So we've moved north to where we used to be, but luckily we still have so many customers there. So it's the holiday neighborhood. So there's like a lot of like smaller families in that particular area. And then there's like some bigger homes across the way. There's a lot of families there, a lot of people that I know personally. Um, my martial arts school is up there. There's just some other things that's kind of an artsy neighborhood. I'm an artist as well. And I've done some work over in Nobo with the artists there. So it's a fun, creative neighborhood. We just got our library up there, and it's wanting to grow, and we want to be a part of that.
That's great. Let's talk about the premises, the suitability of the premises. I know that you have a patio, and can you tell me how you are keeping that secure?
Yes, so we do have the entryway to the main store. That's about a 1,400 square foot space. So it is kind of small. We don't have tons of tables. And then to access the patio where we serve alcohol, you have to go through like a door that is inside the building. So you have to get to the patio that alcohol is served. You have to go through the main entrance. And then the patio is just to the north of that, under 300 square feet. And it's going to
And
be enclosed with like some bricks. I mean, it has a brick wall already and then metal fencing.
great, great. And you can see the patio from inside?
Yes.
Okay. And is the liquor stored in the designated locked area
Yep.
in your restaurant?
Yep.
Great. So Tell me about your plans for opening. What will your hours of operation be?
So right now, it is looking 6:30 to 9, Monday through Friday. And no, no, sorry. The hours are all a little different. So 6:30 to 9, um, Monday through Thursday, and then Friday through Saturday, we're going to do 6:30 to 10, and then Sunday, it'll be 7 to 9.
Very good. Thank you so much. So in your opinion, will the issuance of this license have an adverse effect on the health, welfare, or morals of the neighborhood?
I do not. For a couple of reasons. First off, I think it'll be really nice for people to have a place in the neighborhood so they don't feel a need to leave the neighborhood to find some things they might be looking for. And so I think that'll actually be beneficial, to have things closer by, something that they can walk to, let's say, instead of maybe try to find a way to get downtown. And so I'm really excited about that, and so are a lot of people that I've talked to up there. Also, we have a few employees who have been with us for a while. A lot of them actually don't drink alcohol. And I've been noticing this lovely change over time of like this, it's like a culture of responsibility. And I think that's something we're going to really want to encourage there. And it'll be easy to, I think.
Great. And speaking of responsibility, are you trained as, have you received responsible vendor training, and has your entire staff, or I'm assuming they will all be?
Yes, so I got my certificate and my training, and then I did, along with this application, give you guys, it's a pretty brief policy and procedures of what we are going to be doing. But that was many months ago, and since then I have been compiling lots of information and bringing together like all these handbooks and stuff and making a lot of information available to our employees. But right now we have 7, and I'm going back and forth with Ava here with Liquor Pros, trying to figure out if maybe, although I just reached out yesterday, but if maybe I should wait until I have like 10 people to actually like have a bigger group for everyone to get their training. But I do not plan on opening without everybody on staff having that training.
Right. And a beer and wine license, as I'm sure you are aware, requires the restaurant to provide sandwiches and light snacks throughout the time it will be open. Do you plan on doing that?
Yeah, 11 to close. We will have food service available for everyone. And then I also want to have little like free snacks for people.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's
little
great.
ones, as much as we can get everywhere.
I have to say, I drove by your restaurant on Sunday and it looks very nice.
Awesome, Fern.
So you, of course, because of the training, you're familiar with the liquor code and the prohibition regarding serving visibly intoxicated persons and underage persons and what acceptable IDs are. Is that correct?
Yep, I've already ordered the handbooks for the different licenses. I'm going to also be getting the light reader just to confirm after people have already checked the ID physically themselves, just so everyone can play it
And
safe.
how do you plan on controlling service at your counter? Will you allow people to buy like more than one beer or glass of wine? Or
So far, I really am wanting to keep it very strict, where I actually wrote it down, if you give me one moment. I haven't done this for a little bit. I did help about 15 years ago, Cafe Soleil in North Boulder or South Boulder get a liquor license, but I have not been dealing with it lately. So I just want to make sure I'm doing everything as strongly as possible. So I'm wanting to say, it was so cute what I wrote. But basically you order, we ID is it. And so I want people to bring their IDs to the counter for every drink that they order.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good. I don't have any more questions, but is there anything else that you would like to add, Emily?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm of course would love to answer any questions you guys have. Oh, here's my thing I wrote. Order at the register, you order, we ID each drink every time. And that's kind of going to be my little slogan for everybody. Because as big as a handbook is, it's nice to have something small to latch on to. No, I hope to see you guys all there one way or another if you're in Boulder. It is for our community. That's why we're doing it. So I'm ready to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions from the authority?
Questions?
No.
I have a question. Emily, do you have experience serving alcohol? Have you held a liquor license before?
I do. I did. I was tip certified. I have personally not as an owner had experience serving alcohol, but I was tip certified and served alcohol for a couple of years.
At like another
At
establishment?
Cafe Soleil, yeah, that is the place that I helped many years ago open a coffee shop. I mean, open their version of kind of what we're doing now.
Yeah. Okay. Member Crane?
A comment and a question. The comment is, I love your neighborhood. I think you're going to go into a very exciting, vibrant, growing community there. So a lot of opportunity for support, and I'm sure you'll be well received. I just wondered who William Patterson is, your co-owner.
Who? Oh,
William
who? Oh yeah,
Patterson.
William Logan Patterson. So Logan is his middle name. He was the person who first owned Logan's Espresso Cafe for 20 years in North Boulder. And then 2 years ago, he's older. And so he wanted help starting the cafe again. And so we partnered together. But basically, he used to be my boss, and now he is my friend and co-business partner.
He's in sync with you on the goals and the practices that you want to bring to Emily and Logan's.
Very much so. And you know, he's not going to be running the business so much. It's more like he's going to come in for his cappuccino and he's like, this is your office, Emily. This is your thing. So he really is trusting me and yeah, and will be
It's
very
like he's got
supportive.
life figured out. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Do you have anything to close with?
No,
I
I
would,
just thank you for your time on my side.
yeah, that's about it. And we, the two of us, respectfully request the granting from you of this beer and wine liquor type liquor license. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. At this time, we will close for deliberation. Any discussion? Any motions?
I move that we approve the license as requested.
And I second that motion. Member Barnes?
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Brian, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay. License.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you
appreciate it.
so much. Appreciate it.
I thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Let me go ahead and get everyone situated, and I will move on. Okay. I'm going to move on to agenda item 8. Bear with me because this one is very long, so apologize for that. Agenda item 8 is continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on October 2nd, 2025 from Whole Foods Market Rocky Mountain / Southwest LP DBA Whole Foods Market, 2905 Pearl Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80301. Whole Foods Market Rocky Mountain / Southwest LP applicant LP with Keith Manbeck as president and JP Warren as secretary of applicant LP with Whole Foods Market Rocky Mountain / Southwest Inc. Corp. GP general partner and with Whole Foods Market Southwest Investments Inc. limited partner with Keith Manbeck as president and JP Warren as secretary of Corp. GP with Whole Foods Market Inc. 100% shareholder of Corp. GP and with Heather Stern as president and with JP Warren as secretary of Corp. LP and with Whole Foods Market Inc. 100% shareholder of Corp. LP and with Whole Foods Market Inc. as 100% shareholder of Corp GP and Corp LP with Michael Deal, Director Anthony Gallo, President Heather Stern, VP and Secretary JP Warren, Assistant Secretary of Whole Foods Market Inc., and with Walnut Sub Properties LLC, 100% shareholder of Whole Foods Market Inc., with Keith Bambeck as president and named principal person for WSPL, and with Walnut Sub Enterprises LLC as 100% share owner of WSPL, Amazon Fulfillment Services Inc. as 100% owner of WSPL and Amazon.com, a publicly traded company as 100% owner of AFSI, and so with no other owners over 10% interest, with a business mailing address of P.O. Box 684786, Austin, Texas 78768, for a permanent modification of premises of a fermented malt beverage and wine retail off-premise type liquor license to include consideration of withdrawing the condition on prohibition of the sale of all types of fermented malt beverages and wine with the exception of kombucha. Thank you all so much for bearing with me through that one. If you're here to speak on this matter, please go ahead and raise your hand. And I will start promoting here. First, I would like to, I believe, promote anyone who is here as an applicant. So if you're here to give public comment, please lower your hand and then I'll let you back in. So just applicants, licensees, and legal counsel. Okay, everyone is getting settled.
Caitlin, just a procedural note. It's my understanding that there's some opposition that would like to cross-examine either applicant or additional witnesses. So just want to ensure that whatever technicality was needed, if they need to be allowed in at this point, to do that, or however you all handle that.
Totally. And I'm so sorry. I was not here for the last hearing, so I'm not sure exactly how you guys handled it, but my plan was to have their attorney record their appearance and then have all applicants and licensees sworn in, anyone who's going to be giving testimony, and then ask for anyone who's going to be giving public comment or cross-examining, and then have them come in and swear them in. Does that sound okay?
You don't need to swear in someone who is cross-examining a witness.
Okay.
So they would be sworn in for their own testimony. So you can swear them in for their own testimony, but for the cross-examination, the prior witnesses who are being cross-examined are the ones at issue, and they would have already been sworn in, if that makes sense.
Perfect. All right. So if anyone is here to cross-examine, go ahead and raise your hand so I'll make sure that you're in so that we can, and I see Mr. Deer King is here. Okay. While Mr. Deer King is getting settled here, I will have counsel record their appearance and then we'll start with the swearing-ins.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Coates. My registration number is 25995. I'm from Dillon. I'm here on behalf of Whole Foods. We should have also present Tom Rich, who's the vice president of this region for Whole Foods, Ryan Haney, as well as Eva Gerritsen to testify regarding the needs and desires matter. I believe that Mr. Rich is he there? Rithomag? Is that his title there?
That's me.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we had all the right folks there. But we are here ready to proceed. And I will have one procedural matter as well prior to starting our hearing. Thank you.
No problem. And then Tom, if you'll go ahead and start, just go ahead and say your name, spell your name for the record.
Tom Rich, Tomrich.
And provide an address for the record.
2003 Clipper Drive, Lafayette, Colorado, 80026.
Thank you so much. If you'll go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statement you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true and correct?
I do.
Okay, perfect. And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing? If you're not the right person for that, that's totally fine.
I wouldn't be, Ryan Haney would be the right person.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And Ryan, if you'll go ahead and same thing, say your name, spell your name for the record, and give an address.
Yeah, hello. So my name's Ryan Haney, Ryanhaney. Since 2000 and sorry, 12, I've lived at 3345 Yale Drive in Broomfield, 80023.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yeah, I do.
And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
It has.
Great. And Ms. Garrettson, one more time, if you'll just go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record and give an address.
You bet. For the record, my name is Eva Garrettson. We are located at one of the owners of Liquor Pros, Garretson. We are located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And we also confirm that the license was posted, or the notification was posted on the premises.
Thank you so much. You've already been sworn in, so if you'll just confirm you've already been sworn in, then we're good.
I do confirm that I have already been sworn in. Thank you.
So much. Of course. And I will cease on swearing anyone else in until we're ready for some public comment here. And Chair, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Today is a continued public hearing and consideration of an application filed on October 2nd, 2025 from Whole Foods Market, Rocky Mountain Southwest LP, DBA, Whole Foods Market, for a permanent modification of premises for a fermented malt beverage and wine retail off-premise type liquor license to include consideration of withdrawing the condition of prohibition on the sale of all types of fermented malt beverages and wine, with the exception of kombucha. To the board, has there been any ex parte communication or any conflicts of interest with this establishment? Member Roberts, no.
Member Barnes, no.
Brain, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Okay, great. Then you may proceed.
Thank you. I'll proceed on two matters. Certainly, I'll give you an opening statement because this is a little bit of an involved matter, as we know, the continuation that occurred from December 17th. And I hope everybody's okay post that day, but that was quite a day. But in terms of the procedural matter that I have, we were here on December 17th. Everyone was, I think, that's here, as well as Mr. Durking, who I think has raised his hand to cross-examine and be a representative essentially of the opposition group. Mr. Durking, my understanding, is an attorney as well, and is fully, or should be anyway, fully aware of the bolder procedural rules that are current, that being the beverage licensing rules of procedure. At 2:45, Mr. Durking filed documentation for today's hearing that included an opposition petition and survey. And I just want to voice that we'll object to any admission of that. Understand that those decisions are up to the authority to make, but that the procedural rule that's implicated there is that 4-2, and I believe it's 4-2-1, requires that any petition and survey be filed at least 10 days in advance. The purpose of that is so that it can be reviewed, so that it can be looked at to see if the names fall within the neighborhood boundary as given to us by the city, as well as is to determine what types of signatures were given and to vet the signatures. We haven't had an opportunity to do that. And this was filed, as I said, at a quarter to 3 today. So we will be obviously objecting to that survey. The objection also includes the fact that, Mr. Durking was here present on December 17th, is my understanding. And so there was ample time, if that was the decision to make, is to try to obtain a petition and survey. But we came to address this matter on December 17th. That survey didn't exist, and obviously it didn't exist until very recently. So we will be voicing an objection to obviously any cross-examination of our witnesses associated with that petition and survey. We can certainly recall folks if this board decides to make a decision to waive the procedural rules in any fashion. And we can certainly recall Ms. Garrettson as well regarding that petition and survey if it's admitted, but we object to it based upon the procedure. So I wanted to state that first in terms of setting the roadmap. The second part, in terms of an opening here today, we will call Mr. Rich, as a vice president of operations here in this region, essentially to discuss with you kind of the history of this location and its terms in terms of the types of licenses that are there. One of the things that we're doing here, and it's in our application, it's in the page describing the narrative of why we're here and what we're doing, is that we are asking to remove the condition associated with kombucha only and have a fermented malt beverage wine retail license premise that essentially is consistent with the diagrams that are submitted as the after. So it's a modification of both the usage and the premise itself. And your rule certainly talks about usage as being something that might be modified as well. And the purpose of the reason that we're doing it is we also want to condition this approval upon our requirement to surrender the liquor store license that is next door. So Whole Foods Wine and Spirits is next door, also held by this same applicant. It's a retail liquor store license. And that license, and this was made part of our equation, made part of our narrative, and also made part of our petition, discusses that we would surrender that license within 60 days of approval of both the local and the state license here, if in fact that's what the authority is willing to do. So that could be a condition upon this license that you can't issue it or give it to us pursuant to your procedural rules until we have essentially surrendered the license next door. Now, we're not going to surrender the license, obviously, if it's not approved. But the point here is today is that we are, in fact, wanting to reduce our footprint at this location, make it smaller, not have liquor, have less sales of alcohol in the displayed area that we submitted pursuant to the application in order to operate just as a retail fermented malt beverage off-premise, fermented malt beverage and wine off-premise retail at this location. Procedurally, I think there's no issue with that, but that is what we were asking to do, and we want the authority to be well aware that essentially we will be required, based upon your order, to give up that license if, in fact, you approve the ability for us to be able to sell both beer and wine at this location in the grocery store, as well as modify it to include the display area, the primary display area, excuse me, that's listed within the application itself. But that is essentially what we're here for. So we will also call Ryan Haney, who is the store team leader at this location, and he will talk about all procedural issues. He will talk about day-to-day operations. He can talk about certainly the individuals and his customers that are asking us to do this, asking, can we have this set up so that we are like grocery stores everywhere else? When the condition was put into place, it was because of the status of the law at that time. The status of the law is that it was just changing to full strength beer, and the retail liquor store was right next door. So there was no need, obviously, at that time to change that setup or that dynamic. But now there is, and the folks are asking for that. The law changed in 2022, where it allowed, obviously, to have wine as well within fermented malt beverage premises, and that is why we're here to essentially make this consistent with what grocery stores are doing everywhere else, and request that we'll out of the retail liquor store business altogether. So it seems to be a win, obviously, for everybody in terms of a reduction of space, reduction of liquor in the area, and convenience for the customer. That's all in the eye of the beholder, but that's what we're asking the authority to consider. And I thought it was important to point all of those things out prior to that, so that when you examine or cross-examine these witnesses, Mr. Rich understands basically the big picture here, and the day-to-day operations are done by Mr. Haney. With that being said, if you wish for me to do so, I will call Mr. Crane. I'm sorry, Mr. Rich. I said Mr. Crane. I'm looking at Mr. Crane in the screen there, but Mr. Rich, excuse me.
Absolutely. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rich,
Thank you.
looking for you on the screen. There you are. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you?
Perfect. Well, let me ask you, Mr. Rich, can you tell, you were just previously sworn in, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you please tell us who you are and what you do for a living?
Sure. My name's Tom Rich. I am the vice president of the Central West operating area for Whole Foods Market. There are 6 operating areas. The Central West consists of Texas, Colorado, New Mexico, Montana, Wyoming, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. So I'm the vice president of that area. There's 104 stores, and I live in Lafayette. So I do my work from Lafayette, and then I travel to those areas to support the stores and the team members.
How long have you been familiar with the store here that's located on Pearl Street, as well as the liquor store that's located right next door?
So I started working at that store in Boulder, the one we're discussing, in 1998, about 6 months after it opened. And that's when I first became familiar with Whole Foods Market. The liquor store opened quite a few years later, maybe 12 or 13 years later. So I've been familiar with that space since then.
Liquor store opened around 2011, is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact date, but it was right around when the store got remodeled or right after it. So it should be around 2010, 11.
And in terms of that space, tell us the current setup. We have a grocery store and a liquor store right next to it. Why is it that way, essentially?
Well, I mean, initially when we were doing the remodel of the original store, we expanded the store where the Barnes and Noble used to be next to us, and Barnes and Noble moved into a different space in the parking lot where there used to be, I believe, a movie theater. And we wanted the 2 spaces to be connected, but that wasn't something we were approved or allowed to do. So the 2 buildings were separate. They're not connected. And but we wanted to offer like a full shop to our customers in Boulder. One of our core values is customer happiness, and we wanted the convenience for anybody who's shopping in the area to be able to purchase whatever they wanted. I mean, I was, as you heard on some previous agenda items, beer, wine, champagne goes very nicely with food, and that's something we wanted to give the customers the opportunity to complement their food with. We have some folks who work in the store, in the liquor store, who have worked in the main store as well and have quite a bit of knowledge with food and alcohol, and are very well skilled at recommending food that complements their or wine or liquor that complements their food very well. So that was something we wanted to provide for the community.
Why is it that we are making application essentially here to give up the liquor store and to only be allowed to sell beer and wine, if approved, within the grocery store area?
It's a couple of reasons. One is convenience. Having it in the same store allows that to happen in the same space. I think Mr. Haney will discuss a little bit after myself, just how many customers don't know about the store next door or don't bother to go to the store next door. And I think it's pretty common that folks, like to shop 3, 4, 5 different places, but that doesn't always happen in our case because they don't know about the location. Another reason is the business has changed, since probably COVID, where delivery became a bigger part of our business, and we love that. It's great to give our customers in the community the convenience to deliver food to their homes. However, that space has grown to be bigger than we originally thought it would be, and it's right in the center of the store. So we basically have a business that is taking over the middle of the store when it should be something more behind the scenes. And so we felt like that would be a great spot to bring the liquor into the store and just provide that convenience to customers. We're okay with it being a smaller footprint and less SKUs. And, you know, we just want the opportunity for the customers to buy things in the same space that they're shopping in.
I heard you say bring liquor into the grocery store, less SKUs, smaller footprint.
Yeah.
Liquor, though, it's just beer and wine, correct? Is
Just
what
beer
our
and wine.
request
Yeah,
is.
it's not liquor. Sorry for that. I misspoke, but it's beer and wine. And we do sell liquor in the liquor store, but we won't be selling that next door.
And we don't deliver alcohol products, right? Just grocery
No.
products. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the core mission essentially? What is Whole Foods about? Food, or is it about selling liquor? Which is it about?
It's about food. I mean, you know, our mission statement involves food, organics, giving people the healthiest choices so they can make the, you know, the most educated decisions to eat healthier foods.
Do you feel that you no longer need the liquor store if this license is granted with respect to the beer and wine to provide essentially or serve the customer's needs?
Absolutely. I mean, if we are granted this license, one of the things that's exciting is that space could be a business for somebody else in the community. It's a really busy shopping center, and someone else can have the opportunity to run a business that has quite a few customers built into that shopping center to begin with.
You've been in and around the community for many years. Tell us a little bit about essentially your view of it in terms as a customer of the shops and the locations that are in Boulder, how you view essentially this request.
I mean, I've lived in Colorado since 1988. I lived in Boulder till about 2003, and now I live in Lafayette. So I've been in or around the community for, you know, quite a long time, and the store itself is very successful. You know, in terms of the community's just love for it, just to be frank. And I think it's a great fit. Like, we're always aiming to satisfy and delight our customers. That's one of our core values. And, you know, we feel like we're a local business that has contributed to the community quite a bit over the 28 years. I think it'll be in about a month, or 28 years in a month. And, you know, on top of that, we've contributed or helped start quite a few businesses through the store. Izzy Soda, if you recall, Izzy Soda, Justin's Nut Butter, Noosa Yogurt, Chocolove, the Fresh Herb Company that Chet Anderson owns. Those are all products that started in Whole Foods. That's where they got their first chance. And we're delighted to be able to give that opportunity to folks. And there's quite a few local beers that we offer next door as well. And we're just proud of that. And we want to continue to support the community and our customers and just really wow folks when they come into the store. Boulder is an incredibly healthy community. I've seen it ranked in surveys as one of the happiest places in the United States, or one of the healthiest places. Colorado is one of the healthiest places. I think Whole Foods contributes to that quite a bit. And we just want to continue to provide convenience to our customers and give them the opportunity to just eat healthier foods and be educated and hopefully live a longer and healthier life.
So the sale of the beer and the wine is a complement essentially to the food sales. Essentially, that's your core mission.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when we opened up the liquor store, without going into what the sales were, just to kind of give you an example, you know, in a local liquor store, Hazel's opened up. We lost 40% of our sales to Hazel's, or Hazel's gained 40% potentially of our sales. And so we're not in it for the money. We're in it for the convenience. We're, like we said, we're shrinking the footprint from 5,500 square feet to 1,500 square feet. We're reducing the SKU count by 60%. We're not bringing in any liquor. We're not in it for the sales. We're in it for the convenience. And, I shop at Hazel's. I shop at the wine merchant. I love the opportunity to get great product, and I enjoy going to other places. I'm not strictly a Whole Foods shopper when I'm going to buy things that I want from the liquor store. And, I don't have a problem with that. We don't have a problem with that. We're just looking to create convenience for our customer.
Do you believe that these requests essentially we're making, give up the liquor store, have beer and wine in the grocery store, change the condition to kombucha only, essentially will have a positive impact on the community that's in our defined boundary that's been given to us by the city?
I do. I think people will be incredibly happy because they don't have to make another trip or remember to go next door or find out that it's next door. It just makes things easier, and that's what we're trying to do. I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do these days, is just make life simpler and more convenient. So, yes.
As a vice president, Mr. Haney is one of obviously your employees at one of your stores. How many stores do you oversee?
104.
And how many employees does that cover in terms of the number of people that you essentially supervise?
About 18,000.
And in terms of Mr. Haney, obviously he can discuss with the authority any of the day-to-day operations or the issues associated with what the customers are asking at this particular location. Is that a fair comment?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you excited for the opportunity to at least ask to be able to do this?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. We're really excited. It's a great opportunity. I'm really thankful we have the opportunity. I've been listening in since you all started today. I never knew this part of Boulder just intimately. I'd never obviously been on a call. I think it's pretty great what y'all do. And it's pretty exciting to make a difference in people's lives. And you can see the joy you were bringing to some folks earlier. And, we just want the same opportunity.
Same opportunities essentially all the other grocery stores currently.
Yeah, but I mean, just personally or as a representative of Whole Foods, I'm just excited. I love this opportunity. I want to do well for our company and do well in our job, but most I want to do well for the community, and I would just be really excited to do that. We actually spent some time this morning walking the store. We're doing some remodeling in the store, and it's just exciting to make some changes that we know are going to make the shop better for the customer. And we haven't been able to really talk about this because we're not sure where this is going to go. So it was just something I was anticipating today and looking forward to.
The modification regulation that we're bound by has one of the factors being the exercise of the police powers in the state for the protection of the economic and social welfare of the health, peace, and morals of the people of the state of Colorado, essentially, obviously, this community here in Boulder. What type of impact do you think the granting, essentially, of this modification, as we filed it, this dual modification, will have essentially on those economic and social welfares?
I'm not clear what you're asking me. I'm sorry.
Do you see this as the surrounding area, essentially, one of the things that the authority considers is its health, peace, and morals of the individuals in the neighborhood?
Yes.
What type of impact in terms of economics and social welfare is this going to have essentially on those items, health, peace, and morals of those individuals that are within this community?
I mean, I think it'll probably be a better environment than it currently is. I mean, putting everything into one store just makes it simpler. I mean, I think Ryan Haney's going to go into this a little bit in terms of the security we provide in the store with our relationship with the Boulder PD and also just surveillance. I just think it makes it simpler when it's in one space. So I hope I answered that question.
Very good. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the authority based upon my questions that I haven't asked that you'd like to say to them at this point in the proceeding.
Just thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I think y'all do a great job. It's been a pleasure and privilege to be a part of this, being part of the community, and yeah, I hope you grant us that license. And thank you.
I appreciate that. I would tender you to the authority and council for any additional questions they may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Rich? You covered all of the questions that I wrote down, and I really appreciate that. Anybody else have any questions?
I agree.
just
You're
had
very
a
thorough. So
Okay, you may proceed.
I had a
I'm
question. I'm sorry.
sorry.
I thought
Gosh, I
I
noticed you up there in the corner.
here I am again. Uh,
You have a question?
just a couple of questions about, and maybe this is more appropriate for Mr. Haney, but uh, first of all, it's not clear in my mind what happens to the current liquor store space. Is that co-owned by Whole Foods, and will you be involved in disposing of it, or is there a separate owner such that if you vacate it, they will have their own choice as to what to do with it?
So we don't own the space. It's leased through the relationship we have in the shopping center. So the person who owns the shopping center would have the opportunity to lease that to somebody else, once our lease is up and the license is surrendered, if you were going to grant us the license.
Okay. Um, I, I think I understand that. So it's up to them what
Yes.
happens to it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And then within your own space, you talk about uh, uh, I think if I understand it correctly, your delivery service is really in a well-defined area of the store. It's very substantial. You're going to transfer the beer, if granted the beer and wine opportunity, you're going to transfer it to that space. Is that correct?
That is correct. In this store, it's taken up more and more space, the delivery space. The space that we're going to use is over 3 times smaller than the current liquor store. But yes, you're correct. It's swapping spaces with the delivery space.
And where I'm going with this is the delivery space has grown to be a very critical part of your operation, and it involves a lot of traffic and a lot of work. To your credit, it's obviously very successful. Where will that go?
So in the front of the store, there is, if you're familiar with the store, and I believe there's a map that was provided in one of the agendas, there's a space where there used to be a pub, and there's a seating area there now. And so that space is going to be used for the delivery space where it'll be cordoned off from customers, and that's where the delivery space will move to. There's another seating area next to that for customers, but that specific area will be where it moves to.
Well, that's helpful.
Sure.
Well, interested in listening to Mr. Haney. Thank you for answering the questions.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for the questions.
Okay.
May I ask just 2 clarifying questions associated with Mr. Crane's questions, which were all excellent questions?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the lease space essentially that you would give up that currently is the liquor store, you're not releasing the liquor license to the landlord, however, correct? The liquor license will be surrendered and the landlord or whoever goes in that space will be ineligible to open another one. Is that your understanding?
I don't know the law. I know we're surrendering the license.
You're giving up the license itself.
Yes.
As a requirement, essentially, of this approval by this authority.
Yes.
And in terms of that delivery space, again, I just wanted to reiterate that space that's not within this premise, it's that old pub space. There's no alcohol that's getting delivered. So there's obviously no alcohol going on to that space.
Yep, that's correct.
Very good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I tender you back to the authority.
Great, thank you. Is now, yes, Mr. Durking, I see you. I'm not sure is now you wanted to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, please.
Um, I don't see any attorneys telling me otherwise, so
Yeah, that's fine. Now would be appropriate if the authority has no further questions for
great.
the.
Thank
Will we
you.
just have a clarification of who Mr. Derking is?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Dierking, and I'll go ahead and spell my name Dierking. I did practice law in Boulder, doing real estate law for about 30 years. I'm retired. I'm appearing today representing myself. I'm not representing any other parties. I do still have my law license. No one will ever confuse me with Kevin Coates. I'm not a liquor attorney, and this is a very lightweight legal representation of myself, but I do have an interest in this because I own Hazel's, which is in the defined neighborhood, and so I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this today. And Mr. Rich, thank you for your testimony. I do have a few questions for you at this time. And I'm going to have to ask Ms. Kellogg to share her screen because I'm not allowed to share my screen because I have some exhibits that I want to call attention to. And if you could pull up Exhibit 1, Ms. Kellogg, for me, that would be great because we want to talk about that first.
And just oh, sorry, my Zoom is acting up, but just a clarifying question and procedural clarification for the board. These exhibits would technically need to be entered into the record. And so Mr. Derking can go ahead and move prior to, actually doesn't necessarily need to move prior to discussing them, but you would not be allowed to consider them until they were officially entered into the record. And so that means that the interested parties can object or not. And it is my understanding we've heard there may be objections to some of these. So I just wanted to, and feel free to ask me if you're have any further questions about how to do that, since we don't do this that often here. Thank you.
May I comment on that and the procedure?
Yeah. Attorney Gregor, did you hear him?
I did. That's up to you all. If
I'm sorry. I thought that was a question for you. Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, I wanted to, if you're willing, let me make comment about the timing essentially of his exhibits, for Mr. Durking's exhibits, and with them not being admitted just yet. What I wanted to discuss is if he can bring him in during his case in chief, and then he can, if he needs to recall any of these individuals, recall them.
So normally when Mr. Derking moves to admit the exhibits in the record, that would give anybody an opportunity to object and describe the basis for their objection. And so you all would then, as the board, be able to consider the objection, the basis for the objection, and then make your decision. That is the sort of normal procedural course. So I'm not sure if Mr. Coates is suggesting he'd like to object at this point prior to Mr. Durking moving them, making the motion. If that is Mr. Coates' intention or not, I'm not sure.
If I can, I'm sorry, if I can respond, or Kevin, if you or Mr. Coates, if you want to go first, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Please go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand that when we talk about exhibits, they haven't been admitted into evidence until they're offered and accepted, and that's the time for objections. So at this time, I haven't offered, and I'm not offering opponent exhibit 1. I have a feeling Mr. Coates isn't going to have a lot of problem with most of these exhibits, and we might be here for the next 12 hours if we grind along like this. So my suggestion would be I would respectfully ask that we could proceed, and when I offer exhibits that Mr. Coates has an objection to, let's address it at that time.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, Ms. Kellogg, if you could share your screen and pull up opponent exhibit 1, please.
Yes, so I just want to clarify, make sure that I'm pulling up the right thing. So I received an email forwarded from my manager, Lisa Darrow, and it's a document titled Opponent Exhibits, and it is
Should be
35
dated
pages. Is that
today.
what you're referring to?
Yeah, but just
Perfect.
they're all in one document, but just the first page is all we're talking about for right now.
You got it. Give me 1 second. All right. Does that look right?
Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you
great.
so much.
Of course.
Mr. Rich, can you see this document?
Yes, I can see it.
And does that appear to be the current liquor license for this Whole Foods grocery store?
It does.
And can you look at the fifth item labeled conditions? That's the condition that only allows you to sell kombucha and no other type of alcohol in this store currently, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kellogg, if you scroll to the next page, you'll be at Opponent Exhibit 2. And if you could go to the second page of this one, well, actually leave it on this page for a second. Mr. Rich, can you see that this is tonight's Beverage Licensing Authority agenda?
Yeah, yes, I can.
And if you could scroll to page 2, please, Ms. Kellogg. And so item 8, I'm going to read for you and I'm going to skip over the ownership information. Ms. Kellogg did an amazing job with that. But just briefly, this is a continued public hearing and consideration for an application filed on October 2nd, 2025 from Whole Foods Market, now skipping all the long ownership, for a permanent modification of premises for a fermented malt beverage and wine retail off-premise type liquor license to include consideration of withdrawing the condition on prohibition of the sale of all types of fermented malt beverages and wine with the exception of kombucha. Would you agree that this is an accurate description of what you're applying for and what the BLA will decide tonight?
Yes.
And a key part of your request is to remove the condition that only allows you to sell kombucha and not other types of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And the other part of the request is to relocate and expand your permanent alcohol sales area. Is it? Yes or no?
Say that again?
And is the other part of your request to relocate and expand your permanent alcohol sales area within the grocery store?
Relocate, yes. I don't know if I would agree with expand.
Okay. In your application materials, you sometimes use the term primary alcohol display area, sometimes just primary display area. By those, do you mean the same as the permanent alcohol display area described in the liquor regulations, or do you mean something different?
I think the primary area would be the area you were referring to as the relocation area.
So the liquor regulations talk about permanent alcohol display area and then temporary alcohol displays that can be in other locations in the store. But in your materials, you don't always use permanent. You kind of use different terminology. So I'm just wondering, is primary different than permanent? Is primary the area that would be where the alcohol would be displayed on an ongoing basis, not being moved around, not temporary, but it would be the permanent that you're seeking approval pursuant to this request for?
Well, the the permanent space, the primary space would be referred to as that center of the store that I spoke to previously, where the delivery space is. There's temporary spaces in the store that are allowed by the current law. There are limited spaces in the store, but those would be spaces that I think would be called temporary.
Do you know how many temporary displays you would be allowed inside the store in addition to the permanent space?
I'd have to refer that to Mr. Haney for the exact number. I wouldn't want to misspeak here.
Okay. In your application materials, it states that the size of the store is 66,154 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much of that area is the sales floor that's available, that's accessible to customers?
Oh boy, I'd say probably 2/3 of that.
So about 2/3 is customer and 1/3 is what, back of house then?
Yes.
Okay. And in the application materials, it states that the area of your new permanent alcohol display area is approximately 302 square feet, correct?
I couldn't tell you exactly what it says. I would have to refer that to Mr. Haney.
Okay. Ms. Kellogg, could you scroll to Opponent Exhibit 3, please? Mr. Rich, you may recognize this. This is a map of your store. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
And so just to help us all get oriented, maps can be hard to read sometimes. I believe the top of the map would be north and the south would be, or the bottom would be south. So the parking lot would be kind of at the bottom below the map that we see. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at the lower left of the map, I believe that that area, which would be then the southwest corner of the store, that's where the outside cart corral is, and that main entrance on the corner, that's where you go in. Currently, you're in the produce department. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you were to continue north through the produce department, then you'd get to that area in blue that's labeled primary alcohol display area, right?
Yes.
Okay. Back to the ownership issue we skipped over earlier, would it be correct to say that Whole Foods is wholly owned by Amazon?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Rich. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question
For whom?
for council? I'm just wondering, the exhibit that he's referring to hasn't been distributed to the board, has it? I
Yes,
haven't
this
seen
was
it.
in our packet.
Pardon?
This was in our packet.
Sorry,
The exi
so the exhibits themselves have were not in your packet. They were sent to us today before the hearing, so they were distributed um in an
That's what I'm referring
email.
to. So we don't have those 31 pages.
You do in your email, but it was like after the hearing had already started.
This
Oh,
wasn't
I
in our
haven't.
packet. I remember, I thought this was in our, how
This
did,
diagram might have been in your packet, but it's
okay,
not the this is the diagram that's part of the exhibits.
got it.
So Mr. Deer King might have pulled it from the packet or had the same thing. You might have seen this before, but
Okay,
this specific one with this specific document, no.
understood.
Okay.
Can I make a clarification on the map?
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm
Mr.
done.
Craig, did you? Okay, yes, you may.
Oh, so the primary display area is the green area. It's not the blue area. It's the area where you see the light green. That is the primary area. It's not all of the blue area.
Thank you. Mr. Durking, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to try to answer the question that I think you all answered, so I'll withdraw that.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board for this witness? I think I have one question. So what was the square footage, and apologies if you said this, what is the square footage of the current liquor store?
So 5,500 square feet?
The external one?
Yes. Yeah.
And the new area that we're looking at in green is 302 square feet?
Uh,
Why do I?
I don't.
Okay, we can field these questions to Mr. Haney. It looks like maybe he's the appropriate person. would know that a little bit better.
Yeah, I think he would know
Okay.
that a little bit better. The green is about 300 square feet though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Okay. Attorney Coates, you can proceed.
Thank you. If we could please call Mr. Haney.
And Caitlin, would you mind taking down the exhibit? Oh, thank you. Okay. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Haney, you were previously sworn, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you tell us who you are and what you do for a living?
Yeah. So my name is Ryan. I'm the store team leader, store manager of the Whole Foods on Pearl Street. I started at the store actually in 1998, so 28 years ago, and I've been a store team leader about 17 years. My first store that I ran was the former Wild Oats on Baseline in Broadway, and that was my first store when we transitioned that to Whole Foods Market. And so was there for about 4 years, and I've been at the Pearl Street location for about almost 4.5 years now.
And in terms of why we're here, well, actually, let me ask you this. You were previously sworn, is that correct? I want to make sure that record part's clear.
Correct.
In terms of Mr. Rich's comments, can you expand a little bit upon that, about why it is that we're making this request essentially to surrender the liquor store license next door upon approval of essentially this primary display area and the green area in particular, as being allowed to shelve both beer and wine within the store?
I mean, in the sake of time, I won't rehash too much of it. I mean, I think you covered a lot of it. It's really, to have a really complete and convenient shopping experience for the customers. I think ever since the laws changed and they allowed beer and wine in the store, it's really what our customers expect when they're shopping. It's probably the number one question. People want to know where peanut butter is all the time, but there's probably a number one or two question is like, why can't I find beer or wine? Like people are looking around, they're like, what's wrong with this fixture? Like, can't find it. And so, especially with tourists too, when they're coming into town, it doesn't make any sense. And I think people just expect that now when they go into a grocery store that they're going to find beer and wine in there. And so, I try and put a positive spin on it. I try and upsell it. Like we're actually cool. We've got a liquor store attached too. We sell liquor and beer and wine. You just have to go out and go down the sidewalk, a couple hundred feet and do that. But I think I see the look on a lot of customers' face. They're irritated by it. It's inconvenience. I think a majority of them honestly don't do it. They'll pick it up somewhere else, whether it's another grocery store or a gas station, the other options that are out there right now. And so it's an understandable inconvenience, I think, when you're like shopping with, your kids or you're in a hurry. It's a lot. It's hectic going into Whole Foods Market. You know what you're in for, right? It's gonna be busy, you're gonna be waiting in line. And so to have to go out of the store, go to another business and wait in line, um, it's inconvenient for them. And so for me, it's worth giving up the liquor and everything like that to provide a better experience for the customers. And honestly, it's kind of weird to just have like a separation. I technically run two different business units right now. And so I've got team members that are separated by a big wall that are a couple of 100 feet down that I need to make sure I go connect with on a daily basis. So they feel a part of the store with the rest of the team members. Um, so it's really it. I think it's just, suddenly like when I came to Whole Foods, when I came to the Pearl Street store like 5 years ago, it was the coolest thing. Like I had the beer and wine and liquor, and now I'm the only store that I know of, grocery store, gas station, that doesn't have that inside of it. And so that's what I'm looking for. I think, I think the Pearl Street store is just one of the best grocery stores around, and it's just missing a key piece that, customers expect.
How often are the customers essentially asking you why this setup? Why can't we buy beer and wine essentially in the grocery store section and not the retail liquor store section?
I mean, it's a daily question. It definitely spikes. I think people that are our regulars in Boulder, whether they're, some of them don't buy alcohol regularly when they're shopping. But around holidays, it spikes, right? Like it might not be a part of my normal shopping experience, but for the holidays, it's something that I want to add to the table. So they're kind of just like caught off guard. I never realized that you guys don't have that. But, so we see spikes there. See spikes when there's events in town and dead and company and things like that, people that are from other states that they expect that in the grocery store, and especially around holidays, I think, from our regular customers.
Do you think folks asking you on a daily basis falls into the category of essentially a request by the community that the reasonable desires of the neighborhood and of the adult inhabitants are not being met essentially, and that they want the alcohol in the grocery store?
I'm just assuming based on the look of their face of like, 'cause, obviously if they're asking, that's what they're looking for, the look on their face with like you gotta, they to the inconvenience of going down. It doesn't seem like much, right? But like I see the look on their face that they're frustrated by having to visit another business to, complete the rest of the shopping order.
You saw that diagram that was on the screen. You've seen it before. We don't need to put it back up. But essentially, the blue area is the area we would call the primary display area. That's the area in which alcohol is most likely going to be, and that's about 1,500 square feet. Is that correct?
I don't know about the square foot. I would say, to Bruce's point, like the whole area might be larger than 1,600 square feet. Like I think the whole area where the green is, if
It's
you
about
sort of
300 square feet. Fine.
if you drew a perimeter around that, it would be close to 1,600 square feet. But I think what we were referring to with the 300, I think that number got distorted a little bit, but that's more of like the linear shelving of the beer and wine displays. So like the 30% isn't or sorry, like the 300 feet of shelving is a reduction from the 550 feet of shelving that we have at our current wine and spirits.
Gotcha.
Um, the total area, if you're like measuring on the floor, could be 1,600 square feet. So like, um, I think that's where it's a little bit confusing. So like we're reducing the shelving by like 45%. We're reducing the total SKUs, the number of offerings, by 55% for that space. So to Tom's point, like the whole blue area that goes all the seafood, that's where some of the smaller displays would be in accordance with the laws around additional displays. So the 4 or 5 additional displays would be adjacent to like coolers that are alongside that meat and seafood area that are surrounding the green shelving that was highlighted.
So, not that it's required, but your goal is essentially or to keep predominantly the temporary displays that were discussed within that blue area as well.
Yeah, correct. Avoiding, in compliance with everything else, avoiding doors and, problematic areas, toys, candy, all that kind of stuff. I mean, really, it's geared towards the center of the plate, seafood, meat department.
As well as keeping it away from those types of products as required also by the regulations that are restricted: toys, candy, soda pop, that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do anything without running it by a legal. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to build any displays that I'm not running by. We usually check, Colorado laws and everything. So, no, I mean, it's not worth the additional sales to go after. I think it's, primarily going to be in that location.
And that is essentially your statement. You're going to comply with the law, comply with the regulations, comply with the requirements as outlined in the regulation for temporary displays.
Absolutely.
The tell us a little bit about what's going to be. You talked about the reduction in the amount of alcohol from giving up the liquor store, coming over here. Obviously, liquor's out, but also reduction in beer and wine SKUs. Is that correct?
Yeah, from what I understand. I mean, I haven't seen the actual planograms, but from what I've been told that we're planning, it's a reduction of the total offerings by about 55%.
And in terms of the timing of that, essentially, you wouldn't do any of this until one, the authority approved it, the state approved it, and obviously the licenses couldn't be issued until essentially the liquor store surrendered and gone. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we comply with whatever we need to, and yeah, that's absolutely accurate.
Um, Tom talked a little bit about this. If you expand upon this, your core mission as a grocery store and why the alcohol with it.
I lost you there first.
If you could expand upon your core mission as a grocery store, what it is, and essentially why alcohol at all, or why the complementary alcohol with the core, that being the organic product.
I mean, it's honestly to have the best grocery store possible in compliance with the law. And, I think the foodies out there expect that compliment and expect that convenience. It's, it's not my goal to, I mean, like, I love scotch and stuff like that. I mean, I'll buy it wherever, buy it from Hazel's, buy it wherever. It's fine. It's not my goal, honestly. Like my goal isn't honestly to improve my alcohol total sales. It's to, like, honestly, I think I see this as it's going to help me boost my grocery store sales. Like my grocery sales will improve as a result of having beer and wine back in the store. So it's a convenient shop. I think when I was at the Pearl Street store, when the laws changed, and I think I lost like 2% of my grocery. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak on numbers, so apologies on that, Tom, if I can't. But I think I lost like the rest of the grocery store. Like I lost 2% of my sales once beer and wine was added to some of the nearby competitors, just because simply it's like, well, King Soopers makes it easier for me to buy all these things. Maybe I'll go there for the shop instead of Pearl Street Whole Foods, where I have to go to two different locations to complete that. So, like ultimately, that's my goal, I think, is to create a better basket for the store, regardless of what percentage of that comes from the beer and wine sales.
Let's talk about history at the store. Are you aware of ever a liquor violation at either the liquor store or at the grocery store associated with alcohol sales?
No.
And all the years that you've been with Whole Foods, have you ever supervised anyone that's had an alcohol violation?
No, I haven't. No, I think probably first got alcohol when I was at the Union Station store. Um, I think whenever the laws changed, forgive me, but somewhere in, early in the pandemic, but no violations there, no violations at Pearl Street. And as far as I know, since, Wine and Spirits is operated or Pearl Street has sold kombucha, there hasn't been a violation.
That's obviously a good track record. How do you do that track record? Tell us about your programs and what it is you do to make sure that you have compliant lawful alcohol sale.
I mean, it's because it's a lot bigger than selling alcohol, right? Like we're protecting the brand, we're protecting Whole Foods Market. I think it's, I could go through all the training aspect. Like we follow all the responsible vendors training. We have an in-store proctor that she's incredibly passionate about whatever she's doing, whether it's, work towards connecting with the community or being an in-store proctor for the alcohol sales. She's been a great partner, I feel like, with the city with providing all of the certifications. But she's mega passionate about compliance to anything. She's an in-store proctor. She did, we used to do the tip certification. We do the alcohol beverage training now. So she certifies every year to be an in-store proctor for that. Everyone has to go through the training. Um, we I don't know how much you want me to go in depth there. I mean, we reiterate just the importance that the alcohol sales are not what's ultimately important. It's like protecting the community. It's not selling to minors. It's not putting the company or yourself at risk potentially by selling to somebody that's underage. So it's just, the beer and wine is a small percentage of our business, and the compliance is by far the most important. So I don't know if you wanted me to go more into like
I'll ask you a couple
records
specifics.
and stuff like that, but that's kind of like the heart of like what we reiterate and promote.
Is everybody carded?
Um, Everyone over 50, under 50, I'm sorry, is carded.
Everyone who appears under 50 is carded?
Correct.
And your point of sale system requires that?
Correct. Yeah, we can't move forward without an age verification. So, we have to input the age or scan the IDL, the register, in order to proceed forward.
And you don't accept expired IDs?
Of course not. No.
And obviously vertical IDs are not accepted.
No, no vertical IDs. I don't know what the stance is in the state of Colorado, but it's definitely not something we wanted to risk. It's I understand we're, as mentioned earlier, right? We've got CU students all over, and I can't keep up with whatever other technology or for falsification stuff is out there. So we don't. Sorry, long answer, but we don't accept those.
What are the hours of operation, or what are they at the grocery store?
The grocery store operates from 7 till 10 o'clock, and the adjacent wine and spirits location is 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock.
How do you make sure, if this is approved, that we won't have alcohol sales prior to 8 a.m. as required by the law?
Yeah, the registers don't allow them. So, I mean, the area isn't, you know, cordoned off or anything like that, but the registers won't proceed with an alcohol sale before 8 a.m.
Will the reduction of the liquor store, or the elimination essentially of the liquor store, make your operation essentially more secure in the grocery store based upon security measures?
I hope so. I mean, I definitely think it will, just based on kind of, we have a unique situation where we employ both off-duty, police officers that they're in uniform. We employ them from 7 a.m. till 10:15 every day, 364 days a year. We also have a uniform security company that works from 1:30 till 10 o'clock on a daily basis. So right now we have to split them between the two locations. So the off-duty police officer regularly kind of bounces back and forth between the wine and spirits store and the Whole Foods Market store. So this will allow them to, put 100% of their time and focus into the store, as well as the uniform security guard. So, I believe that we have a police car that's parked in front of the store. So it essentially, makes it so that that person will be just at one of the locations versus, split between them.
So you'll have essentially a police officer on site, or is it off-duty police officer, 100% of the time, if in fact this is approved?
That's what we try to do. I mean, sometimes they miss a shift or something like that. We try our best to get it covered, but yeah, in general, we have things were a little wonky during the pandemic, where it was tough. Departments were a little bit understaffed, but for the most part, this year we've had almost 100% of our shifts from open and close covered by officers.
That must cost an exorbitant amount of money to have off-duty police there all the time.
It's a lot. I mean, it is. I think it's, so I would say I've done the math. It's like $1,600 a day that we spend at our store. It's like, over $500,000, 580 something thousand dollars a year that we spend on security. I think it's something I don't see anywhere else. So yeah, I mean, it's, Tom's a big part of that too. I started in Union Station. I started asking for more and more, and the company has never told me no, that they won't give me more as far as security and officers to take care of the customers and team members.
This additional security, obviously off-duty police officers, we also have additional cameras located within the grocery store now with the elimination of the liquor store.
So right now we have about 100.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we may have lost one of our BLA members, so just confirming. Member Crane, are you on?
I don't see that member Crane is on. Let's see if
He's in the he's in the attendees right now.
Okay.
Can you promote him?
Is he? Oh, am I waiting? I'm waiting. I'm holding on.
Okay.
Member Crane is back.
My apologies. Member Crane went to look for the email of the 31-page exhibit, and I couldn't find it. And in the process, I got lost and then dropped. And now I'm back. I could hear the whole time, but I couldn't come in. So I've heard everything, and I'm now happily back, audio and video. Still looking for that exhibit at some point, but couldn't get it out of the email today.
And thank you, if I may. I just have real quick here with Mr. Haney. Mr. Haney, based upon all that security you described and the change essentially that we're asking for here, do you think that's going to have a positive impact on the health, safety, welfare, and morals of the surrounding neighborhood that's been given to us by the city, the designated neighborhood?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I mean, I think didn't complete it, but basically we have pretty significant amount of cameras at our wine and spirits location. As we forfeit that license and close that location, we already have 3 to 4 cameras that oversee the current location of where the wine would be. So we'd be adding an additional 12 or 13 cameras to that area that, it's all, digital. Majority of it goes back 3 or 4 months. So.
Very good. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the authority that I haven't asked you a question about?
No, I don't think so. I appreciate you guys. This is a long one, so thank you.
I tender you to the
questions.
Thank you. I tender you to the authority for any additional questions they may have.
Thank you. Mr. Jerking, would you like to proceed?
Yes, I do have just a couple of questions, and I'll try to be brief. Mr. Haney, you said that you have pretty much full-time off-duty police officers here and a security company. Is that consistent with most Whole Foods locations?
No, it is. They have uniform security. The police officers, no.
Why do you have it at this location?
There are homeless folks that are, potentially live behind the store. I think there's some disruptions that happen there. So there's a security piece for the community there. Um, and it's just high traffic. It's 35,000 people that come through the store. So it's one of our busiest locations in the country. And it was added before I was at the store. I'm grateful having it, knowing, what took place, King Soopers and South Boulder. And so it's something that, you know, we've brought up whether or not, to go to just uniform security, and we don't want to do that. It's a really important location and really busy, and we want to make sure we provide that for the customers, the safety there. Like it's I mean, they're not focused on walking around looking for shoplifters. They're focused on making themselves really noticed by the community, being really visible, having the car out there, which we pay for, as well as being just an overall deterrent. So Tom might be able to speak to that a little bit more, but as far as I know, those are.
Thank you. Ms. Kellogg, could you pull up Opponent Exhibit 3 again, please? This is the map of the store interior.
Yes, one second. Okay, hopefully everyone can see it.
Great. Mr. Haney, do you see that?
Yeah.
And can you look in kind of the upper right where it says premises modification after diagram? Can you read the line below that, please?
It says primary display area, approximately 302 square feet.
And then if you look down at the map, the area that's labeled primary display area that's highlighted in blue and has a red line around it, are you now saying that that's not the primary alcohol display area? It's only the areas that are shaded in green?
I'm not sure of the primary versus permanent. Like as far as the permanent areas would be green. Any area in the blue would not be a permanent location.
So looking at those areas in green, those appear to be the gondolas and the coolers where the alcohol would actually sit. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And is it your understanding that the definition of permanent alcohol display in the liquor regulations is consistent with only showing the areas where the alcohol is actually going to sit?
I'm not.
And so why shade the area in blue if it doesn't have anything to do with the permanent alcohol display area?
I think that's referring to, you know, where the majority of um, any additional displays could potentially go on a seasonal basis in compliance with the Colorado law.
Well, actually, the permanent alcohol display area and temporary alcohol displays, as defined in the regs, are pretty different. And the temporary alcohol displays that have a maximum number, that number does displays that are in the primary alcohol area, primary display area, don't count toward that. So, for example, for a store of this size, you would be allowed 5 temporary alcohol displays in addition to your permanent alcohol sales area. So when you use this different terminology like primary, it creates some confusion as to what your intention is. But are you saying that the only thing that you intend to be your permanent alcohol display area is the area shaded in green, and that the area in blue for purposes of the liquor regulations is irrelevant?
I don't know about irrelevant, but as far as permanent, yeah, that wouldn't change on any sort of seasonal basis. It would be in the green area. You know, I'm not sure with the current hard kombucha case if that would be anything, but I believe it would all correct. Anything permanent year-round that lived in the space would be on the green shelving.
So if the blue area is not irrelevant, what is its relevance?
You know, I didn't draw that up. I'm sorry, Bruce. But maybe Kevin can speak to that a little bit more.
No,
But
actually, your attorney can't testify for you, but
okay.
uh, who at Whole Foods approved your application materials?
I believe it was our licensing folks, Kevin, and then I believe Ryan Bissett, his name was, who is works with our licensing team.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Haney. Thank you.
And if I may follow up.
Yes.
So the blue area, while not irrelevant, is not to define essentially the permanent area, correct? The permanent area is just green.
That yeah, I stated that's correct.
And the blue area is an emphasis essentially of that area, and that's the area in which you want to keep it towards the back of the store, is my understanding.
Yeah, speaking of kind of like what I talked about, which is the center of the plate, you know, like I said, we've got some like coolers that are there around meat and seafood where, you know, a lot of our stores will have a stack of one type of wine or something like that. That's a compliment to ribeyes or something like that. That might be on a promotion for a month. So occasionally we'll have a one SKU adjacent to a cooler. So if you kind of look around that light blue area, you see 3 or 4 coolers there. That's where those would go.
So essentially, it's giving the authority more information about where it is you intend to keep the majority of essentially your temporary display.
I didn't draw it up, but yeah, that's what we've discussed. That's where it would be. So that's what I assume why we highlighted that area.
And this was essentially approved by the legal team at Whole Foods and the licensing team as the area to try to give an accurate depiction as best they could on paper of essentially where this space will be, particularly the green area.
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, anytime I'm, looking at a new area, it hasn't really happened with the Pearl Street store, but at Union Station, for example, that all has to get run through the legal team. Like, hey, is this within, our boundaries or within the law that we can display something here? So typically, Ryan on our legal team would be the contact for that.
And green's where essentially you're going to keep alcohol on a permanent basis.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. I tender Mr. Haney back to you folks.
Thank you so much. Since we're talking about that area, the blue area, can you define temporary? You said it might be like they have a stake, so they want to put something that matches that. Is that like 3 days or 3 months? Or
it could be, it's typically 2 weeks or 1 month.
And what goes in those kind of in places like those other cases that are within the blue, not during that time?
Well, sorry, alcohol would never go into the case. So the alcohol would never be refrigerated, no refrigerated champagne, beer, anything like that, like you're talking about. So like right now, you might have chicken breasts and potatoes or something like that that is asked to be merchandised inside of the case, and then adjacent to it, they're asking for one particular type of wine to be next to it.
Okay, so, and that might go on for a week or two or a few weeks.
We operate typically in 2 to 4 week cycles. And then, then they might call for something separate. They might call for a soda if it's a game day thing. If it's Valentine's Day, they might call for a champagne to be added there.
And so, because I'm just trying to understand permanent, primary, and temporary. I want to make sure like we're all on the same page. So, permanent is the green. Primary is a temporary shelf in the blue area.
I wouldn't say that. I thought of primary and permanent as kind of the same thing, that's all within the green.
Oh,
Anything
okay.
else, anything adjacent to those coolers in the light blue area is more of a temporary.
Okay. And then what about those yellow cases that say alcohol storage up in the upper right?
Yeah,
Where,
so those are just back of sorry to cut you off there.
no, you're
Apologize. No, so those are two potential locked cage locations. So one of those two will be the permanent or potentially both. But essentially, we have steel shelving that we put locking doors over there for anything that's ambient. So any backstock. So, everything that we're doing, it's not like a big liquor store where we've got all this back of the house storage space inside of the cooler. So essentially, it can only hold a case of product in the cooler. Is the distributor needs to send you 4 cases, the additional 3 cases go back into that locked area in the back.
Oh, I understand. That's not customer facing.
No, no, those are all back of the house. There's cameras in the area. It's all,
Oh,
the operating procedure is that those remain locked whenever they're not being, worked by a team member.
oh, okay. And you said that you will not have like coolers for the beer. Like you're not going to be selling cold beer. You're only going to have like,
No, I'm sorry if I'm not drawing a clear picture of this. So there will be coolers in that permanent space that is green. What I'm saying is
oh,
that you might only be able to fit 4 6 packs of a type of beer in there. As the distributor sends you a pallet of beer, the remainder of the pallet needs to be secured in that locked
I
pack and house space. Sorry.
sure I understand that. Sorry. For anything that's customer facing, are you going to have coolers, like refrigerators with like wine and champagne
Yes.
or beer, cold beer for the
Yes.
users to then get?
Yeah. So sort of like the two sides of that area that are in green.
Hmm?
One side is a cooler, the other side is a cooler, and then there's an end cap cooler on each one of those. I apologize if I'm not drawing a clear picture of that.
Oh,
But yeah, kind of the center of the green area would be wine.
uh-huh.
The edges that are highlighted in the green area would be beer and potentially champagne.
Okay. And currently, just off the top of your head, in your current store, how many bottles of wine do you have on your cases?
I don't know that. I understood that we were going, they didn't really break it down, or I don't have it broken down. I'm sorry, but it was essentially going from like 3,800 items, including liquor, to 1,600 items.
Right.
That
I'm curious,
the total number of
like,
wine SKUs.
yeah. So you said there's maybe 3,800 bottles on display in
No,
the current
that
store.
would that would include beer and liquor, the 3,800. So
Oh, okay. And what percentage of that is wine?
I would be guessing. I'm sorry. I mean
That's
maybe
okay. How
maybe
many?
maybe 40%, 30%,
Okay.
something like that.
And how many bottles can fit on those permanent displays?
I would guess it's going to be roughly 60% wine. So I apologize for.
I'm looking for a bottle count.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's 1,600 total SKUs, so if essentially maybe 60% of that is going to be wine, it could be in the neighborhood of whatever that math is,
When
900
you
bottles.
say, sorry, when you say 1,600 SKUs, is that a bottle is a SKU?
A variety. So like if it's got three facings of one item, it's not, that's considered one SKU.
One SKU, right. So it's 1,600 SKUs that you'll have on displayed on those shelves.
Including beer and champagne. So
Okay.
so wine could be 900 items.
Yeah, I was just choosing one to try to understand the reduction that
Yeah.
you are saying.
Yeah.
So, um, so you don't know about how many number of items you will have on those shelves?
Number of items would be 1,600. The percentage of those that would be wine is just a guess that it would be in the neighborhood of like 60%.
So it's not 1,600 SKUs, it's 1,600 items on the
Correct.
shelf?
Including beer.
Okay, that's fine. So you can hold like 1,600 single items about. I know that we're not like exact, fine, in there
In the
on,
new location, correctly.
on those in the new location. So it sounds like you're saying, let's just say we had 3,800, I think is the number you said, of items at the liquor store.
Yes.
And we're reducing it down to 1,600 on your shelves. We can just, but how many of that is liquor at the other store? Let's maybe do it that way.
I apologize for not having those numbers. I mean, I would guess 25 to 35% of it would be liquor.
Okay. So I'm really bad at math, so I'm sorry that I've like asked all these number questions. Um, so I'm not seeing like a huge reduction in maybe the bottle count at that point. Why do you think your opponent doesn't want you to do this?
I don't know. I mean, I've really grappled with it, and I think it's I really don't understand it. It's just, I'm sure he has his reasons, and but I honestly think he will be the only person in the area that will be able to sell liquor if this gets approved. And so, he goes from sorry, Bruce will go from, having Whole Foods as a competitor as far as liquor goes to kind of owning the kind of corner there, Target, Trader Joe's, natural grocers, everyone. He'll kind of be the only one that offers liquor in the area. And so I don't know. I mean, we've kind of wondered that within the office and myself, and so I don't know.
You couldn't come up with a reason why maybe he's
No, I don't. I mean, I think it's potentially just a win-win. So
okay. Great. Thank you so much for answering all my questions. Are there other questions from the board?
No additional for me. Thank you.
I didn't know you were on the board.
You said board. I apologize. My apologies. I misheard that. I'm sorry. Thank you. Well, thank you.
No worries. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Then, Attorney Coates, you may proceed.
Thank you. We'll call Ms. Gerritsen.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
You were previously sworn, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about, are you under a time constraint here to some degree?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm actually sitting in Thornton council chambers waiting for the Thornton Authority to walk in. They were really great about letting me occupy this space so that I could do this hearing and then jump right into the Thornton. But they do have folks starting to kind of trickle in around now into the hearing. So, yes, but thank you.
And we can recall you if necessary after you conduct that hearing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Very
yes.
good. Thank you. Tell us, did you prepare a petition and survey associated with this particular matter here, which is the request for Whole Foods to remove the kombucha condition as well as expand or expand that kombucha space to essentially the area that's within the exhibits that have just been shown previously?
Yes, we were hired by the applicant to conduct the needs and desire survey regarding that modification.
And can you tell us, did you conduct that survey in the manner that you normally do, following your usual practice?
We do. So prior to the start of the survey, we get with the applicant and of course yourself in order for us to fully understand what was going to happen to this particular location. In doing so, you reiterated once again what we already knew and relayed back to business owners, managers, and residents of what was going to happen with this license, what was going to happen with the retail store, that it was going to be relinquished within 60 days if this license was approved. And for the moment, they had only kombucha. At that point in time, it was then going to become a fermented malt beverage and wine off-premise type liquor license. So we did review that specifically with our surveyor so that she knew fully what she was doing when she was answering questions at the door, when she presented the information. And we ask for factual information only. So that was what we were provided by, of course, the applicant and council. Yes.
And the petition and survey that you conducted, did you pre-file that with the city?
I did. Yes, I did.
And you met the timeline that it has to be filed at least 10 days in advance of the hearing, and that was the December 17th hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir. That is correct.
And tell us briefly, if you could, about what you do, your experience in terms of these petition and surveys, and including your testimony in front of this board.
Sure. So I've been with Liquor Pros. I've been the owner of Liquor Pros since 2017, March 1st of 2017. And we've conducted now over 4,300 surveys within the entire state of Colorado. We do have over 120 years of experience in staff with petitioning for liquor, marijuana, cabaret licenses in the entire state of Colorado. And we've worked in over 118 different jurisdictions now. We were, and we also are listed under Colorado responsible vendor trainers for the state of Colorado. And we also conduct distance measurements for needs and desires to see if there's compliance with retail liquor stores, fermented malt beverage, other types of licenses to schools and other liquor facilities.
And you've testified in front of this board numerous times, is that correct?
Yes.
The petition and survey packet essentially that you get that information from the city?
That is correct. The city does provide us with the petition packet that includes the summary page packet, the map, and the affidavits that we are to complete.
The map is essentially the designated boundary?
That is correct.
And part of your pre-filing obviously includes those who went out and did the petitioning, as well as all of the signatures, both yes or no, in the petition process.
That is correct.
Tell us a little bit about the results of the petition and what it is that you determined or found in this process.
Yes, sir. So we conducted the needs and desire survey on Saturday, November 29th, Sunday, November 30th. Because of time restraints with the weather and daylight savings, we try and make sure that we get out on a weekend. And Tuesday, December 2nd of 2025, we made attempted contacts with 426 business owners, managers, and residents inside the area, and we obtained a total of 119 signatures. 49 were from business owners and managers. Once again, they are asked to identify themselves as a business owner or a manager by stating so on the petition packet. of the 49, we had 46 sign in favor at 94%, 3 opposed at 6%. We then obtained a total of 70 residential signatures, 57 signing in favor at 81%, and 13 opposed at 19%. We combine these totals right now. We do have 103 signatures signing in favor at 87% and 16 opposed at 13%. Once again, Boulder packets do actually have a space where you can write a reason why you are in favor or opposed to the particular application. Not a whole lot of people wrote a lot in there, but those that did want to express reasons of opposition, we stated on page 2 of our report. 8 declined to provide us a reason. 1 stated enough too many. 2 stated that they were just against alcohol. 2 support small businesses. 1 is they just wanted it food shopping. 1 said parking and food access, and 1 stated it was too easy access. If some of those reasons, especially those from against alcohol down, don't necessarily speak to the needs and desires, the authority could count those as irrelevant or invalid. If they do so, then the percentage actually bumps up to 92% with 103 signatures and 9 signatures opposed at 8%. Since this is a retail liquor store license in Boulder, we always find it's very helpful, especially in Boulder and to the authority, that we contact other licenses of similar license type. So we did have the liquor license, the other similar fermented malt beverage and wine retail off-premise licenses in the area. And we went to all of those locations. Circle K stated they weren't interested. New Boulder Gas did say sign in favor. Whole Foods Tap Room was against their policy. Circle K 2741110 did sign in favor. Natural Grocers was against their policy. Trader Joe's, it was against their policy to sign. King Soopers against policy, and Target Stores against policy. And once again, Whole Foods Southwest was against policy. On top of that, we did actually reach out to the retail liquor stores inside the area as well. There are 5 other licenses of similar of those types inside the area. Sunday Good, we didn't get a response from them. AOK Liquor did sign in opposition of that. Whole Food Wine and Spirits, of course, it's their license, so they declined and said it was against policy for them to sign. Hazel's, we did notify them. They did decline to provide us with any signature, but we did notify them. And Persona Wine, which is located on 2299 Pearl Street, they're more of a local wine club, specializes in small batches and craft beers. So we did not contact them. But given the fact that just our raw numbers of 87% with 103 signatures and 13% at 16 opposed, clearly still shows a positive need and desire for this license. And typically, licenses of this type that we've done in the state have an approval rate of high 70s, low 80s. This is actually at 87% of just our raw numbers. And that it does show a positive need and desire, and that the existing outlets have not yet met that need.
This petition and survey that is part of the packet will ask the authority to take administrative notice of because it was timely filed. Is that a fair statement? That is a fair statement. And in terms of the process, do you always meet the requirements as required, essentially, of filing your petitions and survey timely with the city? Yes, we do try and abide by all rules and regulations and the timeline that they have us go by, whether it's petitioning or posting the signs, any of that other information. Yes, we do. Any best guess on how many you've done within the city itself? I have no idea, but it's well over, I want to say well over 150, 200 that we've done. Yeah. And obviously many more throughout the state. Oh, many more throughout the state. Yes. Yes. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the authority that I haven't asked you a question about? Not unless the authority has a question for me. Very good. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Dierking, would you like to cross-exam?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Ms. Garrettson. Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Dierking. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Do you need to go to your other hearing, or can we proceed?
I've got a little bit of time now. They're starting to trickle in, so I'll work with you until I give you the. Thumbs
I
down.
will I will try to be efficient. So you've stated Liquor Pros, you've been in the business a long time, you've been doing this a long time, you guys are experts at this. How do you train your signature gatherers before you send them out in the field?
When we go through that, our signature gatherers, we ask them to remain unbiased in their approach to presenting the license type. That's why we ask for factual information only. Once again, we review prior to them going out. We have a small kind of like meeting. That way we go through what is the license type, what is going on, any unusual or significant information that needs to be relayed back to business owners, managers, and residents. And then we ask them to remain unbiased. When we say remain unbiased, that's using specific language at the door. When we knock in there, they identify themselves. They do have cards that business cards or name tags that identify who they are. They stay what they're doing. We make sure that they actually hand the entire petition packet to them. If the folks do want to look into it, we relinquish the whole entire thing. That way they can filter through all the paperwork which Boulder has provided to us, so that they can read for themselves what the issue is. And then we do ask them, once again, using specific language like in favor or not in favor. We just don't say, are you good with it or maybe not good with it? Is this cool? Like none of that language is used. It's always professional verbiage.
So when a signature gatherer then contacts a citizen, is it part of their job to describe the application in question?
If there are additional questions that aren't listed on the Boulder summary page that could be significant, sometimes they ask about food. Sometimes they will ask about what types of food are being there, the hours
I think
of
you might have
sale and service.
misunderstood my question. Just do they describe what is being applied for?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do they say different things to different people or do they follow a script?
They do not follow a script, but she has been doing this forever. So her verbiage is pretty much the same thing. We get to the door. She says, hello, my name is Kim. I am here. Work with Liquor Pros. We are a third party petitioning company. And then she kind of goes through her verbiage, but we do go over that.
So she says essentially the same thing to everyone, or does she change it up for different people?
Her introduction is the same thing to everyone. And then if they have any additional questions that could require a certain type of conversation, but at the time, I'm not sure what other people ask.
Do they
And if she does not
change?
know, then, oh, I do apologize. If she does not know the information, the hearing information is on the front page of the Boulder Licensing Authority. So we do ask those folks, if they do have any further questions or concerns, we do invite them back to the public hearing to address those directly with the applicant or the authority.
And do your signature gatherers change what they say to someone based on whether they think they're more likely to support or oppose the application?
No.
And do they actively try to get people to sign the petition?
No. Since
Do
we're
they
third
actively
party,
try to get people to sign in favor?
no.
I was going to ask you to read the script you used, but you said there was no script for this application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you used a single signature gatherer for this, Kimberly Bobo from Canyon City. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Kellogg, could you pull up Opponent Exhibit 4, please? And this is just your map, Ms. Garrison, about the areas that you surveyed. And I just want to be sure I'm understanding this correctly.
Does that look right?
I'm just seeing black currently. There we go.
Okay.
And so in this map, Ms. Garrison, the areas in blue and red are the areas you surveyed, and the areas in white, but within the dark black outline, are areas that you did not survey. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You did not survey the entire neighborhood.
That is correct.
Why not?
Because what we do and what we say, especially in our thing, in our description on a report, is we do a sampling. So basically what we do is we break out into quadrants to do a survey of the entire area to pay my company is going to take close to, I mean, you look in an area like that, there's probably easily like 20,000 people inside an area of that boundary line. The city doesn't require any, and the state don't require a specific number. However, our process and procedure remains the same through every single survey that we do, whether the entire city population is up for that. What we basically do is we break it down into quadrants. We get feedback from all 4 quadrants surrounding the location. If we find that there are any areas of concern, we stop, we ask, we stay in that area a little bit longer, or we get with the applicant and let them know what we're finding to let them know that, hey, we need to get more feedback in the area.
So are
So
you
we do
saying
a
that
sampling. We do a sampling of the areas, which has been our process and procedure since day one.
I understand. So you're saying then that your sampling represents the opinion of the entire neighborhood about needs and desires, even without surveying the entire neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'm saying we did a sampling of the area, and the needs and desires that we sampled does clearly show a positive need and desire for this license in the area. Yes.
Okay,
That's
I don't have.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I do apologize. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Garrettson?
Yes, I've got a question. Um, it, it, I'm looking at the exhibit, and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the location of Whole Foods essentially surrounded by your samplers on the east and the west and the south? You got a boundary line
Yes,
on the
Mr. Cole.
north, so you don't go over that. But based on your experiences, is that a fair sample of the area that has been designated? Do you think there's
It's
anything that
it
you didn't cover?
No, it's been standard, and typically with my experience, Mr. Crane, in the Boulder area, it's reasons for as to why Mr. Deerking is here. It's competition. And so that's why we make it a point, especially in the Boulder area with our experience, to go and contact those retail liquor stores and retail stores. It's not necessarily the if it is a license type that has concerns with residents, we of course then do a larger sample. We of course did this with the Boulder Reservoir that was up last, I think, July of 2025. That was of greater concern.
Remembered.
So we went out and did a bigger sample. This one, we did our standard survey, standard selection of samples in and around the area. It was typical. We try and stay consistent with our process and procedure. That way we're still considered unbiased third-party petitioning. So I do feel like this is a typical sample of what we do in Boulder. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Garrettson. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, I have no additional questions, Ms. Garrettson, but I would ask Ms. Garrettson is going to go do her hearing if she could be excused to do that with no other questions, but also that she be allowed to come back in from Ms. Kellogg in case or depending upon how the case in chief for Mr. Durkin goes.
I'll keep an eye out for you. No problem.
Perfect.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can continue.
We don't have any additional witnesses to call,
Okay.
and we certainly will reserve for rebuttal.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, then Attorney Durkin, you may proceed.
Thank you. I do have a number of witnesses that I would like to call, and my first witness is Tara Hauser.
Thank you so much. So, with interested parties, from what I understand, the process that we've come up with from a clerking standpoint is whoever would like to speak can go ahead and raise their hand. And if Mr. Deerking is calling names, that's totally fine. So we'll start with the names that Mr. Deer King is calling. What we're going to do is we're going to admit those people as one at a time. We're going to admit them as panelists so that they can turn their cameras on, which is city policy. And then from there, we'll have them state their address and confirm that they are interested parties. And once we confirm that they're interested parties, then they'll proceed with their testimony, and then we'll kind of move on through that if that sounds okay with everyone.
I do have a comment on that. In the same way that Ms. Garrettson is not an interested party, but provided testimony that's relevant to the board's consideration, I believe it's appropriate that I should be able to also call witnesses who are not interested parties if they have probative evidence to offer for the board's consideration.
I will defer to Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Geiger, City Attorney's Office. It's my understanding that public comment testimony for public hearings on an application can only be had or heard from interested parties. And that is different than the applicant who has the burden of proof with respect to meeting the specific factors in the procedural rules like neighborhood needs and desires and the appropriate factors to be able to hold the license. And so normally, by the rules of procedure, non-interested parties do not and cannot provide comment or testimony on the matter.
If I may, so actually, if that is the rule, it's going to basically ensure that you do not meet due process standards for this hearing. Because when you think about it, in the same way that Ms. Garrettson was able to provide probative, important data and information evidence for the authority to consider, if only the applicant is allowed to do that and opponents are not, that's clearly a difference in treatment. And the applicable standards for due process require that all parties, regardless of their position on the matter, have an opportunity to be fairly heard without discrimination. Certainly, it's appropriate for the board to consider something like someone's opinion about whether the neighborhood needs it or desires it. That's appropriate to limit to interested parties because that's the group that the authority is considering for that. But there are possibilities of other kinds of evidence, expert witness testimony, for example. If the only people who can testify have to be residents or business owners in the neighborhood, essentially opponents are barred from being able to provide any expert testimony. A number of the witnesses that I intend to call will be interested parties, but I would respectfully request that in the interest of due process and fairness, that I also be allowed to call experts who may not be interested parties in the sense of living or owning a business in the neighborhood, but who have probative evidence to offer to the board for their consideration in making the determination they need to make tonight.
And another note in response. So the rules of procedure, section 6.3, explicitly state that all parties in interest shall be allowed to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses, and that's Mr. Durking. He has stated that he is a business owner within the neighborhood and therefore is allowed to cross-examine witnesses and can bring evidence. I believe what he is arguing is that his evidence is additional testimony from others. And so to that point, what I would say is it is up to the board to determine within its discretion, following vaguely the rules of evidence as the quasi-judicial body, whether to permit this evidence in assuming that some of these witnesses are not interested parties. as defined by the rules, and I can bring up that definition as well if necessary. And I would say as well, it is appropriate to have the applicant and the applicant's attorney opine or at least respond on this point as well. So the board has all of the relevant information from which to make a determination. And then last, I would advise the determination be made witness by witness for those witnesses that are not technically interested party by virtue of the residence or being a member of a school board within certain number of feet and or owning a business in the area.
If I may comment, I think that reiteration of the law is exactly right, that it's determined witness by witness. And I mean, it's defined not just in your procedural rules, but it's defined in state statute, Colorado Revised Statute 44.3.311, which Section 5A defines that a public hearing held pursuant to this section, any party in interest shall be allowed to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. The term party in interest. It then goes on to define party in interest as any of the following: the applicant, as listed, number 1, 2, an adult resident of the neighborhood under the consideration, and 3, the owner or manager of a business located in the neighborhood under consideration, and 4, the principal or representative of any school located within 500 feet of the premises for which the issuance of the license pursuant to section 44.3.309.1 is under consideration. So I don't think folks get to testify if they're not parties in interest. And I think that's defined by statute, number 1, and 2, it's defined by case law. I think the case law supports that as well as to who's allowed to participate. Certainly the applicant's allowed to call a petition and surveyor who takes petitions and surveys from the individuals that are parties in interest, right? They go through the neighborhood as defined by the authority and given to us by the authority and ask those questions of those people. So questions associated with individuals outside the timeframes of, outside the confines of essentially a party and witness here, that we would object, obviously, to any of their testimony.
If I may respond to that, again, as a party in interest providing evidence, Ms. Geiger's exactly correct. The way that evidence can be provided is often through testimony of witnesses. I don't have a problem as we go through witnesses. If Mr. Coates wants to object to a particular witness, we can deal with it at that time. And I understand the authority will make the decision whether to admit that witness's testimony or not. And so with that, I would like to call Tara Hauser.
If I may, though, with respect to that, we need to predefine essentially who the witness is, what the witness is going to testify about, and whether or not they're within the boundary. I mean,
I will qualify witnesses in the beginning of their testimony, and if you'd like to object, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Dirk.
Does the board have any comments before we proceed on that point?
No, but I would like to hear what Kristen says.
Okay.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Roberts. So the process that we utilize within our beverage licensing authority to qualify witnesses is that they do provide their address as part of their introduction, and then we go ahead and verify it against the boundary map and our city EMAP regulation.
Could I also ask a question here?
Yes. Was that Member Crane?
Whether we're talking about factual witnesses or expert witnesses, if an expert witness such as an experienced boundary professional who gives opinion and follows certain protocols, I don't think they have to be in the neighborhood. They just have to be able to sample the neighborhood. But if the witness is being offered as a factual witness, I would like to hear more as to why we should hear that kind of witness as opposed to an expert witness who's going to provide us with opinion that we can take into account. Just a point of view.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe you can help us understand that as you introduce them and they give their intro.
I will.
Thank you.
So I'd like to call Tara Hauser, please.
And I'm going to go ahead and promote Tara to panelist, so you'll just need to accept that.
And I will tell you that I will qualify Ms. Hauser as a party in interest.
And Ms. Hauser, if you will turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Hello.
Hi.
Before we proceed, if you'll just go ahead and give your address so that we can check it against the interested parties.
Actually, Ms. Hauser is going to be qualified as the manager of a business within the neighborhood boundary.
Great. Can you give the address of your business, please?
Yes. 1955 28th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80301.
Thank you so much. And just so that we're not spending too much time dead air while Kristen checks addresses, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in.
Okay.
If you will just spell your name and say your name, say your name and spell your name for the record. And you already give your address, so that's fine.
Perfect. Yeah. So it's Tara Hauser, TARAHHAUSER.
Thank you so much. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And then I'll just wait for Kristen to chime in with the address.
I will tell you that Ms. Hauser.
Excuse me, Mr. Deerking. Records show that she is within boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Misty. Ms. Hauser, please tell us where you're employed.
Hazel's Beverage World.
And you've already given us the address of Hazel's, so let the record reflect that. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Hauser, what's your position at Hazel's?
I'm the assistant store manager.
Please let the record reflect that Ms. Hauser is a party in interest as the manager of a business within the neighborhood. How long have you been at Hazel's?
It'll be 13 years in July.
Were you at work on Tuesday, December 2nd last year?
Yes.
Anything unusual happen that day?
We had a petitioner come in gathering signatures.
Would you please describe what happened?
Yeah. So she came in, said that she is collecting signatures regarding a license transfer at Whole Foods. I obviously said that that's going to be above my pay grade to sign off on, so I called the bosses upstairs. And it was our HR and accounting. She got in touch with Bruce and Carlene Deerking to find out how we wanted to proceed with the petition. While I was waiting, the petition gatherer pretty much, I hung up the phone, and so we're talking more. She said, it's a simple license transfer where they're going to be closing, the outside liquor store and just moving wine and beer inside.
Did the signature gatherer say that the application was for a permanent modification of premises for an existing fermented malt beverage and wine license, including a request to withdraw an existing condition prohibiting the sale of all kinds of alcohol other than kombucha?
There was no mention about their existing restrictions or anything regarding kombucha.
She said nothing about a condition on their license restricting them currently?
Correct.
And nothing about removing a condition?
Correct.
Nothing about kombucha?
Nothing.
And while you were waiting and the signature gatherer was talking to you, did you get the impression she wanted you to sign her petition?
I don't know. It seems like she was trying to put me at ease about to make it not seem quite as big of a deal, but that's
Specifically, what did she say or do that made you think that?
just reiterating that it was just a simple, closing the outside. She said it a couple of times where she was like, it's just a simple license transfer.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for Ms. Hauser at this time. I'd like to reserve the right for redirect after Mr. Coates' cross-examination.
Absolutely. You can proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Hauser, you used the term license transfer. Are you saying those are the words that they used?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying also that they said they were going to close the one store and transfer to this license, transfer the other license? Are those the words you're saying they used?
Yes, they said shut down the outside liquor store and transfer the license inside
All right.
for wine and beer.
How long did this interaction take place?
I would say it was probably 5 minutes.
And in terms of this process, the question to you is, do you oppose essentially the issuance of a fermented malt beverage or a modification of the fermented malt beverage uh, premises and wine premises that's currently issued to the Whole Foods grocery store? Are you in opposition to that?
Of the current license, the one with the restrictions?
Yes.
I don't oppose that, but I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to ask here.
I'm asking, the question that is relevant is, as a manager of essentially this facility within the boundary, do you oppose the modification that's being requested by the applicant?
Yes.
And you work for Mr. Durking, is that correct?
Yes.
And Hazel's is a retail liquor store that's been referenced throughout this particular hearing that obviously opposes anything being done here with respect to this application by Whole Foods. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that your opinion because you're employed there, or is that your opinion because you think that there isn't a need for essentially this reduction of space by closing one store and essentially having additional space of just beer and wine in the other store?
I would say both.
I have no additional questions.
I have no further questions either. The next witness I'd like to call is Angela Hatfield, who will also be sorry.
1 second. Were there any questions from the board for this witness? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. My apologies for that. Next witness is Angela Hatfield, who will also be qualified as a party in interest as the manager of a business located within the boundary.
No problem. I just want to ask the board if they would prefer that I leave all witnesses in the panelist so that they can unmute and chat with you again, or if you would like me to remove witnesses one at a time back to the attendees so they wouldn't be able to turn their cameras on or microphones. That's a question for the board, if they have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion. Whatever's easiest for you.
Okay, I'll keep everyone in then. That's less clicking around. Yeah.
If I may, as we finish with witnesses, I'd like to excuse them. So most of the witnesses that are appearing are folks that have other things going on in other lives and people who are not paid professionals, but are just here on their own time. So my request would be that as we finish with witnesses, you go ahead and let them be excused once Mr. Coates has determined he has no questions for them.
Great. If you are a witness and you would like to leave, you're free to do that. If not, then I'll leave it in the panelist view until you're ready to leave.
How would I relieve myself?
You can just leave the meeting. Yep, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and I do see I have one user with their hand raised. I'm gonna go ahead and promote you to panelist, but if you could please rename yourself to be at least your first name. First and last name is preferable, and that is true for everyone who's going to be speaking today. And Mr. Deerking, if you will just let the board know if this person is an interested party or an expert witness or something else.
Is the witness I'd like to call Angela Hatfield is an interested party.
Okay, and Angela, are you iPhone 71?
I am, yeah. I don't know how to change it.
That's okay, I'll do it for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Angela, if you'll just go ahead and give your address so that Kristen can check for interested party.
It's 1945 28th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80301.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and swear you in while she's doing that. If you will say your name and spell your name for the record.
It's Angela Hatfield, ANGELAHATFIELD.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. It looks like
Sorry.
That's okay, no problem. If you'll just go
Okay.
ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'll just have you hang on for just a second while Kristen confirms.
Certainly. She is a qualified interested party. Thank you.
Ms. Hatfield, thank you for being here. This is so much later than I told you it was going to be, but I
okay.
appreciate your hanging in there with us. Can you tell us where you're employed, please?
Denver Mattress Company.
And you've given the address for that. What is your position there?
Store manager.
Please let the record reflect that Ms. Hatfield is a party in interest as the manager of a business within the neighborhood. How long have you worked at Denver Mattress?
10 years. In Boulder, I've been in Boulder for about 3.5 years.
And were you working last December 2nd when Whole Foods Signature Gatherer came around?
Yes.
And did the Signature Gatherer tell you that it was an application by Whole Foods for a permanent modification of premises for an existing fermented malt beverage and wine retail license to include a request to withdraw the existing condition on the prohibition of the sale of all types of alcohol other than kombucha?
No, she did not.
Did she say anything about a condition on their liquor license?
No condition, no.
Did she say anything about them only being permitted to sell kombucha?
No.
Did you sign the petition in favor of the application?
I did.
And at that time, on that day, was it your impression that she wanted you to sign her petition?
She seemed a bit in a hurry, and I don't think either way she was exactly wanting me to sign or whatever, no.
Okay. And since the date of that, have you learned more information about this application?
I have, yes.
And have you learned that there is an existing condition on the liquor license for this Whole Foods grocery store that permits only the sale of kombucha and other types of alcohol?
Yes.
And have you learned that currently they're only allowed 2 small displays and that what they're requesting actually is to remove the condition so they can sell all types of fermented malt beverages, wine and significantly expand their alcohol sales area?
Yes.
And did you also learn that the condition was negotiated by Whole Foods in 2018 at the time this license was originally issued in compromise with neighbors who opposed that license application?
Yes.
Given the additional information you now know, do you still believe this neighborhood both needs and desires for this application to be granted so that Whole Foods can sell beer and wine inside this grocery store?
No.
Do you support this application anymore, or do you now oppose it?
I oppose.
I have no further questions for Ms. Hatfield, but I would like to reserve the right of redirect, please.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Hatfield. You
Hi.
indicated that you were contacted by the petitioning company on December 2nd, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long did you talk or actually see the petitioner?
Probably less than a minute. I mean, I guess while I was signing, maybe more like 2 minutes.
Okay, in less than a minute time, then you believe that there was a need essentially for alcohol to be expanded and within this boundary area that you're a part of or you're a manager within?
Not a need. I was under the impression, I don't shop at Whole Foods a lot, and I was under the impression that Whole Foods actually did sell alcohol, and I thought it was an update of their liquor license. They did not explain anything to me.
So do you understand that the grocery store sells kombucha right next to the grocery store is a full service retail liquor store?
I do now, yes.
And do you understand that that full service retail liquor store, part of the request here of Whole Foods is that that license be surrendered or eliminated so that Whole Foods can be allowed to sell just beer and wine within the grocery store section?
I do now, but not when I signed the petition.
Why would that change your opinion then? If in fact the beer and wine essentially, it's taking away the retail liquor store that's already there, as you just described, and putting it into essentially the Whole Foods.
Because I feel like it's going to eliminate jobs. It's a separate store. I also don't like the fact that it's Whole Foods. It's a food store. So I don't understand why that would be needed.
So you don't like the fact that Whole Foods essentially has the ability to sell beer and wine products?
Correct, yeah.
And is that anywhere? Is that it within the city, or is that within anywhere within the state?
I mean, I wouldn't say anywhere in the state, no.
Just
but in
this
Boulder, I definitely support small businesses. So
it sounds like your big issue here, and I just want to be fair, is you want to support small businesses, and you don't like what Whole Foods is doing. You're not a customer essentially of Whole Foods.
Correct.
And are you aware essentially that the law changed in 2022 that allowed wine to then come in with beer at grocery stores, and that was voted on by the general public?
No.
Did you vote in that election in 2020? I think it was essentially 2021, 2022.
Not for that, no.
Okay. Did you vote against it? Allowing wine to be added to the beer that grocery stores were already allowed to sell?
No. I didn't vote for any of that, so I don't know why this is relevant.
Well, it is relevant in terms of, are you opposed to essentially grocery stores having beer and wine and not just food?
I'm not opposed to it, no.
So specifically, getting back to, you're opposed to Whole Foods, and you're opposed to essentially whatever it is that they're doing in this particular application.
I don't understand the need for it.
Have you ever shopped at Whole Foods?
A couple times, yeah.
And in terms of your involvement in the community in that area as a manager, how long have you been a manager there?
In Boulder for about 3.5 years.
And are you familiar with all the security that Whole Foods has, or all of the off-duty police officers that Whole Foods has at this location?
I have seen them there when I shopped there once, yes.
Do you think that's a good thing for the community?
Yes.
And do you want to see that continue? Do you want to see the police officers, essentially off-duty police officers, there 100% of the time?
Yes. I mean, I think that police officers around in Boulder are needed. There is a lot of homeless people and a lot of things like theft and stuff like that too. So yes.
I asked this question because part of the criteria in case law says that deals with whether or not individuals drink or not. Do you drink?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of being a customer, do you ever buy products at alcohol products at grocery stores? Do you ever purchase them at grocery stores, or do you always use a retail liquor store?
Not often. I mean, I can't tell you when that may be, but not often, no.
So you're objecting essentially to the grocery store model having both beer and wine products as convenience to their customers.
And what was the question again?
You are objecting or saying there isn't a need for the grocery store model that allows for beer and wine to be sold to its customer.
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I don't have any additional questions and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect?
Ms. Hatfield, thank you. I'm sure that was a little bit painful. And despite maybe efforts to put words in your mouth, I'm just going to ask you in your own words without feeling any pressure to say anything in particular that anybody might want you to say. Just one more time, give us your opinion about whether this is a good idea or not and why, given all the information you know that you've learned since the date the signature gatherer first came into your store.
Well, I mean, for me, it's just really like not understanding the need for it if it's a separate store right next to Whole Foods anyways. Like, you walk into Whole Foods, you get your food, and then you go to the store right next to it where you do have to have an ID to actually physically go into that store. And I don't understand the need for it. And I also like, I think that a lot has to say about small businesses in Boulder. And yeah, I just think that it's not needed.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Any questions from the authority? Not seeing any. Okay, you can proceed.
Ms. Hatfield, we'll let you go. Thank you so much. I know we impinged on your evening.
That's
Thank
all
you for
right.
being here.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
The next witness I'd like to call is Tiffany Drury, who will also be qualified as an interested party as a manager of a business in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Tiffany, if you can use the raise hand function so I can easily find you.
She might be on phone too.
I don't see any phone. I don't see a Tiffany in here. I feel like I did earlier, but I don't see one now.
I
And
think
I don't see any phone numbers.
earlier. I saw one earlier too, and I don't see one now.
Yeah.
Okay. She had told me she was having some difficulties, so I will skip over to the next witness if that's acceptable. And if she comes back on, could you let me know?
Sure.
Thank you. Next witness I'd like to call is Frida Ware, who will be qualified as an interested party as a resident of the neighborhood.
And I see that Frida is already in. Frida, just so that we can check interested party, can you please give your address?
2969 Shady Hollow East, Boulder, Colorado 80304.
Thank you so much. And while Kristen is checking your address, if you can please say your name and spell your name for the record.
Frida Ware, Frieda, Ware, Ware.
Thank you. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'll wait for Kristen to chime in on your address.
Sorry about that. Yes, this individual does qualify.
Thank you. You may proceed, board.
Thank you. Ms. Ware, thank you for being here and for being so patient. I know this has gone late. Can you tell me, you've already given us your address, but would you one more time just say where you live?
I live just southwest of the intersection of 28th and Valmont.
Okay. And do you own or rent your home?
I own it.
Okay. Again, let's please let the record reflect that Ms. Ware is an interested party. How long have you lived there?
Almost 26 years.
And how long have you been in Boulder?
33 years.
Okay. Are you aware of the application by Whole Foods for a permanent modification of premises for an existing fermented malt beverage and wine retail license to include a request to withdraw an existing condition on the prohibition of the sale of any type of alcohol other than kombucha and to expand the alcohol sales area?
Yes, I'm aware.
And given how long you've lived in this neighborhood and everything you know about this neighborhood, do you believe the neighborhood needs this Whole Foods store to be able to sell beer and wine inside the grocery store?
I do not think the community needs it.
Do you believe the community or the neighborhood desires for them to be able to sell beer and wine inside this grocery store?
I do not.
Given that, would you say you support or oppose the application for them to do that?
I oppose it.
Those are my questions for Ms. Ware at this time.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ware. Do you understand that in this application that there's a grocery store that's a Whole Foods on Pearl Street, and right next to it, there's also a retail liquor store that's a Whole Foods retail liquor store?
Yes.
And do you understand that the Whole Foods retail liquor store will essentially go away if this is approved? In other words, they will reduce the amount of product sold to just be in the grocery store, beer and wine, if in fact this application is approved by the local authority.
Yes, I understand.
So this request essentially is not an expansion of alcohol within the area. Do you understand that?
Yes.
But yet you still feel that there's not a need. So in other words, you're saying that there's no need for us to be able to continue to operate in this area because why?
I don't think that grocery stores should sell liquor.
So, and I appreciate that comment. Your position is that really you don't want Whole Foods to do this or any other grocery store to do this, to be able to sell beer and wine.
Correct.
And when you use the term liquor, you understand it's not spirits.
I understand that it's just beer and wine.
Yeah. So you're opposed to essentially any grocery store having the sale of beer and wine.
Yes.
Even though that is the law currently. Do you understand that they're allowed to?
I understand that. I voted against it.
You voted against it. Okay. Thank you. And on occasion, do you consume an alcohol beverage yourself?
Yes.
And when you shop, do you shop at Hazel's, for instance? Do you shop at a retail liquor store such as Hazel's?
Yes.
Are you a regular customer of Hazel's?
Yes.
How is it that Mr. Durking reached out to you to ask you to come here today?
A friend of mine, he works, I guess he's retired. So a friend of mine knows him, and they worked together at one point, and just came up. She asked me about it.
And he approached you to ask you to come and testify against Whole Foods?
My friend did.
Your friend approached you. Who was the friend?
Renita Jolly.
Renita Jolly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does Renita Jolly live in Boulder?
Yes.
And did you meet with Mr. Durking with respect to his request that essentially you come and testify against Whole Foods?
We had a call where we went over what the whole thing was about. I mean, I didn't even know that Whole Foods was trying to do this.
Understand. And in those discussions, we don't have to discuss exactly all of the call, but essentially in those discussions, did you discuss that the current status of the law is that grocery stores and convenience stores are allowed to sell beer and wine products?
Of course, we went over that as background.
Did you express to him that you don't like that?
Yes.
And did you express to him that you voted no on the proposition when it came through in 2021, 2022?
I don't think we discussed how I voted.
You would be against.
I'm sorry. I know we didn't discuss it.
You didn't discuss that. Thank you. I appreciate it. It doesn't matter if this is Whole Foods or anyone. Essentially what you're saying is you don't want any grocery store to be able to have beer or wine products in the first place. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. I appreciate your time. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. Again, I know that was a little bit painful. Thank you for bearing with us. The couple of things I want to ask just to clear up any implications is, were you compelled to be here by anybody or coerced to be here, or are you here of your own free will?
I'm here of my own free will.
And you swore an oath to tell the truth tonight. Have you told the truth?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that grocery stores get to sell beer and wine automatically, or do they have to apply for a license that's discretionary for the local board, similar to the hearing that we're having?
Well, I know now. I'm not, if you'd asked me before, I'm not sure what, I don't know if I knew.
Fair enough, but I thought the question seemed to imply sort of a by right. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Ware, and thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions from the authority? Okay.
I understand that Tiffany Drury may be back on.
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to call her next, please.
All right, Miss Drury, I will go ahead and promote you if you'll just accept that promotion. And while she is being promoted, Mr. Dierking, do you know if Tiffany is interested party or a different type of witness?
She is an interested party as the manager of a business within the neighborhood.
Thank you. And all right, perfect.
Hi,
Tiffany, I see
sorry.
that. No problem. I see you're unmuted. I can see your camera. Will you just go ahead and give us your address so that Kristen can check it against the interested party?
Yes, I work at 2710 Pearl Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. Sorry, I've got a crazy dog.
That's okay, no problem. And while Kristen is checking that, if you'll just go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record.
Yeah. Tiffany Drury, Tiffany. Last name is Delta Romeo Uniform Romeo Yankee.
Thank you. And if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, I'll just give Kristen a second to check the address. And
Yes.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi. So Ms. Drury is a qualified party of interest.
Thank you, board. You may proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Drury. Thanks for joining us late. Can you please tell us where you're currently employed?
I work at Boulder Orthodontics.
And what is your position there?
I am front desk, so like a scheduling coordinator.
You have a manager title, though, is that correct?
We actually don't have a manager of our building.
Okay.
So there's not.
I'm going to object, essentially, as this individual is not qualified pursuant to the state code.
The bit of information that I'll provide is that she signed a petition for your signature gatherer, Mr. Coates. And so on that petition, I believe, Ms. Drury, someone wrote in manager. So I would still like to ask Ms. Drury questions, given that Whole Foods submitted a petition representing that she and her business have signed in favor of their application, when in fact that is not going to be the case.
Understand.
Are you still objecting?
I'm trying to find her on the petition form. Can you please point me to where this?
The business is Boulder Orthodontics, and it was December 2nd.
Page number maybe.
I do not see numbers on these pages, Mr. Coates, but the first business signing on this is Panda Express. And if you go down to the very bottom, Boulder Orthodontics, Tiffany Drury, there's an address, a check in favor, a signature, and it says manager, age 34, and a date of 12/2/25. The petition date at the bottom is 12/2/25, 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m.
I see that. All right. So I will, I won't object at this point to her testimony, as she is qualified within the petition itself and certainly subject to, obviously, the examination that Mr. Durkin is providing.
Great, thank you. You can proceed.
Ms. Drury, how long have you worked at Boulder Orthodontics?
It'll be 3 years in July.
And you were working on Tuesday, December 2nd when Whole Foods petitioner came around?
Yeah.
And at the time the signature gatherer approached you, did she say she was serving the neighborhood regarding an application by Whole Foods for a permanent modification of their existing license to remove a condition allowing them only to sell kombucha so that they could sell all types of fermented malt beverage and wine?
They did not.
Did she say anything about Whole Foods having a condition on their current license?
No.
Did she say anything about Whole Foods only being able to sell kombucha inside the grocery store?
No.
Did you sign the petition in favor of the application?
I did.
On the day you spoke to the signature gatherer, was it your impression she wanted you to sign her petition?
I felt like she was just kind of getting as much signatures as possible, whether that was like for or against. She also came at a pretty busy time. It's always busy in our location. So I was trying to understand what she was there for and kind of understand everything that she was like telling me with trying to check in and answer phones and everything else.
I understand. And since that date, have you learned additional information about this license application request?
Yes.
And have you learned that, in fact, there's an existing condition on this liquor license that only permits Whole Foods to sell kombucha inside the grocery store, and that they're seeking to remove that condition so they can sell all types of beer and wine?
Yes, now.
Yep. And are you aware that it's also a request to expand the area where they're the permanent alcohol display area?
Yes.
And are you aware, have you learned since then that this condition was negotiated by Whole Foods in 2018 in compromise with neighbors who opposed the original license application?
Now I know that.
And given the additional information that you've learned, do you still believe this neighborhood both needs and desires for this application to be granted so Whole Foods can sell beer and wine inside the grocery store?
No.
And given what you now know, do you still support this application or do you oppose it?
I oppose it.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Ross.
Thank you. Ms. Drury, you said that the petitioner came in at a very busy time.
Yes.
And how long was your interaction with the petitioner?
I don't know, maybe like 2-3 minutes.
And at this busy time, do you recall everything that the individual said?
I remember that they were trying to change their liquor license. But as far as like every single detail, I couldn't tell you word for word what she said.
You can't remember every single detail that the petitioner gave.
Like word for word, no.
And you said that they were trying to get an answer. I wrote it down. But it was whether for or against. In other words, they didn't try to get you to mark for only, correct? So they were fair in terms of how they presented it to you then. Is that in terms of for or against?
Yes, I do believe that it would have been more fair to have all the details.
But as you said, you can't remember word for word what all the details were.
Yes.
And in terms of this process that we're here today, do you understand that Whole Foods has a grocery store right next to it? It has a retail liquor store.
Yes.
And do you understand that the retail liquor store, what essentially is being proposed here is that it goes away, and that only the grocery store then will sell just beer and wine, a reduced amount essentially of just beer and wine.
I understand that now. Yes.
Okay. And that changes your opinion from for to against in terms of need?
I don't think it's needed. Like there's like OK Liquor right down the street. We've got Hazel's.
So you would just assume that the retail liquor store just go away and that Whole Foods not be allowed to sell beer and wine?
I guess I wasn't like exactly sure of how everything was going to go because they didn't say we're closing the liquor store, we're expanding on this.
I just want to be clear. I mean, you're saying that there was a need essentially to modify the premise to expand their license as the detail that you've described.
Yeah.
But finding out that they're going to reduce their space by eliminating the next door liquor store,
Mm-hmm.
that changes your opinion that now there's no need?
I don't think so, no.
Are you a customer of Whole Foods?
I don't shop at Whole Foods.
Do you shop? Do you ever purchase beer or wine products at grocery stores?
No.
Are you a customer of Hazel's?
I do go to Hazel's. It's not very often. I don't live in Boulder. So when I do have a get together that I'm going to bring something, I do go to Hazel's.
And how long have you been at the place that you're working at currently?
Almost 3 years. 3 years in July.
And do you oppose grocery stores being allowed to sell beer and wine?
I don't see why there's a need for it.
So you think there's no need for any grocery store to be able to sell beer and wine?
No.
No, meaning you agree with that you don't believe.
I don't believe that grocery stores need to sell beer and wine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you have any dislike of Whole Foods?
No, I'm not against Whole Foods at all.
Understand. You met with Mr. Durkin. Can you tell me how it is, or communicate with Mr. Durkin to be here tonight? Tell me how that came about.
He came in and asked if I had signed this petition. I told him that I did. And he asked if they had informed me of everything that was going on, like the condition of their liquor license and them wanting to modify it. And I had told them no.
But you're still saying that at the time they came in, you believed that there was a need essentially for this grocery store to have beer and wine, but now there's not, based upon your meeting with Mr. Durkin?
When he was showing me the layout of the store, he was showing how much of the food section was going to be replaced with liquor. And with it being a grocery store, I don't see why that large of a section needs to be taken up by beer and wine.
Did he explain to you that the retail liquor store, as a condition of this modification, would go away?
No.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Drury, thanks so much for hanging in with us late and going through that. I know that was kind of painful, but I appreciate you being here. I don't have any further questions.
Can I ask, prior to our next witness, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Drury. How many more witnesses we're anticipating here?
But before we get to that, I have a question for her. I have two questions for her.
Please, thank you. I apologize. I didn't mean to get in the way. Thank you.
I just didn't want to lose her. That was all. I need to deal with
I think we lost her. Which was my next question about if anybody had questions. Um, okay.
Would you like me to see if she can jump back on?
No, you that's not fair to them.
Um, okay. Let's see, Mr. Coates, you had a question.
I did, and I'm sorry if I didn't mean at all that she could be excused. I was just asking the question in terms of additional witnesses, how many?
We
That's
have a
okay.
number of additional witnesses to call, and then I believe there are some other interested parties who are not part of my presentation who wish to speak as well. I'll try to move along quickly, but it takes time with all the cross-examination and everything.
Is there any, though, for the authority's sake, an idea of number here? And that's
Yes, there are a number more. I'd say we're about halfway through.
So you think another three for
No,
you,
I would
Mr.
say
Durkee?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more plus myself.
and the only reason I offer that is that essentially the same rule cited with regards to party and interest does say that the local licensing authority at its discretion may limit presentation of evidence and cross-examination so as to prevent repetitive and cumulative evidence or testimony or cumulative evidence or testimony or examination. So again, my concern is that this is some attempt to backdoor in the petition that the authority hasn't ruled on yet. In terms of Mr. Durking's own opposition petition that was given to us today at 2:45.
I will assure you that the witnesses to come will be dissimilar to the ones that you've heard from so far.
Thank you.
I also can just advise the authority, I'm sure they're aware that they have that discretion within the rules and can make that determination witness by witness and testimony by testimony. And definitely it is important to keep in mind given the number and the hour, but that is certainly within their discretion.
Can you clarify? What's in our discretion?
To disallow cumulative testimony and duplicative evidence or testimony. So if you feel like witnesses are repetitive or saying similar things, or you feel like the cross-examination or direct similarly or making the same points over and over again, or you feel like testimony is speculative or completely irrelevant, you have that discretion as the board to make those determinations.
Great, thank you. And since Mr. Durking said that they will not be the same, let's go ahead and proceed. And if we need to revisit, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next witness I'd like to call is Stephen Tebow, who is a party in interest as a property owner within the defined neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow. If you'll go ahead and raise your hand. I don't see anyone with the name Stephen Tebow in the attendees. Can we move on? And if they rejoin, I'll let you know.
He has sent me a text saying the hearing went too late and he had to leave. That is too bad. In that case, I will.
May I just comment on that though, in terms of, and I get it, he has to leave, but the statute does say resident or manager or owner. It doesn't say owner of property. That's owner of a business. So Mr. Tebow may not have been qualified anyway, but thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that point with you because it won't matter.
Understand.
My next witness is Linda Gibbons, who is qualified as an interested party because she not only owns property, but also a business in the defined neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay, and Linda has raised her hand. I've promoted her to panelist. And Linda, I see you. Perfect. We can see you. And then if you'll just unmute so we can hear you.
There you go.
Thank you so much. If you will just go ahead and state your address so we can check that.
I own a business at 2305 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado 80302. Or would you prefer my residential address?
That's up to you.
My residential address is 625 Highland Avenue, 80302.
Okay. And then while Kristen checks those, if you'll go ahead and spell your name, say your name and spell your name for the record.
Lynda Gibbons.
Thank you so much. And if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll give Kristen a second to check the addresses and then you may proceed.
This witness is a qualified interested party.
Great. Thank you so much. And you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gibbons, for hanging in there with us tonight. Can you please tell us what business you're engaged in?
I do real property leasing, property management, and real estate.
How long has Gibbons White been in business?
40 years this February.
Congratulations. How many employees do you have currently?
20.
And let the record reflect, please, that Ms. Gibbons is a party in interest. In addition to, well, I guess you have mentioned 2305 Canyon as your address, and do you own that property?
I do.
And in addition to that one, do you own or are a partner in other real estate properties in Boulder?
I do.
In particular, within this defined neighborhood boundary, which is Valmont on the north, Arapahoe on the south, 20th on the west, and Foothills Parkway on the east, are there any other properties or businesses you own in this neighborhood?
I own Water Street, 2595 Canyon Boulevard.
Between other business owners, property owners, tenants, friends, employees, acquaintances, how many people would you estimate you personally know in this neighborhood?
In the neighborhood, I would say 70-ish.
Okay. As a real estate professional for many years, she said, have you developed expertise in retail real estate?
I have.
In your experience, what's the impact on a local liquor store when a grocery store in their vicinity starts selling beer and wine?
I'm going to object essentially to the testimony for qualified witnesses relates to needs and desires. It doesn't relate to additional impacts, those type of things. In other words, a party in interest is eligible to testify regarding whether or not there's a need and desire in the area for this class of license or this type of license to either be issued or modified.
Mr. Coates has certainly not abided by the rules of evidence strictly in his testimony or his examination of his witnesses. In his cross-examination, he's been attempting to testify for the witnesses. I'd just like to get some relative probative information in front of the board. And when a witness has expertise about the matters the board's going to consider, I would encourage you to allow it to be included. Mr. Coates seems very obsessed with procedural and technical reasons to try to prevent you from getting information. I'd just like you to get the information in an efficient way so we can move on with this hearing.
My response to that would be competition is not a valid objection. And so and that's essentially what this is about. So this testimony, I think, is pretty clearly defined within what a party in interest can testify about. Now, obviously, I followed all of those rules, including calling the petitioner that this authority has heard from numerous times before related to parties in interest. So if this person is going to testify with respect to parties in interest, that's one thing. But if they're going to talk about their opinions associated with impacts, effects, those kind of things, I don't think they're eligible to do that because it's not part of the party in interest defined statutory base. So I disagree with Mr. Durkin. I certainly, it's up to the authority, but I think that at least the statute's relatively clear.
Mr. Coates would like you to adopt an extremely narrow definition of needs and desires. I believe a neighborhood can determine what they need and desire, that could include whether or not they value local businesses, what the impact on the neighborhood and community might be. And pretending that those aren't the issues that really matter to real citizens might be a legalistic approach. But if you're actually trying to get to the substance of the matter of does this neighborhood want this, it's relevant information. And respectfully, I'd ask you to allow me to proceed with my examination. I don't have that many questions. We've spent more time arguing this than it would have taken me to finish with the witness.
I tend to agree. I think needs and use can be more than just people who live there, and I think we should hear this witness.
May I proceed?
Please.
Ms. Gibbons, I'm going to repeat that last question. Have you developed expertise regarding retail? Oh, I guess we answered that one. What's the impact on a local liquor store when a grocery store in their vicinity starts selling beer and wine?
It can be devastating.
And for a commercial property owner, if the retail liquor store in their center were to go out of business, how easy or difficult would it be for them to find another tenant for that space currently?
In this particular market, exceedingly difficult, creating more vacancy in a community that needs less.
In your view, would it be a net positive or a net negative for the neighborhood if this Whole Foods began selling beer and wine inside the grocery store?
A big net negative.
As a business owner and a property owner in this neighborhood, do you believe it would be a net positive or a net negative for the business community if the Whole Foods starts selling beer and wine inside the grocery store?
Bigger net negative.
And with the long history and deep involvement in the neighborhood you talked about and the many people that you know personally, do you believe this neighborhood needs and desires for this Whole Foods to close their liquor store and move the alcohol sales inside the grocery store and sell beer and wine inside the grocery store?
I do not.
And do you support this application or oppose it?
Oppose it.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Cross.
Thank you. How long have you known Mr. Durkee?
30 years, I would guess.
Have you worked professionally with Mr. Durkee?
I have in the past.
How many times?
Well, I've never worked with him in the past. He represented me on and represented landlords that I represented many, many years ago.
His opinion sounds as if you're concerned about the impacts this is going to have on landlords.
This is about impacts on the community. I am a strong proponent of Boulder, and I think this is a bad idea for the community.
Do you think it's a bad idea for grocery stores to be allowed to sell beer and wine at all?
No.
How about just wine?
How about what?
How about just wine? When wine came in 2021, did you think that that was a bad idea?
I don't have an opinion about it.
So just so I understand it, your opinion is that eliminating the retail liquor store that's held by Whole Foods next door and allowing the grocery store to sell the full range of beer and wine products is going to be a net negative to the neighborhood.
It'll be a net negative to this community and a net negative to this neighborhood.
And it's bad for competition. Is that your statement as well?
I believe it'll drive vacancies in the area, but that's a sidebar.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Redirect.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Before I ask the authority, I have some questions. You mentioned the words devastating and net negative on the neighborhood and super net negative on the community.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us some data, please, about this? I look to you as the expert.
I could give you data, but it's irrelevant because it's vacancy numbers, and that's not what we're talking about. I mean, what we're talking about here is whether there's a need for Whole Foods to sell beer and wine within their grocery store? And that if they do, will it be negative for the community? And I believe it will.
Could you give me some sort of like proof or evidence in your background to help you form that opinion in this case?
Well, I've lived in Boulder for 46 years. I've been doing business here for, like I said, in February, 40 years. I believe an Amazon-owned Whole Foods reneging on their current license and expanding it within their store is not a good thing for our community. I don't have any data points like numbers for you. I meet and work with hundreds of individuals and hundreds of business owners. And I think the prevailing view is that they don't think it's needed and they think it won't be a positive for this community. I mean, there are lots of liquor stores. There's lots of locally owned liquor stores. There's a ton of places to go. You can buy beer and wine at King Soopers. You can buy beer and wine at Trader Joe's. Is it necessary for Whole Foods to join that and renege on their existing license? I don't think so.
And their existing license being that they can only sell kombucha. So you're right, because they're asking for a change in that. I guess what I'm trying to learn from somebody is, in this case, that this could drive vacancies. And I'm trying to understand the effect here on which stores or how will this directly impact vacancies? So
I believe that if Whole Foods is allowed to sell beer and wine inside the store, it becomes such a great convenience that locally owned liquor stores will suffer further. And many of them in the immediate area and even in the expanded area will likely close. And I don't believe that's good for the community.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is how will it moving from a full liquor store to wine and beer inside? So that is already existing.
Yeah, that's a big question. And I think what's proven to be the case is that when you're shopping for groceries, and that's your mindset. And once you leave, then you can select a liquor store to go to. But I believe that the convenience factor of once you're in a grocery store, if you see a bottle of wine, especially displayed in the way they say they're going to display it, hyping the champagne next to Valentine's, and fusing the food and the wine makes it so convenient that you'll buy it almost if you hadn't thought you needed it. So it's pretty soon in your bag and you're out the door. You're very unlikely then to go to a locally owned liquor store. So now you purchased at Amazon, and I feel like it's not what Boulder's about.
Do you think that those people who were looking to complement their meal with a beverage were going further than next door to the adjacent door to buy?
I don't know. I can't answer that question, but I have a lot of friends in the area and they didn't tend to buy their liquor next door. I don't know why. I never once went in there, but anyway.
Okay. I think that's all my questions.
Okay.
Anybody else from the board?
Yep. Following up on your questions. First of all, I'm struggling with how is it that well, let me ask it a different way. Do you think that the authorizing Whole Foods to sell wine and beer within their current store and the elimination of their authorization to sell liquor and wine and beer next door is going to result in more liquor sales in this community or less liquor sales or stay the same?
I I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess it'll result in about the same sales of beer and wine, but that those sales are going to happen within Whole Foods.
Okay, that's fair statement. Here's my second question. Um, if someone is not going to go next door to buy beer and wine or liquor now, but they want it, they're going to go somewhere other than Whole Foods when they're buying their groceries in order to get that beer and wine?
That's what I do. That's what a lot of my friends do. I
All
live
right.
near the
I mean,
wine merchant, and so, I get home with my groceries and I say, gee, oops, wouldn't we like a bottle of wine? I live very near there, so I can go buy. Anyway, you get the picture.
and I see them getting back in their car and driving to some place
Mhm.
and getting alcohol. And that's fine. It's done.
Mhm.
I do it. Everybody else does it from time to
Mhm.
time. But uh, I would guess that if people are buying that beer and wine at Whole Foods instead of going
Mhm.
home and then getting back in the car and driving somewhere else, that there's going to be a reduction in traffic. There will be convenience to them. Uh,
Mhm.
I assume that if you ask them, would you rather get it all in one place, or would you like to go into Whole Foods and then march
Yeah.
out and go over to
Well, I guess a lot of my friends are supporting local business, and so they go to AOK, they go to Hazel, they go to the wine merchant, and they feel really good about supporting local business.
Yeah, I agree with
Maybe
that.
on their
And
way
we see a
home. I don't know.
and we see a lot of local businesses here at the Beverage Licensing Board and try and support them.
Yes.
But there's also the people who might want to do it all in one place.
Yeah.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Thank you.
A lot of people will do it.
Okay. Um, any other questions from the authority? Okay. Then I believe you have already dismissed this witness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons.
Sure.
Thank you. And you can
Thank you.
proceed.
The next witness I'd like to call is Dr. William Berman. And I'm going to talk about him a little bit because Dr. Berman will testify as an expert in rebuttal to evidence that Mr. Coates presented. He is not a party in interest in terms of living in the neighborhood, but he is an expert witness who has information relative to some topics Mr. Coates asked his witnesses about, specifically health and safety of the neighborhood. Dr. William Berman can tell you about himself, but he's with Denver Public Health, and he will not be expressing an opinion for or against this license. He would just be providing probative information for the authority about health and safety issues related to the application.
I'll just make the same objections that I made in the past. I won't belabor the point. I don't know if this testimony is relevant to what the issue is, and that's need and desire.
My rebuttal to that is it's in the same way you asked the questions of your witnesses, Mr. Coates, about these topics. It's the same topic. I don't believe that someone has to be a party in interest to have probative information about health and safety issues. And in fact, Dr. Berman is a statewide expert on these issues.
It's the health and safety of the surrounding neighborhood. That's the issue.
That's what he'll testify about.
Okay. I'll leave it certainly to the authority, but appreciate
Guys are making this tough tonight.
it. Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
I would like to hear the expert, but maybe does the authority, do other members have, and I can explain why. Maybe we should deliberate this. Member Barnes, I see you came off mute.
I agree with you. I like to hear what he has to say.
Okay. I think in terms of helping us make a healthy, educated decision, that we should hear it. And if it goes beyond the scope of questioning that your team put on Mr. Coates, then we'll revisit that. And please object at any point.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I
Thank
also
you.
just want to pipe in for a couple of procedural points. Just to let everyone know, at 7:15, we have 4 members of the BLA present this evening, is my understanding. If any one of those members were to leave before the conclusion of the hearings this evening, we would have 3 remaining. And by the rules of procedure in the city for all boards and commissions and the BLA, we would need a unanimous vote of 3 to approve or specifically deny the application this evening. So I just wanted to pinpoint that in the event there were any members that had plans or were intending on leaving early. And then just to make a record that regardless of what evidence comes in this evening, the BLA should be well equipped to, and just a reminder to only consider the factors it is legally permitted to consider with respect to applications. And just to keep that in mind, regardless of what you hear this evening, if you have any additional questions for me or need clarification on that, feel free to reach.
I guess I'm confused on we would all need to vote the same way if there's like, we need 3-1 vote, or like,
So if there are only 3 remaining BLA members, and this is new for me as well. It's the first time I'm covering BLA, but it's also new for me as a rule, because normally 3 would be a quorum and you only need a majority. But there is a odd rule in our procedures in section 2.7 that says of the authority shall constitute a quorum, and the authority shall act only on an affirmative vote of at least 3 members. And that is directly from the Boulder Revised Code, section 2-3-1C, that also requires 3 members to vote to act. And so if one of you were to leave this evening, you would have 3 remaining, and that would mean that you need unanimous. If all 4 of you remain through the hearings this evening, you could do a 3-1 as long as you have majority. And as you know, an even split would be a fail regardless.
Is that new? Because I've never heard that before.
I'm reading the procedural rules, section 2.7. I'm not sure when these were passed. And I don't believe that's new. The section of the code it looks like it's from 1981.
I know that last hearing, when our 4th, we had 5 and 2 would end up dropping off, and we only had 3, and no one said anything about that. And I was on this board for 4 or 5 years now, and we've definitely had where we don't have it filled, and there's only 3 of us, many meetings with only 3 of us. So I'm definitely
So you can have 3 and hold the meeting. That's a quorum. That's no problem. But the rule is acting on an application, you would need all 3 to vote.
The same way.
Yeah, it says only on an affirmative vote of at least 3 members. And my Zoom is acting up, so I apologize if I'm going to have to restart, but I'm going to stay even though now you can't see me, as long as you can hear me.
I don't know what to say. I've never heard that. Kristen, Caitlin, is that like new?
Well, Sarah's more of an attorney than I am, as in she is one and I'm not. But no, the reason that it's never come up, just as a person who has historical knowledge of the board, is because you've never had a split vote when there's only 3 of you. So that was just a preemptive thing, and I apologize if we opened a little can of worms, but it doesn't change anything. Because, that's the only reason that you've never heard that before, is because historically it hasn't been very often that there's only 3 of you, first of all, and second of all, there hasn't ever been a split vote with the 3 that I can remember. So
May I ask, um, are we losing a member? I mean, is that a possibility here? Because we have 4 right now.
Yeah, I
Right.
brought it up because I was warned that that might happen. So it's speculation, and I wanted to just preemptively bring that up so everyone's aware of what would happen if somebody did drop off, and also the fact that it appears this meeting is going to go pretty late. So yes.
I'm not really sure what to do. This is obviously community service for us. Matters come before us. I find it only fair that everybody gets heard. I'm not comfortable making a decision or voting one way or the other without both parties feeling heard. Um, our meetings are long because they put a long agenda. So, I'm pretty sure our last hearing went until 11 p.m. I was contacted by the city attorney office telling me that this one would go past 11 p.m. tonight as well. So with that said, I don't know what to do except proceed with what's fair to our presenters. Um, so can we, I guess let's try to move quickly with in mind that everybody still gets to be heard because that's only fair.
Yes, and Chair Roberts, just to clarify, it can proceed as normal when there's 3 members. So there's nothing
As
needs
long
to
as we
change.
vote the same, like I don't understand.
If you don't, well, there's other options at that point, I would imagine
Oh,
that Sarah
okay.
can go over with you. I
Okay,
don't think
cool.
you would, if there's 3 members, you don't have to stop the meeting or anything like that, to clarify.
Okay.
Yes, that's a quorum. We can hold the meeting with a quorum. That's what the rules say. And that's what Sarah was saying. I think her Zoom went out a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we lost her, but I'm just clarifying what
Okay,
she's
I'm back.
saying. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Okay. Just to clarify, there is no problem with however long we go this evening, and that is a commendable position to take. Certainly taking evidence, and everyone should feel comfortable doing that. I was just preemptively letting you know there is this rule. So if somebody were to leave early and they were debating whether or not to leave, this may be information they can use to make the decision to stay rather than leave if possible. So, it was just a public service announcement, not meant to, open any other can of worms, but I'm here to answer any questions on that if needed.
Okay, great. Thank you. And hopefully we will all stick around because we committed to. Okay, with that, let's get back on track. Attorney Derek King, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Dr. William Berman, please.
And Mr. Berman, if you'll go ahead and raise your hand so I can let you in. And I think that perfect. Hello, Dr. Berman. Because you are not testifying as an interested party, I will have you give your address, but we won't need to check it. If you'll just go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record, and then give an address for the record.
William Berman, that's Burman, and I live at 1560 North Ogden, Unit E, Denver, Colorado, 80203.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Berman. Go ahead.
Dr. Berman, thank you for being here and for hanging in as we went later than we expected. Can you please tell us what profession you're engaged in?
Yes, I'm a physician and I've worked in public health and infectious disease my entire career.
And how long have you been practicing?
Close to 40 years.
And can you just give us a little more about your professional qualifications and experience over those 40 years?
Yeah, I think the most relevant experience is that I was the director of Denver Public Health for 10 years from 2011 to 2022. And as part of being the director of public health, I spent a great deal of time evaluating the factors that result in injury and poor health in communities across Colorado and specifically in Denver.
So would you say you're knowledgeable about the public safety and health impacts of alcohol sales?
Yes, it's been an area of focus for mine for about 8 years.
Are you presently involved with or engaged in any efforts to promote alcohol safety and reduce harm caused by alcohol?
I am. I'm a founding member of a nonprofit called the Colorado Alcohol Impacts Coalition.
Thinking of Colorado overall, just zooming way out, what are the major alcohol issues in Colorado at present?
I think you can summarize them as we drink hard and we pay the price. So we rank towards the top of states in alcohol consumption. It varies in different analyses, but it's number 8 or number 9 in a number of analyses in per capita alcohol consumption. And when I say we pay the price, the easiest way to illustrate that is that the alcohol-related death rate in Colorado is double that of the country as a whole. And it's increased substantially over the past 10 years, approximately doubled.
And are you aware of any research or data relating to youth and alcohol access in Colorado?
Sure. The best source of data about youth access to alcohol comes from an annual survey done called the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey. It's done on middle and high school students across the state. And it's the most recent data available is from 2023 survey.
And what does that data say about alcohol use in Colorado and any problems related to that?
I think the most concerning data is the percent of students who are in the survey say that they've engaged in binge drinking in the past 30 days, and that's defined as 5 drinks within a couple of hours. That's 12% for Colorado. It was a whole 19% for Boulder County.
And as Robert, you said to speak up. And so it is the discretion of the authority, and I get it if you want to listen to everything that's being discussed. But this really is not relevant to the proceeding of need and desire, particularly as it relates to, for instance, underage drinking statistics, because you've already heard the testimony. We haven't had a single violation. And again, these things are all legal. We're talking about a legal thing, being allowed to sell beer and wine from a grocery store. So I'm not sure how it's relevant to these type of statistics, these type of issues and problems associated with alcohol, to essentially this criteria that the board is going to consider. So I'll state that, and I appreciate your comments, and I'll try to make it as quick as I could.
I'm happy to talk about the relevance if the board would like to hear that.
I think I understand maybe where this is going, and I am interested if it has to do with youth access.
Thank you. So Dr. Berman, if you could finish what you had started to say about youth access to alcohol.
Yeah, I gave you the data on binge drinking. The other question that concerns me is there's a question about, is it easy to get alcohol? And in the state, 51% of, again, these are high school students, said it's easy to get alcohol if they wanted. In Boulder, it was 61%.
Okay. Ms. Kellogg, could you please put up opponent exhibit 5, please?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Does that look correct?
That's correct. Dr. Berman, this is a picture taken inside a Whole Foods grocery store in Longmont showing a temporary alcohol display immediately adjacent to the self-checkout area. From a public health and safety perspective, do you have any thoughts or observations about this type of alcohol display?
I'm concerned about greater availability is associated with greater consumption, and greater consumption leads to the kind of serious health consequences, serious public safety consequences that have been discussed. So greater availability is a problem from my public health lens.
From the perspective of youth access to alcohol, you can see in the background of this photo, this is close to the exit door. So a self-checkout station where there's 12 approximately registers being monitored by one employee, and then the exit door immediately beyond that. With that type of setup and display of alcohol, do you see any impacts in terms of minor access to alcohol?
I'm really not trying to prolong this, and I apologize. But we're talking about an exhibit that hasn't been admitted. We're showing and displaying an exhibit that hasn't been admitted. And we're talking about another store in another location that's not here within this defined neighborhood. So that's my objection.
I haven't offered the exhibit into evidence, but I believe it is helpful in Dr. Berman's testimony, making sense for the authority.
Yeah, my opinion is that increased availability increases the chance of underage sales. And so, yes, it concerns me.
Okay. Ms. Kellogg, would you move to opponent exhibit 6, please?
Sorry, just to interrupt. The board just needed to make a ruling on the objection before proceeding. So there's this exhibit. It hasn't been admitted to the record. It's on the screen. Mr. Durking is asking questions about it to a witness. You've heard an objection from Mr. Coates that it is irrelevant and a picture of a store outside the jurisdiction. So the BLA just needs to make a determination on that objection to either sustain it or overrule it and allow Mr. Durking to proceed or not.
To proceed showing this photo or to proceed, I guess,
Yeah.
is the objection, the objection is the photo.
The objection is a photo and testimony regarding the store and another outside.
Yeah, I don't need, I would agree with that. I think that we could hear factual information about grocery stores and how this grocery store will be set up versus how they show other grocery stores without this exhibit.
I can do it verbally. So Ms. Kellogg, please remove that exhibit at this time. Dr. Berman, I want you to imagine a grocery store. And near the self-checkout station, there are case stacks of wine. And immediately behind the self-checkout station, there is the exit door. Would you find any concerns from a youth access to alcohol perspective from having alcohol displayed like this in a grocery store at a self-checkout station with 12 or more registers monitored by one employee and the exit door immediately behind?
Yes.
And what is the concern?
It's greater availability is associated with greater consumption and greater complications.
Okay. Dr. Bremen, I'm now going to ask you to imagine a big box type store. Think of like Walmart, Target, Costco, that sort of store that also sells groceries. And imagine that as you walk into that type of a store, and it could be a grocery store as well, almost immediately upon walking in, there is a temporary alcohol display. It could be beer or wine, but it's stacked right in the main aisle where pretty much everyone who walks into the store will be confronted by that and has to walk around it to continue to shop. From the perspective of people who have alcoholism or who are recovering from substance abuse, do you have any concerns about that type of alcohol display?
Yes, I'm a primary care provider as well. I take care of lots of patients with alcohol use disorder. I think it is problematic for them.
In your professional opinion, for a neighborhood, would it be a net positive or a net negative for the public health and safety of that neighborhood for a grocery store to sell alcohol inside the grocery store rather than in an adjacent separate liquor store where all the employees are over age 21, unaccompanied minors do not shop, there's no self-checkout, and people who enter that store are going there specifically to purchase alcohol?
It's the same objection. I mean, there's so many irrelevant things related to this hearing in that question, and so many speculative things with respect to this. We have presented nothing that said that we're going to put alcohol in front of the store. We have said nothing that indicates that we're going to do anything other than follow the law associated with temporary displays and permanent displays. So I'm making this objection because I feel like we're wasting this doctor's time. And so that's my objection.
I would sustain it at this time. It is getting a little bit out of this scope.
Okay, fair enough. With that, Dr. Berman, that ends my questions. Thank you for being here.
Certainly.
Thank you, Dr. Berman.
Cross?
I have no cross.
I just have a quick question. You kept using the term availability. Do you mean that minors are more likely to use a fake ID and get away with it? Do you mean theft? What do we mean availability?
I was speaking in a broader sense, not specifically about minors. The easier you make it to buy alcohol, alcohol gets bought more, and there are more resultant health complications because of it. I wasn't trying to make a comment about a very specific situation and fake IDs and things like that. I have no specific knowledge of that.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. I mean, when you're done, sorry.
Yes, Member Crane.
Very short questions. First of all, are you in favor of alcohol being sold in grocery stores in general?
No.
Okay. Second, do you have a qualified professional opinion on whether the closure of the liquor store adjacent to this Whole Foods and the establishment of selling wine and beer at this Whole Foods will result in more or less sales of alcohol within this area of Boulder?
I don't.
Okay,
I don't
thank
know
you.
how to put together that opinion.
That's all I have.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, we could.
Please proceed.
We could let Dr. Berman go. Thank you, Doctor. Really appreciate you being here.
Sure.
My next witness is Tom Willis, who will also testify as an expert in rebuttal to testimony provided by Whole Foods witnesses. Mr. Willis is not a party in interest, but he's a professional land surveyor who can testify about maps and area measurements.
I'm just wondering, you know what, I'm going to leave that to the board to ask Ashley the question about relevancy on the map.
Yeah, I would need a little bit more relevancy.
So if we could, it might help if I can pull up an exhibit we've looked at earlier, which was a map submitted by Whole Foods and which Mr. Coates did not object to when we talked about it before. If we could pull up Opponent Exhibit 3, please.
And I did object to opposition exhibits, particularly because they had not been admitted. Now, this is the same exhibit that's in ours, so I understand this one.
Yeah, exactly. This is your own document submitted on behalf of your client. Both Mr. Rich and Mr. Haney testified about this map. They testified about areas. There's square footages listed on this map. Mr. Willis has professional expertise regarding the prior testimony that will rebut information submitted to the city, and his testimony is relevant in determining the truth or falsehood of information submitted by this applicant that's probative to the decision the board will make.
You're talking about the space, the square footage?
Square footage measurements, correct.
I feel like that door was opened because we have been discussing this and we asked specific questions around this. I'm not sure relevance at this point, but I do feel like the door is open.
I guess I object to the relevance at this point because this display area clearly defines the area, right? And it clearly defines basically the green is where the alcohol is going to be kept and where the alcohol is going to be stored. So I don't understand why we're continuing to go down that path on a cumulative level.
Mm-hmm.
And my response to that is Mr. Willis is going to provide testimony that will controvert testimony given by Whole Foods witnesses. Additionally, I'm going to pull up another exhibit, which is simply a state liquor regulation that will show that some of the testimony given by Whole Foods contradicts state law. And so it is highly relevant to the board in determining what you're approving. The applicant has been changing their story fast and furiously from the map and applications they submitted to their two different witnesses tonight. And I think the board would like to hear from a professional who actually is in the business of establishing correct measurements. Mr. Willis is not going to testify in favor or in opposition. He's simply going to provide factual information about correct measurements that will be helpful to you in understanding the state law that I'm going to get into later.
Can we at least know what the state law is?
It is the alcohol regulation related to temporary alcohol displays and permanent alcohol displays. Mr. Coates has made a big deal out of objecting to exhibits. He's had these exhibits for a long time, the exhibits that we're talking about here, because I know for a fact that the licensing staff provided them to him weeks ago.
So the testimony previously related to temporary versus permanent display, it said that predominantly that blue area is going to be used for temporary displays in the area, but not 100%. So I'm not sure what the relevance is in terms of this state law, which again, we have to comply with. We've got testimony that we'll comply with. We know we have to comply with. We know what the numbers are associated with what's allowed for temporary displays. This shouldn't be an attack on the fact that we can have temporary displays. This shouldn't be an attack on the fact that we can have a permanent section if approved by the authority. So I just don't quite follow what.
Yeah, that's not what it's about. Mr. Willis is going to testify to very different numbers than what Whole Foods folks testified to. It's directly one-for-one controverting evidence. Party A puts up a witness who says the sky is green. I put up a witness who says the sky is blue. That is just basic. There's nothing irrelevant about it. The amount of time that Mr. Coates is taking up tonight trying to keep information away from the authority on these technical grounds is causing this hearing to go really long. We could have been finished with this exhibit and Mr. Willis by now.
I asked the chair how this relates to the needs and desires of the community. I mean, the licensing is up to the state and the local authorities on this kind of an issue, I think, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think, yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand the part of they submitted something that goes against state guidelines. I feel like I'm not sure I follow that. The reason why it feels a little relevant is only because we belabored how much square footage is actually allowed to hold liquor versus where the size of the store currently. But they're bound by state laws. And so, although maybe I don't agree with temporary displays, there's nothing that I don't know how we would get around. Not me. I don't know why I said that, but like, yeah, I'm not sure I understand.
I don't know if you'd like to hear from me, but I could explain. I feel like there's a misunderstanding, and Mr. Coates maybe has misunderstood as well. I'm not disputing the issue about where they're going to have temporary displays. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm going to say is Mr. Willis is going to provide a very focused, relatively straightforward professional surveyors information about correct and accurate measurements. I will explain why those measurements are relevant, referring to the liquor regulation in question. And one of the things that will show is that the square footage testified to by Whole Foods employees is inaccurate in a couple of respects. Number one, it's inaccurate just as a matter of simple measurement and mathematics. And two, it's inaccurate because it does not, the definition of the permanent alcohol display area does not comport with what they're showing on this map. What the authority would be approving, if you approved this map, would not comply with that liquor regulation. And that's the point I would like to be able to make to you. Excluding this information, I don't see how it helps the authority make a more informed choice. And in fact, it could compromise the due process of the hearing by preventing a party from rebutting testimony provided by another party.
I don't see. Oh, sorry, please go ahead. I apologize.
Well, you go ahead first.
No, you please you.
Well, I was just going to say that I disagree about with respect to due process. The due process is defined for this quasi-judicial hearing by state and local rules and laws. And this is a limited hearing, as Member Crane has brought up with respect to the needs and desires and the factors the BLA needs to consider for this modification. And if Mr. Durking can make, an argument with respect to the relevancy of the square footage to those factors, then that would be one thing. But if the BLA believes as a body that that's irrelevant to the needs and desires and the burden of proof on the applicant, then it would be irrelevant, and that would not be a due process violation to exclude within your discretion evidence that, again, is cumulative, duplicative, and the like, because Mr. Durking has had an opportunity to present evidence and that specific evidence. You'd be making a ruling that this is either irrelevant, in which case he has no right to present that evidence, or you'd be making a ruling, assuming you're excluding it, that it's duplicative, in which case Mr. Durking has already presented the evidence, one time or more than one time.
And I agree with 100% of everything that's said. And regardless of measurement, that area accurately depicts where the alcohol is going to be kept. And it shows, and it was testified to by two witnesses as to that area. So that's the area we're going to be bound by. So regardless of what's there in relation to the rest of the store, right? The testimony coming in that it's going to be obviously similar or less beer and wine that's even in the liquor store now. So the question is, in terms of measurement, how that ties in anything related to where the alcohol is going to be kept and what the type of the alcohol is going to be sold, because that's what the requirement is under the code, is what it shows. It doesn't say anything about dimensions. It doesn't say anything about square footage. It talks specifically about placement and display and area and storage. And that map speaks for itself and shows that.
Mr. Coates, his witnesses and in his questions himself have repeatedly claimed that they're reducing the size of the alcohol area and kept focusing on how small it would be. And even though the testimony given by Mr. Haney was a little confused, that was a point that they tried to make. I'd like to be able to rebut that point. I don't believe this is duplicative. I couldn't have brought in the information I want to bring in on cross-examination. I need to bring in direct examination. I don't have someone who works for Whole Foods who wants to testify for me about this map. So we've engaged a professional who's in the business of looking at measurements. And when he provides information, if the authority feels that it's irrelevant, you can disregard it, or you can give it very little weight, or maybe there'll be some information that you find probative. And I do think it relates to needs and desires, because whether the community, whether the neighborhood needs and desires this license change to happen, relates to how much alcohol there's going to be. You heard witnesses talk about their concern about removing food from the grocery store and putting in alcohol. So are we talking about 302 square feet? Or are we talking about 5,700 square feet? I think the authority would like to know. Mr. Willis can help you determine that, and I don't see how excluding his testimony will help the authority make a better decision.
I would have to side with Attorney Durking on this one, simply because the witnesses for Whole Foods couldn't answer my questions about how much can be displayed. And to me, I look at that and see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aisles of wine, and that does seem a little excessive. So I am trying to understand how much is going to be on display. And so with that, because the Whole Foods witnesses couldn't answer my questions, I would be inclined to hear this witness. Members from the authority, do you have any objections, comments?
I agree.
Thank you, Member Burns. You may proceed.
Thank you. Tom Willis, please.
Would you still like the exhibits up?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second so I can admit. Okay. And I'm actually going to stop sharing for just the time being so that I can see what is happening here. And we can all see Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, if you can unmute and turn your camera on. Perfect. Thank you so much. Since you are not an interested party but an expert witness, I will not ask your address for the purpose of determining interested parties. But if you could please say your name and spell your name for the record and give an address for the record.
Okay, my name is Tom Willis. That's TOMWILLIS. And my business address is 3825 Iris Avenue, Boulder, 80301.
Thank you so much. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true and correct?
I do, yes.
Thank you so much. And board, you can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, would you please tell us what profession you're engaged in?
I'm a professional land surveyor.
How long have you been working in that field?
Approximately 40 years.
And what's the name of your company?
Flatiron Surveying.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the company and the history, the type of work that you do?
We've done land boundaries, square footage analysis. We measure buildings and get square footage of buildings and boundaries. And we also do construction staking and measurements of that sort.
Okay. Ms. Kellogg, could we have opponent exhibit 3 back up, please?
Yes, one moment.
And Mr. Willis, you've seen this before, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you were engaged to look at the measurements on this and independently confirm them, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
You can see the exhibit says that the total square footage, which is indicated by the area in dark black, is 66,154 square feet. When you calculated it, what square footage did you get?
66,102.
So
but that's the black line is a little bit thick, so
yeah, pretty close.
yes.
And what method did you use to calculate that square footage?
We measured the perimeter of the black line and calculated square feet.
And did you also calculate the area of the box that's highlighted in blue?
We did, yes.
And what's the square footage of that area?
That one was 5,749 square feet.
Okay. And did you also calculate the area of just the green boxes shown on this map?
Yes, we did.
And what's the area of those?
824 square feet.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, what would you say is the accuracy of your measurements? Like what would be a reasonable margin of error?
Since we didn't actually do on the ground measurements, it's within 10%.
Okay. So you see the map says primary display area approximately 302 square feet. Is there any chance at all that the area in blue or the areas in green make up 302 square feet?
No, 302 square feet would be a square 15 feet by 15 feet.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Cross?
Thank you. Mr. Willis, were you shown the blown up version of all the green area on the second page of this exhibit?
I've only seen this exhibit.
This is, in other words, that's specifically what I'm asking. This is the only thing that you were shown. No other maps than this.
No, we were asked to measure the square footage of this map, this exhibit.
And 15 by 15 is 225 square feet, is it not?
15 by 15 is 300. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Well, $225 square feet, sorry.
Okay. So that's your math. So basically what I'm asking you is, and again, confirming, this is all you saw from Mr. Durkin, right? You didn't see any other exhibits or the second part of the exhibit that went with this.
No, I didn't.
Very good. I have no additional questions.
Mr. Willis, when you looked at this map, I know there's a scale on it, and were you able to accurately determine the areas of the blue and the green with this map, or did you need a map that was more zoomed in?
We didn't need that with dimensions. We imported this into AutoCAD, and we could scale it to the dimensions that were shown on the drawing.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Are we saying which part is 225 square feet?
I use it as an example of where the primary display area is approximately 302 square feet. Mr. Durkin was asking me about that, and I was just trying to explain how a size would get you close to 302. That was an example, sorry. Probably a poor example, but it's late.
Okay. Any questions from the authority? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. We can excuse you at this point. Thanks for hanging around late and sharing your information with us.
Thank you.
The next witness I want to call, I know is the one Mr. Coates really wants to debate, but I'd like to call Adam Johnson. And I'm happy to provide some reasons why the authority should listen to this testimony. Mr. Johnson is not a party in interest. He is being called as an expert to rebut testimony and evidence submitted by the applicant, specifically information related to the applicant's neighborhood survey, both reviewing the report submitted by the applicant and providing expert testimony about red flags and issues and concerns as a professional surveyor that one can see from looking at that report. Additionally, talking about what actions are generally accepted in the professional neighborhood survey field when a survey may be in question, to do a test sample to find out if the information of that survey can be replicated. We are not submitting this survey as a separate survey to prove something to the authority. Rather, we're submitting it to rebut evidence submitted by the applicant. Mr. Coates made a big deal out of not having had it early. One of the things you'll hear later in testimony is the applicant's behavior about how this application was pursued and attempting to make sure that known party opponents did not know about it until as late as possible. It is true that had the December hearing proceeded on schedule, had we not had the windstorm, we did not have adequate time to test the survey results. So it is true that this is evidence that wouldn't have been available had it been at this hearing in December. However, as known party opponents, we didn't even know about the application in time 10 days before the hearing. An applicant is in a very different position than an opponent, and they know what they're doing months in advance. They can hire their lawyers, they can hire their survey people, they can schedule it, they can do it in such a way that they've done all that work before the opponents even know what's going on. And the hearings come up so fast, and Ms. Darrow and Mr. Ramirez know this is a fact. I was certainly in a panic mode in those few days before the December hearing because I couldn't even get copies of the information submitted by Whole Foods without submitting an Open Records Act request. We had absolutely no opportunity to test the information they were submitting to the board. And I submit to you, and I'll provide testimony later, that that was by design. Since the hearing was continued, we did have the opportunity to engage a professional to take a look at this survey and provide some rebuttal evidence. I did not receive that report until today. I did check in with Ms. Darrow about whether I would be able to share my screen myself, what was the appropriate thing to do, and I provided it to the city. I assume they provided it to Mr. Coates. It wasn't done with the intention of making it difficult for people to check, but it was just the time that we were able to get that put together, given that we didn't have months in advance to plan for this like the applicant did. I believe the testimony and the written evidence that we would like to submit from Mr. Johnson is highly relevant. As the board knows, on needs and desires, for the most part, the vast majority of the time, you're relying solely on these surveys. And it's rare that you actually hear anything other than the testimony of the survey companies whose job it is to get 90% results and who deliver that over and over and over again. You've already heard some witnesses earlier tonight talk about anomalies in what the signature gatherer for Whole Foods was saying and doing. And the results of the petitioning raised red flags aside from that, which might confirm that testimony. Additionally, the sample surveying that was done to see whether the results could be replicated will show that the petition submitted by the applicant is highly doubtful. And if anything, if really the applicant is completely certain that their results are valid, we could continue the hearing and survey the whole neighborhood in an unbiased way and probably get the right answer. I'm sure Mr. Coates won't want to do that. I would have no objection to continuing the hearing and getting more data because I'm confident that the survey results they presented could not be replicated. And I'd like to provide the information that we have, the expert testimony, and the exhibits for the board's consideration. If Mr. Coates wants time to go through the addresses and check all these people and see whether they live within the neighborhood, I have no objection to continuing the hearing to next month. But I would like to submit this evidence because I think it's highly probative and highly relevant to the needs and desires determination.
Please proceed.
Well, may I voice my objection actually?
Yes.
Please. Thank you. Those statements are, well, guys in an attack on Whole Foods for, I guess, not giving enough time and notice, which is wrong. We gave all the time and notice and complied with every single rule you have associated with filing our application, preparing for hearing, posting, and filing petitions. Period. So really, it's an attack more on the city's process. Okay, because the city basically is outlined in its beverage licensing authority rules of procedure, which Mr. Durkin is aware of. He has a license. He's an attorney. He's held as just a common citizen, business owner. He's held to the same standard as an attorney, but he is an attorney. And it reads subsection 4-2-1 petitions permitted. It reads clearly, petitions may be circulated by the applicant firm or corporation retained by the applicant or any party in interest opposing or supporting the issuance of the license. Petitions shall be submitted to the licensing clerk no later than 10 days before the public hearing. Petitions are not the only means of establishing reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitant. So it was due 10 days before per rule. But this argument that he didn't have time to do it, remember, this hearing got continued. So he was on notice of this and all of the rules back from December 17th. He's certainly within 20 days or 25 days, and that doesn't even include the days that he had to prepare for the hearing, knowing about it prior to December 17th, could have hired a petitioning company and could have put on a petition. So we've played by the rules, right? And Mr. Durkin has constantly gone back to due process and discussions about that. It would be unfair to us to basically to take away essentially the rule and say, oh, well, it's okay for you, but it's not okay for the applicant. And so we're asking no testimony associated with needs and desires from this particular witness because it didn't follow local procedure. And we received it, by the way, at 2:45. So last minute is not on the applicant. It's on the opposition. So I'd ask the authority to eliminate this testimony, eliminate this exhibit, and not hear it.
May I respond to that?
Yes, please.
So the distinction I'd like to draw is we're not offering this petition to oppose the license. We're not saying we petitioned the entire neighborhood to prove to you that the neighborhood doesn't need and desire this. Rather, what Mr. Johnson will testify as a professional and as an expert in this field, that when results from a survey petition have red flags or have questions, there are known methodologies that can be used to test that in the same way that a scientific research paper, another researcher doesn't do the entire experiment, but can do a test sample to see if the result can be replicated. So the rule that Mr. Coates cites really doesn't even apply to this. This is about rebuttal. They've provided testimony, and some of the testimony we heard for the first time tonight, again, excluding the evidence, excluding any chance for the authority to hear about potential deficiencies or abnormalities in the petition effort, I don't see how that helps the authority make a better decision. After you hear the testimony, you can take it to weight if you feel that it doesn't meet the standards, or you could choose to disregard it and not allow us to admit the petition results. But I would ask you to please hear from Mr. Johnson so you can at least make that determination of whether we've provided evidence that the board feels, the authority feels is probative to rebutting the evidence presented on behalf of Whole Foods.
Brief response. The rule does not distinguish between case in chief and rebuttal. Your rule clearly says petitions have to be filed in advance of 10 days in advance of a hearing, because it gives the applicant or for that matter, the opposition witness, the same opportunity to review it, to question it, to look at it, to see what it is that's being challenged. And that wasn't done here. That wasn't done here. So this isn't just a rebuttal from the standpoint of trying to challenge the testimony of Ms. Gerritsen. He had that opportunity through cross-examination to do that. He has that opportunity through calling specific witnesses such that he did, associated with participation in the petition. This is trying to call an expert witness to rebut, a statement to rebut. The comment is to rebut, but it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any sense. He's supposed to give us that advanced warning. He's supposed to, in other words, make this a level playing field on petitions and methodology of an expert associated with that needs and desires analysis. And he didn't do that. He had opportunity to do it. He knew he could, I don't know if he knew, but I'm pretty sure he did, that the rule exists and that the rule has to be followed with, and that he was certainly taking a big risk saying that, well, this is just rebuttal. Fact of the matter is, the rule doesn't distinguish between rebuttal. It doesn't distinguish between rebuttal and case in chief. It's specific as it relates to petitions. They need to be filed 10 days in advance. And that's to give everybody a fair chance and opportunity here. We don't want to continue this or do this again. We're not asking for that. We're asking the fact that we had to follow the rules. Mr. Durkin should have had to follow the rules as well. This isn't me making this argument in December 17th. I'm sorry, yes, December 17th. This is making this argument 40 days later when he had all of this time to be able to submit this information to the authority, submit it to counsel for the authority, to submit it to the city, to have it be vetted for the information that it contains. So we'd object to that.
To the timing. Oh, go ahead.
Just to the extent it's helpful, in addition to the rule about the petitions, which is true, they need to be submitted 10 days in advance. It's my understanding that the boundary setting hearing for this matter was noticed on November 9th, 2025 and set at the November 19th hearing. And that, as we've already discussed, the hearing for the prior December 17th or 18th hearing date was noticed on December 7th. And so there were quite a few notices prior to the January 11th rescheduled notice for this hearing. So there was time to create and submit additional petitions and to comply with the rule, just so you have that actual background.
Thank you. Yes.
If I may, the things I will add is that, the constructive notice, putting it in the newspaper, putting a sign in the window, it's a legal nicety we call a legal fiction that actually tells anyone anything useful. The reality, and Ms. Darrow and Ms. Ramirez know this, is that I actually found out about this when their signature gatherer came to Hazel's, and the following day I heard about it. At that time, there was no way that we could have even possibly had any chance of doing any petitioning. And even once I found out the hearing was scheduled, I immediately started trying to hire petition companies. But here's an interesting fact. Petition companies who do liquor petitions don't do opposition petitions generally. That was my experience. It took a while to find someone who could do it. And then people can't drop everything and go do them. So the expert that I have and the results that we obtained as quickly as we could. And I have said before, and I'm happy to say it under oath, I received the final report today. So it wasn't like we were sandbagging or sitting on this. Also, in the testimony you'll hear later about Whole Foods having conversations with me last April. So it's not like we didn't all know about this. Mr. Coates never sent me anything. The only way I was able to get documents related to this were to submit Open Records Act requests to the city. And I got documents literally a couple business days before the hearing. The staff has been wonderful. I give them credit. But the suggestion that there's some kind of level playing field between the applicant and opponents is that is incorrect. It just doesn't hold water. So respectfully, I would ask you to at least hear from Mr. Johnson, and if you decide the testimony is irrelevant, you can disregard it. And whether or not you allow me to admit the exhibits or some of them, maybe not all of them are petitions actually. I think it is probative, and it goes back to, are you only going to hear Whole Foods side, or are you going to hear the opponent's side? And that's the whole nature of due process. You hear from both sides. Mr. Coates would really like to use evidence and procedure to have you only hear one side. I'd like you to hear the whole side.
I just want to say, this isn't using evidence and procedure, right? These are your rules. This is this board's rules. This isn't a procedure that relates to the evidence for this hearing. This is your rule. And Mr. Durkin knew at a minimum about this hearing on December 2nd. right? That's at a minimum. I mean, I understand Council Ms. Geiger has indicated that they should have known about it back in November when the first hearing was set for boundaries and notice went out. But at a minimum, when Liquor Pros, the testimony you've already heard, went in and talked to, and you'd heard it from two witnesses actually, went in and talked about the petition. That was December 2nd. So that's 50 days ago, you know? And so again, I guess the question is are we just going to not follow the rules with Whole Foods, or is this going to apply to everybody?
The late submission of today.
Yes, absolutely.
I guess I am confused. Let me just back up a second. Are we looking at a new survey, or we're looking at an analysis of their survey?
You're looking at a new survey that talks about their methodology.
No, I dispute that. The report starts by critiquing, and the testimony will start by critiquing the Liquor Pro survey and report and bringing up anomalies and things that from a professional perspective jump out as questionable. And then we're going to talk about the methodology they recommended to do a test of those results. It's not a new survey to compete. They didn't try to survey a representative part of the whole neighborhood. They just picked an area and said, can we replicate these results? So it is not a one-to-one like they have this survey and we have our survey that's different. Mr. Johnson and the Black Diamond Outreach report are a critique of Liquor Pros survey, the applicant survey, and provide information that goes to the weight and credibility the authority may want to give that.
If I may, you're not looking at the petition because it hasn't been admitted yet, okay? And I'm by no way saying that it should be admitted based upon reading this first statement from the petition and survey that Mr. Durkin is applying for, but it says, purpose and scope of engagement at the request of the client, a sample neighborhood canvassing and survey effort was conducted to assess whether the proposed modifications to Whole Foods Market liquor license satisfies the reasonable requirements, needs, and desires of the neighborhood. Goes on. By page 2, it talks about its own methodology. And by page 2, it talks about the metrics and then what the results were. This is a petition and survey. This is not, I get it. It's a petition and survey. It's clearly done. It states that it is. And it was done. And again, I'm back to this is just unfair. It's unfair to drop this on my lap and say, 2:45, hey, deal with this. We want to get this in.
Why is it so late? What happened? Why didn't you have this in time?
Yeah, as soon as we knew that the December hearing wasn't going to happen, we fully expected we were going to have to proceed in December, and the windstorm caused the hearing to be continued. It was right over Christmas at that point. It was difficult to get a hold of people and identify someone who was willing to do this survey. Opposition liquor surveys are not a profitable business like applicant liquor surveys are. There's at least 3 companies who specialize, basically do their business is to do liquor surveys for applicants. It's a ready, steady business. But in the same way that defense attorneys don't do prosecution and people kind of pick a side and stay on it, understandably, Liquor Pros and folks like them don't do opposition surveys. And so as an opponent, it's very hard to find someone who can do this. I did a bunch of networking. I finally found Black Diamond Outreach, Mr. Johnson's company. I engaged them. I asked them to proceed with all speed. It took time because they've got to get canvassers and get out and do the neighborhood and find people. And a lot of people aren't home. It's hard to get to a sample. But again, it was not to do a competing survey. It was to review the survey that was submitted and do a sample. And they do have to try to replicate. And so that means they have to follow the same general approach so that it meets the city's requirements and meets what the applicant surveyors should have been doing. And that's its relevance. If this hearing were continued to February, I have no objection. Mr. Coates can have all the time he wants to go through that survey and contact everyone he wants and find rebuttal witnesses if he wants. It just wasn't possible for me to have it to you sooner.
That's a tactic, right? We don't want to continue this, but that is a tactic. There was plenty of time. There was 50 days to do this. Mr. Durkin could have done a petition and survey himself. All you got to do is follow the rules and go to the city and ask for the forms, right? He could have put one together himself. He could have put one together that follows his rules himself. He doesn't have to have a third party do this. He could have testified about it himself, but he didn't do that. Why? Why didn't he do that? Why do we think he didn't do that? He didn't do that because this looks a lot better for him if I don't have an opportunity to really vet it until right now. While I'm conducting a hearing, while Ms. Garrettson's conducting a hearing, while the city hasn't even had a chance to vet it and look at it. But the fact of the matter is, this could have been handled differently. It could have been handled 10 days in advance. He could have hired a petition and survey company. He hasn't even indicated what day it is that he contacted this company. It could have been done in advance. Those are the rules. He knows the rules. He could have followed the rules himself personally without this company. So I think that the authority's opening a bad door here for the authority itself in terms of not following its own rules associated with petitions and survey, if in fact lets this one in. Thank you.
I mean, honestly, an opposing survey, a need, what's the other one? A pro survey,
Applicant.
an applicant, thank you.
Thank you.
A needs and desires survey, an opposing survey. We already know what the outcomes are going to be, right? I don't honestly know why we even do them. So I guess I need to know like substantially. We know that Mr. Deerking, yours is going to oppose it. We know what the problems are with surveys. We heard your witnesses. We know, but I mean, surveyors are kids. I don't know. Surveys don't hold a lot of water in my cup either way. So I don't care if we hear it or not. I'd like to hear what the board says.
Member Haggerty, I tend to side with the attorney for the applicant. Period.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, and I for at least two reasons. One is if you wanted to do an opposing survey, and you did refer to them as opposing surveys, uh, you could have started before the 17th of December. So I think it's unfair. I haven't received anything. I know I keep hearing about a petition that was filed today or documents that were filed today. I got off the call to go and find them, and I couldn't find them. I don't have any documents that anybody filed up before 3 o'clock today. So I feel like that's another reason why you file things on a timely basis. I'm sure it's there somewhere. I'm sure there's a reason why it didn't come to me, but that's why you have time limits. The final thing I'd say is I notified the BLA staff back in December that I would not be here in February. So if you continue this hearing, you're going to lose one of the board members. I'll be in Africa. And it just, I'm sorry about that. I'm going to finish this. I feel like a lot of effort has gone into it by the board. I feel like it's fair to move forward at this point. I feel like I will add one other thing is Mr. Durking is representing himself as an attorney. And I think the board is and the chair has been cognizant of that and tried to be very fair with them. So I add it all up as there's very good reason for the board to insist on moving forward and not considering this. And I don't think that the contrary elements are there. So that's my position.
Thank you. With that, with the words of the board, then I think we should move on.
Okay, well, I'm going to, I don't know if you want to say that a little more specifically for the record, but you're excluding the testimony of Mr. Adam Johnson, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then next, and I promise I'm wrapping up here. Thank you for your patience. I have just a little testimony of my own to add. So as I said, I'm appearing pro se. I'm happy to swear in at this point. It will be quick. It's mostly about the exhibits and a little bit of background.
Great. I'll go ahead and swear you in if you'll just say your name, spell your name, give an address for the record.
Yep. My name is Bruce Dierking, Dierking, 1955 28th Street, Boulder. That's the address of Hazel's, which I own. I'm a party in interest.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
I do.
Thank you. And then, Kristen, if you'll just confirm that that address is within the boundary.
Yes, I can confirm that that is in the boundary.
Okay, just a little bit of foundation for exhibits, if I could, please. And it would be helpful, Ms. Kellogg, if you could pull up my exhibits as I talk about them.
Yep, just give me 1 second. Sorry, I have too many screens open here. I'm looking for it. There we go.
You could start all the way at the top, please. Opponent Exhibit 1 is a copy of this Whole Foods store current liquor license. I received this from the city through an Open Records Act request. I offer Opponent Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 admitted.
You would just need to ask if there are any objections.
Are there any objections?
I apologize. We object to all of the exhibits, but well, I guess we have to go through them one by one to determine what I object to and what I don't. Right. So I think I don't object to that first page. I don't object to the agenda, which is I think the next 2 pages. I believe my objections obviously are Exhibit 10, which is what we just had a ruling on, the petition and survey. I object to number 7, as we've had no one here come and testify associated with that. And that was
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt just procedurally. It would be better if we just followed the order of, exhibit by exhibit. Mr. Jerking can move to admit the particular exhibit, and then the BLA can call for any objections and rule, at that time.
Totally understand. He's called to admit all of them. So I'm telling you specifically which ones that I have a problem with and which ones I don't. Do you want me to continue to do that, or?
Why don't we do it exhibit by exhibit? So exhibit 1, any objections?
No objection.
Okay, exhibit 1 admitted.
Ms. Kellogg, if we could go to Exhibit 2, please. This is the agenda for tonight's BLA hearing. I received this from the city from the BLA website. I offer Opponent Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No objection.
We could go to 3, please. This is the premises modification after diagram submitted by the applicant and included in their application materials. I received this through an Open Records Act from the city, and I offer Opponent Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
Go to 4, please. 4 is the surveying map included with the applicant's packet showing the areas Liquor Pros surveyed. Offer Opponent Exhibit 4 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 5 is a photo I myself took on December 10 last year in a Whole Foods store. This is the Whole Foods store in Longmont, Colorado. It's probative because it shows an example of the type of temporary alcohol display that is common in a Whole Foods store for Exhibit 5 into evidence.
I object to this exhibit. I believe the testimony that came from the doctor, the authority, didn't hear the testimony regarding this particular exhibit, as it's in a different location, not in Boulder, and it relates to issues associated with opinions, I guess, about temporary displays. So I would object, obviously, to its relevance.
In as much as Mr. Coates' client doesn't currently have the ability to stack wine next to its self-checkout store in Boulder, it would have been very hard for me to produce a photo within the neighborhood. This is an example of a typical Whole Foods store. I believe it's relevant. You can take it to weight if you feel like in Boulder they're going to do something completely different than what they do in their other stores.
It's not illegal to stack the wine there. We've even said that we're not going to stack it there. It's been said it's not going to be at the front of the store. Nonetheless, it's not relevant. It's not illegal. It's not out of the confines of the rules. So it's not relevant to this proceeding.
Rather than this continuing to argue, Chair Roberts, I'll just let you rule, please.
I think you could have gone to another Whole Foods Boulder store and found this exact picture, but that is besides the point. I don't think it's relevant for this exact location because we can't prove that this will actually be done at that location.
I hear you. It wouldn't have been in the neighborhood even if it was in Boulder.
That's
the other
true.
thing I'll say is I do have some testimony I will give that will relate to this exhibit, but in the interest of moving things along, I'm going to skip it. Okay. So I will not offer 5, and if I will not offer 6, but if we could go to 7, please. This is a letter that I received just today. That's why I included it. I realize it's hearsay, but I provide it because it pertains to some of the same issues that you heard from some of the witnesses. Snarfs in the neighborhood did sign the petition. I spoke with Jimmy Seidel, the owner who goes by Snarf, and he was shocked to find out one of his employees had signed on behalf of his business. He said no one has the authority to do that. I told him the name. He said, that guy's a sandwich maker. What are they doing? So here's an example of a letter from a business owner saying, hey, you can't put a lot of weight on those things. You've probably already heard that. For what it's worth, I offer opponent Exhibit 7.
This exhibit was another one that was received at 2:45 today. Not so we would obviously object to it as it's akin to the petition itself, but nonetheless, we'd object because of the untimeliness of it.
I think it surfaces a wider issue with the issue with surveys, but with it being untimely, it was just sent to you today, or did you seek this out?
You can see the date on the letter. Yeah. I did speak to Mr. Seidel a few days ago. He's traveling, and this was the soonest he could get it to me, apparently. Again, I wasn't sitting on it. I included it and forwarded it the day I received it.
So it's dated today, right? So we received it at 2:45 today based upon a request to the department, to the clerk's office, essentially, for anything that Mr. Durking was going to submit.
Members from the board, can we discuss?
If you'd like any assistance,
yes,
I'm happy to help advise. Okay. Just so the board's aware, accepting the exhibit into evidence does not mean that you need to consider it at face value. You have the discretion to take whatever weight and consider it in whatever context you'd like. And with respect to hearsay, you are aware that while that is a rule of evidence, it's very loosely applied in the administrative hearing context like this. And so, it's not a black and white, you accept it 100% at face value. You can do whatever, it's at your discretion. So just want to clarify that.
And I 100% agree with that comment.
So my, I don't have a problem with accepting this if I understand the circumstances, but if we accept this doesn't mean that we accept all the others that are not given prior to whatever it was, 2:45 or 2:50 this afternoon.
I think we just need to decide exhibit by exhibit if
Right.
it's relevant or not.
Thank you. You said it better than I did.
Um, it feels relevant to me based on the issues with the petitioning conversation that we had. But like I said, I think this is actually a bigger issue that you're bringing before us and not necessarily but I would admit it to evidence unless there's objections.
I agree.
Okay.
Is it admitted then? Can we move on to Exhibit 8, please? Exhibit 8 is a string of email chain that I received. I was a party on back in 2018. This was printed from my files, and it shows the correspondence back and forth between Mr. Coates and myself and another attorney named Jim Bimeford, who at that time was representing Harvest Wine and Spirits. And in 2018, what happened was, and it was in Whole Foods testimony, prior to that, Colorado had the 3-2 beer law. So if you had a fermented malt beverage license, you could sell 3.2 beer. That changed in 2018, and people who could sell 3.2 beer could sell any kind of fermented malt beverage, and the licenses just automatically converted. This grocery store did not have a license at all at that time. And when they sought one, there was community opposition from myself and others. And there was a negotiation that occurred, which this correspondence reflects, whereby a compromise was reached. And the agreement was that we would drop our opposition to the issuance of this license, and in exchange, Whole Foods would agree only to sell kombucha, and it would be limited to 2 6-foot linear display cases. And that's what they've done ever since. In about April of this year's late March, I was contacted by Mr. Coates, and on April 1st last year, we had a Zoom call with a gentleman from Whole Foods whose name was Ryan. I have to find his last name, Mr. Coates, and I will get you that name, Ryan Bassett. And at that time, they said, "Hey, Mr. Deerking, we know we had this agreement, but we'd now like to close our liquor store and move the alcohol sales inside the grocery store, and we think this is a win for you because we're not going to sell hard alcohol, and so this should be great for you." And in that call, I explained to them the many reasons why I didn't think it was a good idea. And among those are one of the things we've learned since the passage of Prop 125, which, by the way, Boulder voted against. It passed statewide by less than 1%, and the grocery chains spent 30 times as much as the independent liquor stores could come up with to fight it, to win by less than 1%. Had the spending been remotely equal, it would not have passed statewide, I believe. But, using money and power, they were able to force through this change of law. And what Prop 125 did was it said every place in the state where there's an existing fermented malt beverage off-premise license, automatically, overnight, no local review, no neighborhood survey, no community input, doesn't matter whether your city voted against Prop 125, those licenses automatically upgraded and allowed to sell wine. And why was it written that way? Was it written by the legislators? No. It was written by the corporate lawyers for the grocery chains who wanted to change the law, and then they spent the money it took to buy a change of law to benefit themselves. And the stores that got it, what a home run for them. The thing that we've seen since it went into effect, it used to be that wine sales in Colorado were almost exclusively in liquor stores.
Are
There
we,
was a
do we,
small amount, hey, please don't interrupt me. There was a small amount of sales happening from some of the liquor licensed drugstores, but in general, grocery stores couldn't sell wine. And what we saw since that time um, was a radical change in how wine is sold, where what we hear from our distributors is now a majority of all the wine sold in Colorado is being sold in chain grocery stores and not independent liquor stores. So I shared that with them of how moving it inside the grocery store, I know, and frankly, they know, will explode their wine sales. Their amount of alcohol sales for beer and wine will be greatly, much greater inside the grocery store than the totality of their sales in their adjacent liquor store. And the reason is a liquor store is a liquor store is a liquor store in terms of competition and convenience. Hazel's and AOK and Harvest can compete with Whole Foods liquor store because they're not a better operator of liquor stores. They're good. It's a very nice store, but it's a one-to-one competition. But as soon as you move the alcohol inside the grocery store, the dynamic completely changes because now your target customer is someone who came for food. And we all go to the grocery store for food every single week. And that impulse buy, that having the alcohol in this huge alcohol store within the grocery store and these temporary displays scattered throughout the store, it shifts purchasing behavior in ways that it is impossible for a retail liquor store to compete against. There's no way we can compete on convenience. We can compete on selection, service, price. We cannot compete with grocery stores on convenience. So I know for a fact their sales would explode. They would probably be selling 2 or 3 times as much alcohol if they're allowed to move it inside the grocery store. It's why, and I know they dispute this, but I'm going to tell you, I believe they intend to have that 5,700 square foot area be their alcohol sales area. And I knew they would do this. This is a flagship Whole Foods store. If they move their alcohol inside and close a liquor store, they're not going to put up a couple of small displays. Let's not kid ourselves. So I explained all that to them. I said, hey, not only is this going to be a lot worse for my business, and yes, that's some self-interest, although I think that our neighborhood kind of likes Hazel's, and I think our community does. And I know the 50 employees really like having jobs there. I told them it also wouldn't be good for our community because what you're talking about doing is taking something that you're doing the right way. You're selling alcohol the right way now by having an age-gated environment where you don't have underage shoppers, you don't have underage employees, you don't have self-checkout. You have a product where people go for a destination to buy that. That's the right way to sell this regulated product. Moving it inside the grocery store is a loser for the neighborhood and the community. Increases teen access, increases people being confronted with alcohol when they just want to buy food and maybe they have alcoholism or they're recovering from substance abuse. There's a lot of reasons why this isn't better for our neighborhood. It would not make Boulder a better community. And I told them that. And they were disappointed. And I said, well, why do you want to make this change? And Mr. Bissett said, well, Whole Foods is really good at running grocery stores, but we're not good at running liquor stores. And I think that statement is really telling because if you think about what makes it harder to operate a liquor store than a grocery store, it's all about public safety and responsibility. It's very easy to run a liquor store other than those issues. That's the thing that makes our business so tough. But we sell a product that's potentially dangerous. It's potentially harmful to our community. And so we have to start with that reality of this is not just another product. This is not food. It is not the same as green beans and produce and meat. It is a product that has potential consequences and I believe should be sold differently. So I told them all that and they were disappointed. And the way we left the meeting, I certainly expected, and Mr. Coates is a very fine attorney, probably the best liquor attorney in the state, or if not, one of his partners is. I certainly expected, as a matter of professional courtesy from Whole Foods and him, that if they decided to go forward after that meeting, they'd at least give me a heads up. They didn't do that. I believe, that it wasn't by accident. Let's be honest. They didn't want me to do exactly what I'm doing now. And so, they tried to sneak it through. They applied in such a way that, they didn't notify me. I don't have the ability to watch every single newspaper to see if there's something coming through that I should be worried about. But, they reached out to me when they thought they could get me to agree. But as soon as they wanted to steamroll me, then they didn't have the courtesy to reach out. And I think that's kind of disappointing. I don't blame Mr. Coates because he has to represent his client, but I blame Whole Foods. I think the neighborly thing would have been to say, hey, we appreciate your thoughts, but after considering it, we disagree and we're going to go forward anyway. I would have been able to go find a survey company. But the honest answer is, in the time that I had, first, I was in a panic that I had a few days to try to get ready for a hearing. No chance to think about a survey. And then when the hearing got continued, I did start working on it as quickly as I could. Whole Foods doesn't get a survey done in 2 weeks. Mr. Coates doesn't do surveys himself. So the notion that I had all this time, that it isn't really accurate. All that aside, the point of this is that this condition is here because there was an agreement. There was a compromise between the applicant and community members. And there's other community members you haven't heard from, and shame on me for monopolizing your time, but you will hear from other community members who say, hey, we had an agreement. And now they unilaterally want to change that because their interests have changed. And I think it's important for the board to realize this isn't a new application. You don't have an obligation to remove their condition. They don't have a right to have it removed. Some of the comments made tonight made it sound like they think they have an entitlement to sell alcohol, and this is just a little process you go through. I believe this board is here, and the reasons why we have citizens appointed to this board in Boulder is so you can think about what's really good for our neighborhood as you're thinking about needs and desires. They're not just words, they really mean something. Do we really need this? Do we need this liquor store to close and move the alcohol inside the grocery store? How could we possibly say that's a neighborhood need? I submit to you that based on the compromise and the facts that this is highly relevant to what's being asked tonight, that opponent exhibit 8 should be submitted into evidence.
So this is the communication back in 2018 about the agreement.
Correct. About the kombucha only condition.
Agreement. I would move to admit that just because it's part of the timeline. Oh, I'm sorry. Any objections?
Well, yeah, let me make comment because, and thank you. And sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Durkin, but that was really testimony associated with the exhibit more than just whether or not it's to be presented. But nonetheless, okay, this exhibit is exactly what the chairperson just said, and that is that it's back from 2018, and it set the condition. Right? It could set the condition, and it was an agreement as to what the condition would be for the authority to place on the license. And it's very clear that the condition includes the language at the bottom of it. Any proposed change to the size of the designated storage areas will require the licensee to apply and receive approval of a modification, which is exactly what we're doing. So I can talk to you in closing about how, because Mr. Durkins testified about it, about why it is that we didn't need to contact him again after he told us he wasn't interested in this process of what we're doing, right? We followed all the rules associated with that. But I guess what I'd say is I have no objection to the admission of this particular exhibit only as it relates to setting what the condition is, right? And the condition is that language. The condition will read as follows. That's what everybody agreed to, including Mr. Durkin, who said that works for me. When he said in his testimony, he just said that then kept him from objecting to the hearing. It was set by so we certainly have the right as the condition to allow to change the condition, and he can object to that. There was no agreement, obviously, for him not to object this particular time around, right? We talked about that, didn't work. But the fact of the matter is that I agree to the admission of this particular exhibit because it sets the entire condition, including the last sentence, which allows us to be here and do what we're doing. And I will also articulate to the authority that the last few pages of our packet for this hearing gives you the findings that were given to us by the board back in 2018, which sets that condition exactly as the same language. So I think the more controlling document is actually the findings themselves, which were pre-filed timely with the clerk's office, and those findings essentially were the board's findings saying that the condition does allow essentially this process to change that condition if in fact the authority sees fit. Thank you. But in terms of that limited admission, I have no objection to it.
Okay. Then Exhibit 8 admitted.
We could look at Exhibit 9, please. This is Colorado Liquor Regulation 47951. This was obtained from the Colorado Department of Revenue Liquor Enforcement Division website. I did reformat it and add the highlighting. I'm going to testify about this exhibit later because it's relevant, particularly to the map and to the fact that some of the testimony from Whole Foods representatives conflicts with the requirements of state law. So I would offer Exhibit 9 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 9 admitted.
Okay. We've previously talked about 10 and you said you were excluding it, so I will not offer that again. So we can ignore Exhibit 10. Now that the exhibits have been dealt with, I do just have a few other things to talk about, if I may. I'll try to be quick, and thank you for your patience. You can imagine this is a big deal for myself and my business. So I hope you understand why we're putting in the effort that we are. And thank you for your patience and openness to hearing from us.
Mr. Dierking, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Do you still need the exhibit shared or can I
do not.
unshare?
You may, yeah, thank you.
Of course.
I just want to tell you a little bit about the impact wine and grocery stores has had on Hazel's. You know, there's just no other way to put it than it was just a punch to the gut. And we have been in, you know, retreat mode, heavily retreating ever since. Collectively, our sales are down over 30%. We were down again last year. We've downsized, we've cut expenses. As employees leave, we typically don't replace them. We're doing everything we can to stay in business and be able to be relevant and serve Boulder. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know how it's going to go. I worry that we can't withstand another grocery competitor right in our neighborhood. I know Whole Foods may say, well, it's not fair if King Soopers and Trader Joe's get to do it and we don't. But the way I'm looking at it, the way I'm telling you, they have a liquor store. They chose to do that. I understand why they want to close it. They can save money, less rent, less employee costs. They can move it inside the grocery store, increase their sales with less costs. Huge win for them. For the consumer who's really concerned about convenience and likes to get alcohol at the grocery store, it's a plus for them. I don't see how it's a plus for anyone else in our neighborhood or community because what's likely to happen is one or more of your local liquor stores is going to go away. And I think you're going to hear from AOK and Harvest tonight as well. I don't know that Hazel's can withstand it. It's more than the death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, we're just bleeding and I just can't afford it. And it's why I've told them we didn't want it. I'm happy to compete with them in their grocery store. I don't want them to move an alcohol store inside the grocery store. You heard from Mr. Willis about the size. And Ms. Kellogg, I apologize. Actually, I do need to refer to Exhibit 9, so I am going to ask you to put that back up.
No problem. Just give me a second.
The size of their permanent alcohol display area, the permanent alcohol display area has to comport with the definition that's in the liquor rules. And when you get to that, you'll see in the middle of the page under B, and then 2A is highlighted. A permanent alcohol display is defined as the shelves, aisles, coolers, displays where alcohol beverages are located within a single distinct area of the licensed premises that is consistent with the diagram submitted with the application or modification of the licensed premises. It's not just the shelves the alcohol sits on. If you ask me what's the size of the alcohol sales area at Hazel's, I'm going to tell you it's 20,000 square feet. It's our sales floor. I wouldn't go measure the space on the shelf that the product takes up. And so the applicant has grossly underrepresented the actual impact it's going to have on their store and the amount of space that's being devoted. Despite their testimony tonight, I believe that the blue area, when that map was created, was intended, I mean, it's labeled primary display area. That was intended to be their permanent alcohol display area. And yes, they were backpedaling and testimony was changing quickly as they realized they had some issues. I submit that testimony was not credible, and that if you look at the map and the measurements and the definition, that area is much closer to what you heard from Mr. Willis. And putting that in perspective, the sales floor at Hazel's is about 20,000 square feet. So if they have a 5,700 square foot, essentially alcohol store, and that includes the aisles and the things around the green areas, it's not just the area where the alcohol is actually sitting. That's a really big store. That's bigger than most small liquor stores. So this is no small thing they're talking about. And when they talk about, oh, we're downsizing, everybody in the business right now is cutting SKUs. We're all having fewer products, and that's really related to changing consumer demand. Alcohol sales in general are down nationally. So some of what we're experiencing at Hazel's and other stores, it's mostly Prop 125 for us in Colorado, but also there's just a general industry decline. And a lot of that relates to a moderation movement and a health movement around alcohol, which are actually good things. I mean, it's not so great for business. If we didn't have Prop 125, I think we'd have no trouble adjusting to it. But one of the realities is fewer labels and fewer brands are controlling the sales. And so having fewer SKUs doesn't mean they're going to sell less alcohol. They're going to sell more of the big brands and the store brands that really move. So I ask you to take a look at this and understand that this is the definition that applies. It's not just where the alcohol sits. And if you approve this, the permanent alcohol display area is going to be a lot bigger than the 800 and I believe 60 square feet, 824 square feet that Mr. Willis measured of those green shelves. Nothing was 302 square feet. I don't know where they got that. It sounded like from Mr. Haney's testimony that they meant linear feet and they just put it on their map wrong. But as the board, what you approve is really important. And this is important because if you'll scroll the second page of this, please, Ms. Kellogg. When it comes to the temporary alcohol displays, you'll see that the regulation provides that within the permanent alcohol display area, they can have an unlimited number of temporary displays and they don't count toward the total. A store of this size is going to be allowed 5 temporary displays throughout the store. So that's at entry, at checkout, deli, meat department. But within this temporary alcohol display area, they're allowed an unlimited number. And that's important. The only thing is that they can't make it so tight that traffic can't get through. But if you've been to stores that really merchandise aggressively, you can do a lot of alcohol displays in that area. So I would submit to you that when you look at all the testimony that you've heard tonight, there should at least be substantial doubt in your mind about the needs and desires really supporting this neighborhood, the needs and desires of this neighborhood supporting this application. You've heard from multiple people in the neighborhood. You're hearing from me that this is going to become a real negative and a problem for our business. With that, I will end my testimony.
Thank you so much. Since I don't know, do you get to cross as a wit?
I believe that I do, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no cross. Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple questions, and I'm sure the board does too. This compromise, I just want to back up a second to really understand. Was there like a length of time on this kombucha compromise? How long was that supposed to be followed?
Yeah, there wasn't any discussion of it having a shelf life. And remember, at that time, there was no notion of wine being sold in grocery stores. That wasn't even a thing.
I see.
Fermented malt beverage licenses are under a part of the state revised statutes called the beer code. So who would have ever thought you'd be selling wine under the beer code? We all thought we were just talking about beer products. And my understanding was that this was a permanent agreement. Yes, the language says if they want to change the condition, although it does talk about expanding or moving the display area, they have to apply. But did I think that a few short years later they'd be saying, hey, thanks for the license. Now we're going to steamroll you and remove the condition. I believe had they not agreed to the condition, the board would have had a hearing very similar to this in 2018, and that the license would not have been granted at all. Mr. Coates is a great guy, and up until now, we had a pretty nice relationship with Whole Foods, and it was cooperative and friendly and neighborly. When they wanted to have a pub inside their grocery store and they wanted to change some things to get a license so they could serve beer inside the grocery store, they reached out and cooperatively we worked out a compromise on that and things were fine. The problem came up when they wanted to do something and I didn't say yes. And then it was like, okay, well now we'll just go to war and we'll just ram it through. I don't believe it's consistent with the agreement that was made. I don't believe it's in good faith. And in my closing argument, I'll get into this, but I think when the board considers the option A or option B, you'll see that there's a great option for this neighborhood to be served, and frankly, for Whole Foods to continue doing what it has been doing very profitably and successfully without you granting this application.
Okay. Are there other questions from the board for Mr. Jerking?
I have a couple short, but maybe others do as well. Um, just for clarity's sake, Mr. Durkin, in your opinion, has Whole Foods abided by the agreement and uh, abided by the requirements that were incorporated into their license?
I mean, prior to this application, yes.
Okay,
I think
that's really that's all I want to know on that. The only other question I have for you is you're speaking as an expert on retail, and I give you a lot of credit for that. Hazel's is a great store, and I'm sure you have very satisfied and loyal customers. Um, you offered the perspective that when alcohol comes into a grocery store, as was permitted by the state in the form of wine and beer, that sales go up dramatically. And I, I bet you're right. But doesn't that reflect the desires of the neighborhood? That's something that consumers are responding to when they're given a different option?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I hear that argument. You hear people say people vote with their dollars, and yet I would argue that alcohol is different. For example, I think if other kinds of regulated products were sold more places and had fewer restrictions and lower barrier to access, more of them would be sold. Pharmaceuticals, firearms, marijuana, all kinds of things that have potential harm. It might be good for sales, and you could argue people are voting with their dollars. But I would argue that needs and desires of the neighborhood are more than just maximizing the sales of the store, but they're looking at the broader benefits and safety because it is a regulated product. And the fundamental premise, there's a tension here between those that believe alcohol should be sold in grocery stores and those like myself who don't, is that they would argue it's another type of food product. It has little extra restriction to it, but it can be and should be sold alongside food because it's consumed alongside food often. The other argument to that is no, it's a regulated product. It has dangers and potential harms different than food, and it should be sold differently. And historically, post-prohibition, and this is not just true in Colorado, nationwide, alcohol was largely separated into destination stores. And that started to become eroded, mostly because of chain retailers wanting to capture those sales and move those things into their chain stores. Personally, I don't think that's a good thing for society or our community or our neighborhood. And I would feel that way even if I didn't own Hazel's. But I do think that one of the downsides sometimes of convenience is it can be a race to the bottom where everything is a chain store and you don't have any unique local stores anymore. And you can think in Boulder about other types of stores we've lost over the years. I'd like to believe that our independent liquor stores contribute to our neighborhood and community and they're worth keeping around.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions? Okay. Would you like to close?
I believe that perhaps you want to get other witnesses who are not from me and then allow Mr. Coates and I to do closing arguments.
Oh, public comment. Is that who you mean by witness?
Yes, I believe Mr. Kang and Mr. Cowling probably both want to testify.
So if you can raise your hand if you would like to speak on this matter. Caitlin, you were muted, so I just said it for you.
Thank you. I have a barking dog. Oh, I was hoping he would be done by now, but okay. I apologize if you can hear barking dogs in the background. Yes, if you are here to give testimony and you are an interested party, please go ahead and raise your hand and I'll be happy to admit you so the BLA can chat with you. I'm not seeing any raised hands. Once again, I'll call one more time. If you're here to give testimony on this matter and you are an interested party and you have not given testimony, please go ahead and raise your hand. Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
I'm not seeing any hands raised either. Maybe they fell asleep.
May I ask you, Ms. Kellogg, just to see if you have Alex Kang or Bajay Calling? They both are store owners that I know were planning to testify, and they both are English is their second language. So just to be sure they're not getting lost in the not understanding the process.
I do have attendee under Alex King, and then I'm sorry, what was the other name?
Bijay Calling, BijaykhAling. He's with Harvest, who's on the agenda later for their own items. I would think he'd be here.
Yeah, BJ is also here. Okay, Alex has raised his hand. Chair, are you good to proceed with this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Here we go. And Alex, I see that you're in. If you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Alex, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but if you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera, I've requested it, so you should just have to accept.
Hello?
Hi there.
Yeah, hello.
All right, just so that we can check your address as an interested party, can you please provide us with your address?
Address 2690 28th Street. That's AOK Liquor.
Thank you. And if you will go ahead and spell your name, say your name and spell your name for the record.
Yeah, Alex Kang, ALEXKANG.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will wait for Kristen to confirm your address and then the board can proceed.
He is confirmed as a qualified interested party. I'm sorry, were you able to hear that?
Yes, sorry. I was muted.
That's
Thank
okay.
you, Kristen.
No problem.
And Mr. King, you can proceed with your comments.
Yeah, I just made my statement. So I can read here. I've been operating the AOK liquor since 2008. I'm by far the closest liquor store in proximity to Whole Foods. It's only 2 blocks away. More than 17 years, I have devoted myself to this business. There have been challenges along the way, but the recent situation has been the most difficult I ever faced. Our sales have dropped by about 20% compared to 2 years ago, with the wine sales declining the most. And I'm also a father of 3 children. And last year, my oldest son entered CU Boulder. It's a proud moment for our family, but the cost of tuition has added a significant financial burden. On top of that, labor and rent and utilities have continued to rise throughout Colorado, making it even harder for small businesses like mine to survive. A few years ago, Whole Foods changed its liquor license to sell kombucha in their grocery section, and now it seems they are seeking a full beer and wine license. They are a large corporation and headquarters in Texas, with various locations across the U.S. While I'm a local small business family with only a single store here in Boulder, this raises an important question. Should not the city be protecting small locally owned businesses? At the current phase, it feels like only large corporations will be left standing. Boulder locally already has many places to purchase liquor from. This would only ramp up competition and drive out the local businesses. The neighborhood does not want or need Whole Foods to sell beer and wine inside what is supposed to be a grocery store. People often say that in capitalist society, those with the most resources win. Unfortunately, that idea is becoming more and more real. I love my store and I dedicated most of my working life to it. I want to continue doing what I do. But if sales continue to decline and I'm forced to close my doors, that thought alone is terrifying. I sincerely hope we can create an environment where small businesses can continue to survive and where our community can support a healthier and balanced marketplace. I totally oppose Whole Foods' request for the full beer and wine license. Thank you for listening my position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any other community members who would like to speak on this matter? Not seeing any.
I'm not seeing any either. I'll just call one more time. If you are here to speak on this matter, you'll want to use the raise hand function, which is at the bottom of your screen. It's the little hand. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh. Oh. It's Mr.
I was
Durkin.
just going to request, could you please just say Bajay Calling, Harvest Wine and Spirits? Again, I don't know if he understands the procedure of what you're saying. If he doesn't respond to his name, then we should move on. But if you would give him that courtesy, he told me he intended to testify.
He does have his hand raised now, so I'll go ahead and promote. PJ, if you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Okay, perfect. And Mr. Calling, if you will give your address for the record so that we can check the interested party.
My address is 3075 Arapaho Avenue, Boulder 80303.
Thank you. And while Kristen checks that out, can you please say your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Bijay Khaling, BijayKhaling.
No problem. And if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You can, as soon as Kristen chimes in, then you can go ahead and continue with your testimony.
He is with a qualified and interested party.
Thank you. Mr. Calling, you can proceed with testimony.
Okay. I've been in this business since 2022. It was all right in the beginning. Now, this grocery is carrying beer and wine has been really hard for us. And it has been like the owner of the AOK, he said, I'm also about to be closed soon or something. You know, it's been really financial burden for us. Yeah. It's been difficulties, and my sales been dropped about over 50% because of the wine, because I have a lot of wines, that's why, beer and wine.
Great, thank you so much. Anything else you'd like to share?
That's all, I guess.
We appreciate your words. Is there anybody else for public comment?
I don't see any more hands raised. I'll do one last call. If you're here to give public comment on this matter, please go ahead and use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. I don't see any more hands.
Okay, then let us proceed to closings. Attorney Coates, I believe that would be you.
Yes, thank you. And then I will reserve some time for rebuttal as well of Mr. Durkin's comment.
Okay.
But I think what's important to consider here is what was done back in 2018. And the exhibit that Mr. Durkin submitted is consistent with exactly what the order says, which is at the back of your packet, which states any proposed change to the size designated display areas will require the licensee to receive modification of the license premise. That's why we're here. We're playing by that rule. And when that condition was created, that condition at the time was based upon the law at the time and based upon the circumstances at the time. The circumstances being there was a retail liquor store already in that location. So Whole Foods didn't go and ask to also have beer at the location as well, other than the kombucha products, because the retail liquor store was already there. That condition is what we're requesting to go away and condition this particular license approval of just having the grocery store be able to sell just beer and wine with the surrender of essentially that liquor store license. That circumstance doesn't exist now, or we're asking that it not exist. The other thing that's different is the law. the law at the time that condition came into play basically allowed for the grocery stores to sell full strength beer. The modification that was filed at that time, that's why going from 3.2 to that, we only asked for the kombucha. But the law changed, and the law changed certainly to allow for wine as well in the grocery stores. And that has been pointed out by some of the council members was a proof of need and a desire for it by the community, right? The voters voted on it, and they voted for that setup so that grocery stores could have beer and wine as part of their sales package, complementary to food sales, with other restrictions within the code. Certainly the 20% rule. And the liquor stores were then allowed at that time to have grocery store products in their stores. But based upon the same limitations, the 20% rule going the other way. So the circumstances have changed, and we're here to play by the rules. Now, as Mr. Durkin testified, he was contacted by Whole Foods and myself to say, how do you feel about us surrendering the liquor license and applying essentially for the ability to sell beer and wine within just the grocery store? He didn't like it because he didn't like at all issues associated with grocery store having the product in the first place. And that's been the presentation tonight. I mean, the entire presentation is an objection essentially to what the voters voted on and allowed back in 2021. It's been a competition-based objection, not an objection based upon needs and desires. As you've heard, the discussion is this is going to reduce certainly the number of SKUs, reduce the footprint of alcohol. You're taking out all of the liquor out of the liquor store, and you're basically combining it to a space here in the store. Now, this issue of primary versus permanent display, the permanent display is green. That was testified to. The area that surrounds it, primary display, is where they're going to attempt to try to contain alcohol to the largest extent they can, even with temporary displays. There's been discussion and talk about that being up front. I don't know how any of that was relevant. The discussion was we wanted to keep it in the back for security purposes, back in that area. And I think that the authority can consider that. It can consider that this isn't an expansion of alcohol sales. This is a reduction of alcohol sales within the area. There was already a need for the liquor store. There continues to be a need for that products that they were selling. And essentially, they'll meet that need based upon what's shown in the petition and survey anyway, based upon what's shown in particular what the customers want, and that's convenience. Daily basis, customers are asking, can we buy beer and wine products within the defined boundary area or within the store of the grocery store area or display area? Can we buy beer and wine products, and why can't we? And convenience, right? Convenience is important. Well, convenience is what the voters voted for. It's not a valid objection to need and desire at this point. Inconvenience. And that's what essentially the liquor store owners within the community are objecting to is they say, we like it that it's inconvenient for these individuals at grocery stores to have to leave and come to the liquor store. We're not even attempting here to open a new liquor store. We're not attempting here to even open a new beer and wine store. We're consolidating essentially is what this is. And we can't take the alcohol and put it there, right? We have to sell it down based upon the rules out of the retail liquor store. But in other words, they'll lose that inventory. But the fact of the matter is they want to start with your approval, the ability to sell beer and wine as being demanded and asked for by the customers essentially that go to that location all the time. And I think the petition and survey support that. I don't think that any of the testimony you heard from anyone, other than folks changing their mind after talking with Mr. Durkin about it, most of those all related to either I don't like Whole Foods, I don't like Amazon, or I don't like the ability of Whole Foods essentially to hold that class of license. Didn't talk at all about essentially the fact that we're giving up the license for the retail liquor store side. They didn't want to acknowledge that part of it. Now, Mr. Durkin acknowledges it, and he talks specifically about it. He says he doesn't like it. He doesn't like this circumstance at all. He doesn't like anything that the grocery stores are doing at this point associated with beer and wine. And I understand that. It's a competition argument. He doesn't like it. I don't think there's any evidence to support that this is going to continue to compete with him. This is going to reduce the competition to him. I think it's what the evidence, he speculated it won't, but I think the evidence has suggested that it will. It will reduce essentially the footprint, not make it bigger, but certainly not. It's already there. So I think that to argue here that this has any type of negative impact on the community or any type of negative impact on the needs and desires of that particular area, the factor that we're here to consider, I think is just wrong. And I think Mr. Durkin and a couple of the other liquor store owners are making an argument that we just don't like it because this is something that the grocery stores are doing. Now, one of the things that Whole Foods is doing here, and I think this is lost in hours of testimony from ago, is that they provide a very good secure place at this location. And that's a very, very, very positive impact to this community, right? What they provide there is off-duty police officers, right? Off-duty police officers. They have and they share their time between the liquor store and the grocery store. They'll be 100% now in the grocery store, and having essentially nearly round the clock, as Mr. Haney talked about. Sometimes they'll miss a shift, but having officers in that community, I think that really strengthens that community at that area, at the surrounding area. And they've had no issues, obviously, associated with sales of alcohol to minors. They've had no issues of sales of alcohol to visibly intoxicated persons. All of that's just speculation and discussion, which I don't think is relevant to this board. Now, I certainly understand you wanting to hear the evidence, and you did. And we appreciate, obviously, your patience and everything that happened tonight. It's been a long hearing, very, very long hearing. But we're asking the board to do what we think makes sense. And that is allow Whole Foods to be able to sell beer and wine out of its grocery store, to eliminate the liquor store as a condition, essentially, of that request. And I would ask to reserve rebuttal for any additional comments, as I believe that Mr. Durkin is allowed to make a statement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Durkin.
Thank you. The evidence before the BLA tonight clearly shows that, one, the applicant has not met their burden of proof to establish that the defined neighborhood both needs and desires the removal of the kombucha-only condition and the massive expansion of their alcohol display area they propose. Two, there are significant problems and errors, both with the application itself and with the neighborhood survey, that do not justify granting an approval. On needs and desires, it's important to keep in mind that the applicant bears the burden of proving, by preponderance of the evidence, that the neighborhood both needs and desires what they are requesting in their application. The burden of proof is on the applicant, not the opponents. You heard from several persons in interest with deep ties, long histories, and major stakes in this neighborhood that our neighborhood does not need nor desire this Whole Foods to sell beer and wine inside the grocery store. I could have called more witnesses, but as you heard, Mr. Coates was already objecting to what he called duplicative testimony he didn't like. You heard from residents, business owners, property owners. You heard from business experts. You heard from a real estate expert. You heard from one of the most highly respected public health and safety experts in the state. What evidence did Whole Foods provide to support needs and desires? One thing and one thing only: a survey, which you heard testimony about having serious flaws. Number one, all the testimony about the signature gather says she was not telling people the actual application. She was misrepresenting what the application was. You heard that from 3 witnesses. Moreover, she was actively lobbying for signatures, at least in the perception of Ms. Hauser. On cross-examination, Mr. Rich for Whole Foods admitted that the description in tonight's agenda is an accurate description of the application, but that's not what the signature gatherer told people. She said it was a merger of license. It's no big deal. It's just this ongoing thing, the kind of language you use when you're trying to get a particular result rather than when you're asking for an unbiased opinion based on all of the facts. They didn't tell people about a compromise. They didn't tell people about a kombucha condition. They didn't tell people about asking to remove that over the objections of the same neighborhood members who opposed the license in the first place that resulted in that condition. I believe that given the testimony you heard, the applicant's neighborhood survey could be disregarded in its entirety, but at a minimum, you should take it into account in terms of weight and credibility that there's no credible way of believing that the signature gatherer was accurately representing the application and providing facts. We were not able to provide the information that we would have liked to provide because it wasn't admitted, so I won't talk about that. But I will ask you to consider the in-person testimony. The amount of effort somebody puts in to appear at one of these things, especially having no idea when you're going to be on as a community member, it's significant. The paid professionals are always here. You know, they're getting paid, they're going to be here, they're going to hang around. Average community members who are not being compensated, have no real dog in the fight other than caring about their community. It's a much bigger ask, and I would encourage you to put a lot of weight on the people that you heard from. I brought up the material mistakes in the application. There's no way that map accurately reflects what they're doing. The testimony has been all over the map. Mr. Coates was trying to clean up his client's testimony. I submit that from that map, you wouldn't know what you're approving. This is one of the biggest companies in the country. They have the money to hire the very best people, and yet they submitted an application that is obviously wrong. And they kind of said, oh, it doesn't really matter, and the testimony cleaned it up. I think on itself, that would be a reason to deny the application. You need to know exactly what you're approving. And per state law, per the liquor regulation we cited, whatever is the primary display area, which now apparently is the aisles around this, they can have an unlimited number of temporary displays that don't count toward their 5 they're allowed to have throughout the store. Now, Mr. Coates says, oh, well, there aren't going to be anywhere else in the store. We said maybe in the back. Hey, go look at grocery stores and big box stores all over the state and tell me what you see out there. I don't think that that's credible. A huge disconnect between 302 square feet and 5,749 square feet. What they're talking about, understandably, if they're going to close their liquor store, is basically putting an alcohol store within the grocery store. But that means it's space that they don't have available for food. And that's something our neighborhood needs and desires. Whole Foods is a great grocery store. I buy food there frequently. I love their produce. I love the fresh meat and fish. I don't want to see them taking out groceries and health food to put in alcohol. We have plenty of places to do that. They operate a perfectly fine liquor store. I think they do a nice job there. They have adult employees. They don't allow unaccompanied minors. They don't have self-checkout. It's a destination store that's selling alcohol in a responsible way. Finally, as you weigh these matters, I would ask you to consider the history and background that led to the condition. Mr. Coates keeps bringing up language in the condition about modifying it, but I want to call your attention to actually read the language, because here's the exact language about change. And I'm quoting exactly the condition. Any proposed change to the size, designated display, and storage areas will require the licensee to apply for and receive approval of a modification of its licensed premises. No language there says removal of this condition and allow us to have a full license and sell everything. That was never part of the dialogue or conversation, certainly not within my concept, nor did I know that Whole Foods was going to go spend $1.7 million and all the other grocery chains spend a bunch of money and end up with $20 million to rewrite Colorado liquor law to put wine in all their grocery stores without any local review or approval. Boulder voted against it, by the way. So if the vote of the people expresses needs and desires, then Boulder doesn't need it or desire it. I think there's a reason why we have a beverage licensing authority made up of citizens like you. You have an ability to really think about what our community and our neighborhood needs and desires. Sure, granting this application, it would increase Amazon Whole Foods profits. It would make it marginally more convenient for the shopper who wants to buy groceries and alcohol and would prefer one stop and one checkout. Other than that, how does it benefit our neighborhood and community? The cost is our local businesses, our children, the health and safety of our community. Um, and I realized, something as I thought about this, in most cases, when the authority considers denying a license application, it's a really hard thing to do because of the impact on the applicant. I mean, if you have a restaurant that can't have a liquor license, as we heard from the crepe restaurant earlier, like they may not be able to make it. They need those rings and that ticket to stay in business. If somebody's applying for a new retail liquor store license, you can't even open and operate without a license. But what happens here if you deny this request? You're just preserving the status quo. Whole Foods can continue operating their liquor store as they've done for the last 15, 20 years profitably and sell alcohol that way. And they continue to sell groceries in their grocery store. There really is no huge downside. Yeah, they don't maybe make quite as much money. They have to pay a little more rent. They have to hire a few more employees, but to the benefit of our community, our local businesses, our kids, our health and safety of our community. But what happens if you approve this? Very likely you'll lose one or more of our local liquor stores. Our kids are going to be faced with more alcohol in grocery stores. And it doesn't matter how many off-duty cops you hire, you're still putting alcohol in a place where unaccompanied underage people regularly shop. And for people who are just trying to buy food and don't really want to be confronted with alcohol, they're now not going to be able to go to one of the few stores in Boulder where you can do this. It's a wonderful Whole Foods just the way it is. So for all the evidence before you tonight, again, I submit that clearly the preponderance of the evidence says the neighborhood does not need and desire this. But even if you think it's a close case and you're kind of on the fence, the burden of proof is on the applicant. So unless you feel that they have proved by a preponderance of the evidence, and the only thing they have in their favor is this flawed survey, then you need to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Rebuttal, please. Thank you. I think one of the critical things to point out here is we're here for needs and desires. That's it. The other thing that's important about that is that Mr. Durkin continually comes back to the speculation, all speculative arguments about why it is that this is going to hurt retail liquor stores, ignoring the fact that we're closing our retail liquor store. The diagrams that have been submitted, he hasn't touched on or talked about the second page to those diagrams, which shows, and you have it in your packet, shows the entire space outlined in green about where all the alcohol will be displayed. The testimony is not going to expand alcohol sales in that area. So it comes down to an issue of what's reasonable versus what's not reasonable. It's reasonable to believe that the needs and desires here are going to continue to be met about exactly the same as they are now if the authority approves this. And it's reasonable to allow Whole Foods to continue to operate in a manner, or in the future operate in a manner that lets them be better at their business. Their core business is obviously sale of organic foods. But pairing that with complementary liquor sales is something that the community wants. And the suggestion that there's no need and desire for it, the only thing is the petition and survey, which has over 100 signatures in favor of it, ignores that. And that's an important distinction, the number of signatures that are in favor versus the numbers that are opposed. You only had a few here, folks, that are opposed today, and they're opposed obviously with, again, speculative reasons that are biased by Mr. Durkin. But nonetheless, being able to continue to sell those products as a complement to alcohol sales is not expanding this market. It's not making this market worse, and it's a reasonable request. It'll make Whole Foods better. It'll make the area better. It'll make the area better in terms of alcohol sales, which is what we're here to discuss. The opposition testimony essentially falls into the category of, we don't like it. We don't like it because we don't like what the law allows. And I think that's not a reasonable ground, essentially, to deny this application. We have proven by preponderance of the evidence a need and a desire for this, particularly with the articulation that it's not going to expand alcohol sales within the area. And I think that testimony has been pretty clear. I think Mr. Haney testified in terms of where the area is, where it's going to be kept in compliance with the law, and that they'll follow the law. They'll follow the law associated with temporary displays. They'll follow the law associated with compliance and alcohol sales, avoiding them to minors or visibly intoxicated persons. They'll continue to comply with the law. Why continue to comply with the law? Why do we? What evidence do we have to support that? Because they've been in compliance with the law for all of these years, right? They've operated in a lawful manner, and you haven't seen Whole Foods in front of you for either of these spots for any type of violation or indiscretion. Essentially, they've operated properly. So they're coming to you to ask the authority to essentially allow them to continue to be a great store. And I think it's speculative to think that this is going to have an impact, even though it's not really the relevant inquiry, upon the liquor stores in the area. So we're asking the authority to grant this agreement and to grant this request. This request being to modify our license consistent with the floor plan, with the agreement that we will surrender the liquor license of the retail liquor store within a 60-day period of approval. And that condition that was put into place regarding kombucha only is changed to essentially remove the retail liquor store. And that condition, when it was put into place, contemplated the law at the time and contemplated the facts at the time, which was the retail liquor store was there. Mr. Durking's comments about a dialogue of it meaning more than that, it didn't. It says what it says within the condition. And that condition was it was a condition by the authority, right? It's not an agreement with Mr. Durking. It's an agreement with essentially an agreement saying, if you approve this license, this condition should be on the license. All conditions are modifiable. And that's why we're here, asking to essentially put Whole Foods in a position that they can reasonably operate this business as a whole in this area. So we very much appreciate your time tonight. We appreciate your patience. I appreciate you listening to my rambling on. And I have no ill will against Mr. Durking as well. He's made nice comments about me. The same comments. Comments are, and you heard him from our vice president, who indicated that it's a great store over there at Hazel's. And it's probably the biggest liquor store in Boulder. And it's probably the best run liquor store in Boulder. And the fact of the matter is this isn't going to impact that liquor store. You don't have any evidence of it. So we'd ask the authority to approve essentially our request. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. At this time, we will close for board deliberation. Okay. That was intense. I have so many thoughts. You guys there? You guys still awake?
Yeah.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Gosh. Just like stepping back and looking at everything that's been presented to us. Maybe we start there. We can start I guess we should start with, is there a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the application in the court in its current form. And happy to talk about that.
Since there is a motion, we would need to see if there is a second before we can deliberate.
I second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, no.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Can I just clarify, are you not discussing the motion before you're voting on it?
You know, I offer this and no one ever takes me up on making
Yeah.
a motion. I do think I guess we'd have to see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe not I would.
Yeah, when was the discussion supposed to take place there?
Four.
Like,
yeah,
before you vote, after
No.
you make the motion, you need to discuss it before you vote. It is generally the standard. And I would also suggest if you are, in either case, I'd recommend that you justify whatever position you're taking by specifically referencing the criteria for this particular hearing, which are the needs and desires and potentially good moral character of the applicant, which are the only ones at issue at the hearing.
Well, the reason do you want me that I would at this moment be opposed to it is because I felt that the public really spoke out and we didn't have anybody speak on behalf of Whole Foods. And I'm not saying they have to bring witnesses, but their display is egregious. It's incredibly large. They want to place an entire liquor store in there. 5 aisles is a big space. And the those end things, I live next to a Whole Foods, a different one. There's liquor everywhere. It's one of my biggest regrets was passing it as a board member and passing King Supers as well. I am seeing the effects on our local liquor store in my neighborhood. I don't think that the survey holds any validity. That's just how I feel about those surveys. So I just sometimes, I mean, I know that I've expressed this before that I don't believe that they ask the right questions. I don't believe that they are doing anything other than trying to hurry up and get through things to gather signatures. That's my point of view. I'm just throwing it out there is where I'm coming from. I don't know though if there's like room for compromise here, right? Like a shelf. But we approved this in another grocery store, and I don't think I understood how big these aisles are. Um, my concern for public health and safety is currently in the current situation, you have to be in age to get in. And once it's in the grocery store, anybody's hands can touch it. I don't care if they have a dedicated officer, which I love that they have, and unfortunately, we need that. That officer's, I mean, that officer is not going to keep kids from stealing that liquor. And so I am against wine and a lot of beer in grocery stores unless it is restricted to a small space. I'm annoyed that I kept hearing them say all night that they're downsizing, but they're not. Okay, they couldn't really answer my questions. That blue area, I believe, is intended to be an entire liquor, wine, and beer place. Um, Otherwise, there would have been like more forthcoming about the intentions in that space. I do believe that we skirted over temporary. Oh, it's just temporary. Oh, a week or two. I shop at grocery stores. I am a shopper at the Whole Foods that has wine. Like those temporary displays go for months. And I don't know if I can consider my own experiences in this or not, but this is what I'm living. Um, Being on this board, I'm probably more aware of that kind of thing. So that's kind of like where I am. I really didn't hear much in support of this, but I heard a lot of opposition. So that's really where I'm having trouble with it. Um, I care about the other businesses. I don't that are within that needs and use area. Um, I don't fault Whole Foods for being here and changing their mind on kombucha. I have no issue with that. They're growing, they're doing their thing. I get it. But we didn't hear anyone in favor of them. Um, and it was very discouraging, the witnesses that we did hear about the survey, and it kind of validated how I feel about those surveys. They talk about how they are good at food sales and not alcohol sales, but they want to put an entire alcohol store in their food store, which would reduce the square footage of food being sold. I mean, they specifically said, no, oh, we don't really sell that much liquor. We're not in this business. We're not doing this. But they want 5 aisles. 5 aisles. No one's watching those 5 aisles. Do you know who's watching those 5 aisles? Are the teenagers. Um, yeah. So I guess that's kind of how where I'm sitting, and I'm happy to be persuaded, and I definitely want to hear what you guys think.
Can I
Yeah.
just
Oh,
clarify, sorry, for the record, Member Roberts, and I understand the discussion about the display. I'm wondering if you could specifically connect your thoughts to the reasonable needs of the neighborhood and the desires a little more directly for the record. If I'm
Sure.
not being, I know it's a little, thank you.
Let me try. Let me try. Well, I didn't hear any needs from the public, but I heard a lot of or desires. I didn't hear one shopper tell us that they want this. Um, and I didn't it, yeah, but I heard a lot of reasons not to. Does that kind of clarify?
Um, I guess for clarification, so Whole Foods did present the petition and with the signatures. You're mentioning that you were had issues with, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth about the validity of the petition. If you could go on a little bit more specifically about
About
yeah, about that in particular, that would be helpful.
Sure. Well, we did have 3 witnesses that were confused. I believe that the petitioner was probably only there for 2 minutes. Um, the evidence from was it Snarf's
the
sent
letter.
the letter saying that wait, I mean my employee can't sign. He's a sandwich maker. Um, those are just like a few of those people. I just believe that those surveys are to get signatures. I mean, I've been on the street, I've been asked for things. They just want a signature. I don't find a lot of value or validity in that. Just sitting on this board for the past 5 years, I don't I don't know. I've seen a lot of those and I've questioned numbers on them. Miss Gerritsen knows me. I have questioned her, and I know that's why she was so thorough with this one and discussing businesses, because I have questioned why they haven't asked businesses in the past. I guess it's just like over time, just seeing so many of these come before me and looking at the numbers and just being like, yeah, okay, that's just not real. I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know what else to say except
Mhm.
I don't, um, yeah, that's, yeah, I don't know. I guess experience.
Yeah. Yeah, member Harry, yeah, all super valid points. Yeah, and I think the petitions, yeah, we've heard enough of them, and it's yeah, you can kind of yeah come to your own conclusions, and especially kind of hearing some just confusing, right? And I think that's
Confusing.
probably maybe more of the seemed like it might have been the experience. One thing that I'm going back to is how does Proposition 125 fit into this? Um, knowing, and the point was made, they are like acting within state law, right? And it was, you know, 50.6% yes, 49.4% no is how that passed statewide. And then in Boulder, it was kind of the flip. Um, so, if that does the how Boulder voted on 125, does that supersede how the state ended up voting on it? Or should that inform our opinion um, on what Prop 125 allowed for the grocery stores? So I think that's a big issue to consider too.
I just also, I apologize for interrupting, but just on that point, you just have to be careful as a board. The state law does allow grocery stores, obviously with the license, to sell beer and wine, and that's just the status of the law. That's not
Right.
specific to this application, the needs and
Hmm.
desires of this specific
Right.
neighborhood. So I'm not going to, advise you all on the relevancy because that is within your discretion, but I would just issue that caveat that you consider the application individually with the status already established, that is legal. And so obviously we wouldn't have an application for a license that was illegal, to do
Right.
something illegal. And so similarly with respect to the concerns overall of the community with, selling wine and beer within a grocery store, um, that also you have to be careful to apply specifically to this application, this store within these neighborhoods. Are there, reasonable needs and desires of the inhabitants in the area, not, what anyone's personal sort of view on the law or how Boulder voted, unless you can connect that specifically to the application. So, want to clarify.
Did you have more, Member Hager?
Oh, not happy to turn it over to someone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um, Member Barnes here. I'm totally understand what you both are saying. I just come back to um, it's a grocery store, and as we mentioned before, Prop 125, it's legally allowed to sell beer and wine. Um, so I'm tending to go that direction. They forfeit their liquor store for that. I understand that. Um, I think the needs and the desires of the neighborhood. I like going to the grocery store and buying my wine and my beer just personally, but I think that is a big deal for a lot of people. It is convenient, and why is Whole Foods not able to what other grocery stores can do? So I that's why I feel that they should be allowed to sell beer and wine in the grocery store.
I really struggle with that question too. Like, well, it's happening in other grocery stores, so why not this one too? Um, and I think that it's out of control. And as a board, it's our responsibility to keep in mind our community and that neighborhood. And if they're just like these, I mean, Target's like right there, and they're definitely taking advantage of those temporary cases. It's the first thing you see when you walk in. And I just, this is what we are the current board members,
Yep.
right? That was past board members. And so I don't, I get what you're saying. But Whole Foods has a liquor store. Like
Yeah,
they have a liquor store. They don't need to move their liquor store inside their grocery store. That's
totally
actually
hear
a
you.
really regulated um, store, and it's great. And it's really like you walk out one door and you walk in another door. Like, yes, you pay twice, but you also pay twice when you forget your Brussels sprouts and have to go back in. I mean, I just is that convenience so high and those people need that wine so bad that we would put our young people around more liquor? I don't know. I don't know that Whole Foods needs this, and I don't think that Whole Food shoppers need this. I'm not hearing that need as being more important than the desire of a growing community with small establishments and local businesses. That's what I heard tonight. That is what was that is, yeah, just where I landed tonight.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. But please continue if you have more.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I'm more torn than I was 25 minutes ago, but yeah, so.
For sure. I went back and forth all night. All night. This was people don't people who watch this is painful.
It's up there. It's up there. It's one of those. Yep. Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
I appreciate everybody's thoughts. I think everybody's being very thoughtful about it. I disagree. And I think, uh, uh, first of all, I think that Whole Foods shouldn't be penalized uh, for something that is they could be doing legally.
how is this a
Other gross,
penalty?
sorry,
Curious how you define that, how you define
I'm
not
talking about other
as
grocery stores being able to sell wine and beer, and Whole Foods not being able to do it because there's a liquor store next to them.
no, it's
Uh,
their liquor store. It's
it
not
is
like
their liquor.
it's
I'm
their
sorry.
liquor store. It is not somebody else's liquor store. The manager even said, I have to go over there to make sure to check on those employees. This is a Whole Foods liquor store. I want to be very clear. They are taking their Whole Foods liquor store and moving it inside their Whole Foods grocery store. This is not like that liquor store. Now they are saying they'll close that down. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was trying to understand what you meant by a penalty, why this would be considered a penalty.
I take the whole thing together, and their representations that they're going to let the license go, which they are going to do. We control that license at the end of the day. And if they're representing that that's going to close, that's going to remove one separate operation, transfer the beer and wine to the current Whole Foods. Hard liquor will not be sold in the current Whole Foods. It is in that location. That will take that out of it. I think there's an advantage to having, for the community, to having uh, a grocery store being able to sell wine and beer so that customers don't have to go to a separate location, don't have to leave and drive somewhere else. There are risks and hazards to that. I think that's a factor to take into account. Um, at the end of the day, we have these petitions. Eve Gerritsen is as good or as bad as any of them. I've been impressed by her over this very short time that I've been on this board, and we take what we get. I mean, we don't have we don't have a whole lot of experts out there helping us get to that, and we have to use our own community judgment, which we're clearly trying to do. Um, I don't, I'm on the side of uh, if if the if the wine sale is the total between the two facilities, if you close the liquor store and you transfer the wine and beer business next into the Whole Foods, if that's actually going to go up, that represents something with the community speaking, as far as I'm concerned, and I take that into account. Uh, Other than that, I think we're just trying to do our job. Uh, I don't think having a wine and beer section by itself is going to uh, be a risk, an unreasonable risk to the community. It's how it's operated, and we expect some level of professionalism in how it's operated within a grocery store, just like we expect within supers or uh, Safeway or any of the other grocery stores that have gotten permission to have alcohol in their stores. So uh, that's my position.
Okay. Whose needs are being met with that approval? Did you hear from any tonight?
We heard from Eve Garrettson with her surveying, uh, and presumably we hear from uh, the customers that Mr. Dry Clean is concerned about moving over from his store to Whole Foods. Uh, if they're voting with their feet, it is a demonstration of need, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I guess I keep going back on, I think Chair Roberts, you made this point is, you know, Whole Foods, right? Will at the end of the day, regardless of the outcome, we'll be fine, right? They have a liquor store next door. What responsibility do we have as a board for, the looking out for, the need of the public safety, right? But then also, you know, the small businesses, I think are to some of, I think they've seen it with with 125 passing, how is that further going to affect, some of the people we heard from today, the business owners. Um, so I think, that I think is important to consider. And then I don't know, lastly, kind of going back to the the consolidation of moving everything to the one location. I I I guess help me think through your hesitations on just like the placement and the size and how that will be a adverse or negative effect um to community. Like
Yeah.
like yeah, because I'm just you know 5 aisles or whatever it might be in the back of the store where the kind of the prep area, so they're kind of wherever it might be. Yeah, just can kind of maybe
Yeah.
talk to me about like your how you think that is going to be pretty detrimental.
Um,
Yeah.
so that space isn't like at the back of the store. It's right in front of their deli department, right? So it's a huge area. So think about like when you're at the grocery store and you walk down a grocery aisle, like you're at Whole
Hmm.
Foods, a gigantic grocery store, right? Not like our little local one, like a little Whole Foods, like a real Whole Foods, a King Supers, a whatever Safeway, and you're shopping. Think about how long those aisles are.
Hmm.
You want 5 of those. Now,
Hmm.
I think where I get like
I don't know where those go. Yeah.
um where it feels where I lose trust is that you can visit any grocery store and see that everything just kind of like sprawls. But they also
Mhm.
couldn't answer me. If I'm Whole Foods, I know exactly how many bottles can fit on a shelf. To tell me they don't know that is just incorrect. I mean, I've owned a store, a glass blowing store. I knew exactly how much glass fit on every single shelf. So for them to skirt by thinking like, oh, maybe I won't go do the math while they're all talking or not listen to like, not use my eyes and see that that space is this big and the liquor stand
Mhm.
that they want to close is this big, like in the corner. I didn't need that expert to tell me that what I'm looking at. If you just kind of blur your eyes and you're looking at that map, that is about a fifth of that store. It's an enormous area. Had they come to us and they were like, look, we're not in the liquor business. We don't even sell at our store. We just want to have some wine. They would have presented us with like an aisle or an end cap or something. Clearly, this is a gigantic part of the store. And I just felt like they were dishonest. And I do believe they're being dishonest about how much it's going to be. And I speak
Mhm.
that also from my experience with the Whole Foods I live next to. And
Mhm.
Attorney Geiger, correct me if I'm not allowed to use my experience in my decision making, and I will remove it. But I approve, I see that expansion creeping. Okay. And
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah,
I like to see the
I
is that like too,
I would recommend that you only refer to what you've heard at the hearing and
sure. Yeah.
the evidence in the record and just yeah,
Okay.
refer to that.
I felt like Mr. Deerking did a really he in I wrote it down what he said. I mean, basically, essentially move a liquor store. And he really made me see like, okay, wow, that is like a big space. And then they couldn't commit to how big it really is. And I don't
Mhm.
like sneakiness. And I felt that was really sneaky. I guess is kind of what it also comes down to. I asked them, and if they can't answer questions, then they shouldn't have a place to put liquor. If they don't know how much, I mean, how are they going to keep people from stealing if they don't know how much is out there?
Mhm.
Is I guess how I look at that space. Did that answer your question or help clarify or
Yeah.
did it just
Yeah.
complicate
No,
things?
you did. You did.
Yeah. I don't feel this is good for our neighborhood. I don't feel that um yeah, I don't feel it's good for our small businesses. I heard our small businesses loud and clear tonight, and I am glad they showed up because I didn't hear anybody asking for this. I didn't hear any members saying they want this. I saw signatures from somebody who spoke fast trying to get signatures. That's just the evidence. That's how I interpreted all the evidence presented this evening. But any other questions? More deliberation? Um, it's painful, right?
Yeah, I'm just going like the needs and desires of, the neighborhood, right? Um, and that's really what we're looking at, right? And did the applicant like prove that they met that beyond a burden of proof? And yeah, that's the like is the need that like I don't know, yeah, they're yes and no. I don't yeah, like it's
Totally.
you know,
Yeah. I guarantee when you
like
signed up for this board, you had no idea it was going to be this hard because I didn't.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then yeah, it's kind of like what are we weighing? Or you made the point. Certainly, you know, one-stop shopping. Yeah, that's a need and desire for
I
yeah,
would probably feel differently if they didn't already have a liquor store.
right.
Uh,
But
yeah, maybe,
mhm,
honestly, probably not, to be honest. Based on the evidence that was presented, I may not feel different.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I
Yeah.
think we'll have to move on from this because I think we still have more people to hear from tonight. So,
Yep.
I just want to make the point about the petition. We do allow and have requirements for the petition to be used in these hearings. And so I just want to make sure, the board has considered that and to what extent there's evidence that, the particular signatures or, there's the validity or not of the petition. So I want to make sure that that's on your minds, that, that is a standard thing that is permitted in these hearings. And I want to make sure the board is not in a position where you're casting doubt entirely on a process without
Mm-hmm.
specifying the evidence to actually base those that objection.
I can speak to that. I wouldn't say it's like a blanket statement, but we had, well, first of all, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a piece of evidence, and I can take that evidence and interpret it and feel one way or another about it. And at a different hearing, I might feel differently about one of these. But I actually heard people say that they didn't realize what they were doing, and there was actual witnesses that said that this is what happened, that they were just kind of like, yeah, just talking while she's busy, like answering calls. That is not a way to do a needs and use. So in this very specific case, it was brought to our attention that this needs and use survey may have not actually been done as thoroughly as we would have liked. And we had witnesses that actually said that. And that is where I stand with that. So I am considering it. It's tough though. It's tough when you have actual people saying like, well, I didn't realize that's what I was signing, and they come before us and look very uncomfortable because I know they didn't want to be here. So anyway, I guess that's how I feel about it. It's a piece of evidence, and that's how I'm interpreting it. I don't, and yeah, to me, that's not a piece of evidence I'm considering that much. But everybody can, everybody looks at it differently. Okay, well, should we vote and move on with this?
Probably.
So then I would make a motion to deny this change of application.
We actually, sorry, we had a motion already pending on the floor.
All right.
So you just need to finish that one up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I thought we redid motions after. I thought it was like the motion.
You didn't finish the vote after your discussion, I don't think. There was a motion to approve and a second, and
Okay.
then only two of you voted before the discussion, I think. So we just need to confirm the vote on that before you make another motion.
Well, I don't think that that's fair to the, I mean,
Yeah,
but
I
now
feel
we
like we
deliberated. Yeah, that I know, I feel like when we do that it has flattened, right? And we start over.
Officially, you had a motion, you moved and seconded and had the discussion. So you just need to finish your vote. So you started with a no, and then I don't remember if there was anyone else. I think Member Crane may have voted in the affirmative and Member Barnes as well. And I'm not sure where Haggerty.
I did not vote. We stopped right before me, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we had a motion 1 and 2.
approve it, right? Was that what the motion was?
Correct.
Member Crane made a motion to approve it. You said Member Barnes seconded it. So, yeah, you're not.
Someone did.
So Member Haggerty.
So the vote comes to me, and this is, yeah, oh boy. So it was Chair Roberts had said no, and it was yes, yes, right? No, no. No.
Well, I don't think technically I've voted. I think
Did you not
that
vote?
Miss
Oh,
Geiger came on and like halted us.
oh, okay.
But obviously you know where I stand.
Yeah. Ah. Ah.
Go based on the evidence.
Yeah, yeah, let's try to do that. Um, ah, man. Um,
And
um,
I mean, is it fair to, and I don't want to put words in either of those two members, but we deliberated after they casted their vote. I just want to make sure they're still comfortable.
Hi, Member Roberts. You guys can just re-vote on the motion. So the
That's what I
motion,
thought.
yeah. So the motion
But
was Member Crane motioned to approve and Member Barnes seconded. So if you want to just go back through and re-vote, that totally works.
Okay,
oh,
That's fine.
We're used to doing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is there, well, then
So I guess we all just vote again, right?
I guess
Is that what
so.
we're, okay.
There's no
As opposed
reason
to
you
just,
can't. Yep, you can just go through.
okay.
Like the motion just happened and was seconded, you can just go right on through.
Oh, so continue with that one, you're saying, Caitlin.
Yeah, you'll need to, like Sarah was saying, you'll need to finish voting on the motion that was already made, but if you want to restart the votes, that's totally fine. So again, the motion
Oh,
was
you're
to-
saying just repeat it again. I understand.
Yeah. And I believe at this point, since nothing was official or passed, if there's a changed vote, I believe that's fine. Sarah can chime in on that if that's not incorrect. But yeah, if you just want to, so the motion was to approve the application as is. Again, that was Member Crane made that motion, Member Barnes seconded. So if you guys just want to reset your votes, yeah,
When
this
you
would be good.
say as is, does that mean that there's room for changing the, whatever. Okay.
So
Yeah.
the rules of procedure, certainly you can move to amend an emotion if that's, what you'd like to do as well. And it could be a friendly amendment or not. So you can all re-vote on this motion as is. Somebody can move to amend the motion if you want to add some other types of conditions or whatever. And those are your options.
Okay. So then Member Haggerty, all right. So Member Crane, is there a switch? Let's just start from over. Do you want to start your motion over again, Member Crane?
Well, it's the same motion I made before. I move that we approve the application in the form that it was presented to the authority.
Is there a second?
Member Barnes will second that.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, no.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, um, um, Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Yep.
Good luck, Whole Foods. Keep an eye on your theft.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time, folks. Really appreciate that. Obviously, in the motion itself, we'll sort out the details associated with the surrender and the conditions and all that with the city. But I know it's hard. It's very difficult to be on a board like this, and in particular in a matter just like this. So we do and I know Mr. Durkin feels the same way. We very much appreciate at least your time, your opportunity to listen to all of the testimonies. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for putting on a good case.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I assume that if whoever's not on the agenda is gonna drop off, I am gonna leave BJ in the panelist view if that's okay with everyone, because he is the owner of Harvest Wine and Spirits and is here to testify on, or it's here to be the applicant or the licensee for that. But if you would like me to move him out of or into attendees for the time being, I can do that as well. But for the time being, I will move on to agenda item 9, which is public hearing and consideration of an application filed on October 21st, 2025 from Boulder Pho LLC, DBA Boulder Pho, 2855 28th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80301. We have Doi Nguyen, 100% owner and registered manager with the premises business mailing address for a renewal of a hotel restaurant type liquor license. And I see that Mr. Nguyen is here. Besides Mr. Nguyen, is there anyone else who would like to testify on this matter?
Can I ask the question of what our plan is at this point? Do we really have 5 more matters that we have to cover?
The agenda has items 9 through 13. So that's, what is that? 4? 5? Up to you. I mean, the board can totally have a discussion on what they would like to do moving forward.
I think it's worth doing that. I'm not sure. I'm only speaking as one member, but I wonder whether we can be fair to people. I don't know how long this can run and be effective.
I will say all of these applications are renewal. All of the remaining agenda items. Oh my gosh, I'm fading with you. The remaining agenda items are renewal. So there's 3 renewal hearings and there is 2 administrative hearings, which are just the check-ins. There's a little bit more information about those 2. I will defer to Elisa if she believes that one of them is time sensitive and we need to really pay attention to those. Otherwise, renewals are not necessarily like time sensitive. Like they don't always hold up. If you were to continue or something like that, it wouldn't always hold up the application, if that's helpful information.
Thanks, Caitlin. The Harvest Wine and Spirits is time sensitive, and Boulder Pho should go very quickly because you'll just need to. We did get their application documents with the exception of an $11 fee for their takeout license, and you'll hear from sales tax on both of those.
I recommend we keep on going is what I suggest. So hopefully it won't be too much longer.
You must not have small kids you're getting up with in the morning.
I don't. This is true. They're in college.
The office all day, right,
So that's
Haggerty?
another thing. That's I did. So that's a good point. So what do you guys want to do? Because I'm not in your
I don't
situation.
want to I don't want all of our meetings to just be like so long because we keep because we're like backlogged, you know? I miss pottery when we go over past 6:30. So
6:30, that was like yesterday. Yeah.
I know. I was just like
hours ago.
Move us through.
Do you all want to consider the time? Sorry, I know I got knocked out and I had to go on my phone, but do you all want to consider the time sensitive ones or consider amending the agenda to push those up front?
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think so.
If it's helpful to consider for next month, there's 4 matters currently plus a boundary setting. So it's nothing like what you're currently looking at.
Jesus, Caitlin, are they like matters?
Nothing contentious, nothing contended. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm trying to say. No, nothing crazy that we know of.
Yeah.
Roberto just made sure this agenda was packed because he knew that I was covering. So
Yeah, I would say let's take care of the time sensitive one and then go from there.
Okay, so I already called in agenda item 9. So um if you did you want to move forward with that one, or did you that one is not the time sensitive one, but it will likely be a super quick one.
Are these like they didn't file on time or something?
This one is a late filed, yes. I believe.
Um,
I'm sorry, I'm speaking. I don't actually know.
Non-compliance and license renewal.
I think we should focus on the time. Oh,
I
go
can,
ahead.
sure. So this was brought forward because we were missing application documents. Since then, we have received almost everything we need. We need $11 for their takeout permit, and that is all that the licensing division needs. But Penelope needs to speak to the sales tax piece, please.
Well, that doesn't sound quick.
Sorry, not in good standing. So I guess I can just leave it at that. Not in good
Okay.
standing.
What is the time sensitive one?
The time sensitive one is going to be agenda item 11. Is that right, Elisa?
Yeah. Yes, it'll be Harvest Wine and Spirit.
Thank you.
Boy, I'm having a lot of decision fatigue. I guess we should do. I would take your lead on this from the clerk's office.
Yeah, Roberts, I would recommend that you just follow the agenda in order at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda number 9 it is.
Perfect. And really quick before we go any further, Mr. Nguyen, I see that you're here, so I'm going to promote you to panelist if you would like to speak on the matter. Okay, perfect. Hi, Mr. Nguyen. Good evening. Thank you so much for your patience. Really quickly, we'll try to go as quick as we can. If you will just go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record.
My name is Dewey Nguyen. My full name is Dewey Huyen Tan Nguyen.
Thank you. And can you just spell your last name for me?
Nguyen.
Perfect. And can you provide an address?
89 Sugar Beet Circle, Longmont, Colorado 80501.
Thank you so much. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And yes, for the board, for the information, we already went over it, but there was just a few application documents missing. It looks like we are mostly up to date with that. And then there's just one fee that Elisa is missing. And then Penelope is here for sales tax questions, if you should have them. And Mr. Nguyen, usually the board will just give you a second to talk about why you're appearing for the renewal hearing, and then they'll ask some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought we were gonna start with questions. So, hi everyone. My name is Dewey. So, we currently have some problems with the bank, with banking, not with the bank, with banking. So that's why when we pay the sale tax, we got some return and bound payments coming back and forth. My accountant is working on it, and I'm just making sure with him this morning. We gonna we're gonna get everything, I mean, off the band with a sales tax resolve. Hopefully the end of this week, I would say, but the latest would be next week. So lately, that's my fault. I'm sorry. So, and then for the fee, I don't know why, I missed, understand on the fees and the training stuff, but, I got all the fee corrected, and, I got all my employees training, recently. So, yeah, that's very much it. I want to say.
Are you currently serving alcohol?
Yes, I am.
Is that um so on December, sorry, maybe I missed this. So renew formally filed, still incomplete. So on December 15th, your license expired and you were told you cannot serve alcohol. And was that
So,
lifted because he then filed?
so I did file, and then I sent everything submitted, but I don't know somehow when Caitlin send the email back to me, sometimes it go to my email, sometimes I don't get it. And then I remember some point in December, beginning of December or something, I finally noticed that some miss things, some miss item, and I tried to contact, but I couldn't. So, that's why we missed the deadline after it's expired.
But you were late in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Is that correct? Four
Well,
consecutive late
I don't think
fees.
I think last I got some problem just last year and this year. I don't think I got any problems in the past. I can double check really quick. Mhm. Well, actually, this year I filed in October, and I think I missed understanding on the fees and some other items. So,
So, can somebody clarify, like, is he allowed to be serving again because he did end up filing and paying something?
So his renewal was due on October 25th, and let's see. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Trying to make sure I'm in the right one here. Here we go. So his was due on October 25th, and he did timely file on October 21st. So I don't think there's a question about whether he can be selling right now.
So he can be selling.
Yeah.
So then why in the notes
This
it
was this was initially put on the agenda in the application packet because we were missing documents. Now we're down to Um, if you look at the bottom of the memo, um, it talks about the responsible vendor training and determining if you want him to do an in-person hearing at the next renewal cycle. So in the past, what you've done generally with applications in this situation has been to approve them and have them do check-ins.
Yeah.
And then I will need the $11 for the takeout permit.
Um, why didn't you answer the city's emails all the time?
so I don't know why, but it's come to my email and it's flowing, so I couldn't see it. That's a And then until I see it, and then I follow up because I didn't see the first couple email. Even I don't know if maybe I put the phone number wrong or something, but I did not get any phone call or anything. But the email, is flowing up, so it's go away. So I didn't see it, to be honest.
Um, so I'm not sure I follow that. It's a Gmail account.
Yeah, it's a Gmail account.
Okay.
So what we've done,
Yeah.
Um,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
so like, what was suggested, like a check-in moving forward, like for the next renewal has to be done like in person, like during this meeting almost.
I like don't want to keep doing that. We have all these,
Right.
it's
Like,
just like then we sit here so late every night. And so I'm just trying to understand why this was an issue, if it's going to be an issue moving forward. Like it's
right.
just it's if you're responsible enough to have a liquor license, you should be responsible enough to answer email and file your paperwork on time.
I'm sorry. I understand that.
Yeah, that's kind of so this is your first time before us, or did you come before us last year too? Is this your first time before us?
Last year it's happened because I forgot to renew because I got so many stuff going on. But this year I tried to be on time, but it just some other problems happen. I'm really sorry. So
Yeah. Okay, well, I would make a motion to approve. Um, did you provide us with anything?
And Chair Roberts, while you're thinking, Penelope from sales tax is here and would like to give comments
Yes.
if you're
Oh,
open.
I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry, Penelope. Please proceed
You're
while I'm
good.
looking at this.
Sorry. I would just like to make a comment or a request that should it be approved, that it be conditionally approved, that all things sales tax are settled within that two-week timeline that he has given himself.
thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Um, then board, do we want to, boy, I'm losing it. I'm so tired. I would make a motion to approve conditionally, um, that everything is taken care of within the next 2 weeks. You always answer the city's emails and phone calls.
Yes, I will. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And they're here to help you too. So when they call you, they're not going to yell at you. They are here to assist you, and they're really
Mhm.
great people. So reach out to them for advice, reach out to them for help. Just
I will.
stay connected and keep us in the loop so we know what's going on.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
Well, we still have to, is there a
Yeah,
second?
I second the motion. Member Barnes.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, are you still with us?
It's like you're on mute still. Member Crane. Member Haggerty, aye.
Thank you.
Do we need to wait since we have a quorum and majority voted in favor?
I believe we
Sorry.
can list him as having not voted.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe that we can list him as having not voted. Is
Not
that
voted.
correct,
Okay.
Sarah?
Do we have an absent?
Member Crane, I think maybe excuse himself for a minute. So we were
Okay, so yeah, we're good. We have three. We're good. Just
Okay.
I would say no vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, approved. And hopefully, not that I don't want to see you, but we don't want to see you on this matter again.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too. 2 weeks.
Yes, I will take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we're okay to just keep going. Agenda item 10 is public hearing and consideration of an application filed on December 1st, 2025 from CMG Ventures LLC, DBA West End Wine Shop 777 Pearl Street, Unit C, Boulder, Colorado 80302. Maskey LLC 100% owner with Renuka Maskey as sole owner of Maskey LLC with the premises business mailing address for a renewal of a retail liquor store type liquor license. And Mr. Maskey is here. I'll go ahead and promote him to panelist. And Mr. Nguyen, I see that you're still here, but you can feel free to leave. And Mr. Maskey, if you will just accept your invitation to become panelist. While the licensee is getting settled, I will just let the BLA know that this was scheduled for hearing because it was a late filed renewal. The renewal expired on September 25th, and it wasn't filed until December 1st, 2025, which per BLA rules of procedure requires that they appear at a BLA hearing. The renewal was submitted fully complete, and the licensee is in good standing with sales tax and in good standing with occupation tax this time. So it is solely in front of you because it was a late filed renewal. And Mr. Maskey, if you will go ahead and unmute yourself, I'm just going to swear you in and read you into the record real fast.
Yes, please.
If you will just go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record and give an address.
Okay. My name is Ramen Maskey, RAMENMASKEY, and my address is 465 South 30th Street, Boulder, Colorado 80305.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes, please.
Okay, amazing. If the chair has any questions, she'll ask you some questions, but otherwise you can go ahead and give whatever.
Yeah, just tell us what's going on. Why so late?
Because it was our internal misunderstanding, and I got a letter from city, that was the thing, was a mistake, was that I have a letter from I thought it was from city of license, that it mentioned that your license is due on 12/31/2025, but it was my misunderstanding because I am the only solo working over there, so it is of the workload and everything happening. So then later on, when I saw it was from the business license, not for the liquor license, so then I applied that immediately with every document and everything, being a solo. So I'm over here for everything. So till now, there is no violation or anything happening on the store. There is no tickets or anything. So I think, yeah, this is my first time on the screen too.
Total, yeah. What are your plans to make sure you don't miss your filing next year?
I'm making every calendar, doing everything and going ahead because my hours are 11 to 8. I don't open late night or early morning. So consider with that one. So I'm trying to do everything. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like you're in good standing. I would make a motion to approve this filing, this renewal. Member Roberts will make a motion to approve this filing, this renewal.
Member Barnes seconds the renewal.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Thank you.
Okay, approved. Set your alarm.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I will do that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I will move on to agenda item 11, and Mr. Maskey, feel free to drop off. Agenda item 11 is public hearing and consideration of an application filed on December 25th, 2025 from Buddha Lakshmi Corporation DBA Harvest Wine and Spirits, 3075 Arapahoe Avenue, Boulder, Colorado 80303. BJ Calling, president and 100% owner with the premises business mailing address for a renewal of a retail liquor store type liquor license. And BJ is in the hearing already, so I'll just ask you to unmute and start your video. Perfect. And Mr. Calling, really quickly, I'm just gonna swear you in one more time since this is a totally different matter. If you'll just say your name and spell your name for the record.
My name is Bijay Khaling, Bijaykhling.
Thank you so much. And provide an address for me.
3075 Arapahoe Avenue, Unit C, Boulder, 80303.
Thank you. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to give before the Beverage Licensing Authority are true and correct?
Yes.
And do you swear or affirm that the premises has been posted for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And licensing manager Elisa has, I think, a few comments for you.
Thank you, Caitlin. So this application is before you because it was late filed. They have late filed for 3 years in a row. Last year it took us 9 months to complete the renewal, and the year before that it took us 6 months. Mr. Keeling did work hard today to get me his application documents. I did not have them prior to the packet. I got them today. I reviewed them during the meeting. And right now I have everything I need. Mr. Keeling has registered for a certification class, but he has not completed it. So the question before you right now is, would you be willing to put a condition on the license that he provide that certification to us when he receives it? And do you want him back next year for a hearing? And I also believe that Penelope from Sales Tax has something on this matter as well.
Thank you. Penelope, you want to go ahead and let us?
This is for Harvest Wine and Spirits. As of right now, they are in good standing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, I think I might have spaced out for a quick second. Ms. Darrow, you said that the conditional request is that they give us proof of certification.
That he provides his certification to us once he receives it.
Like training certification?
Yes, he did not have a training certification. So he did provide me a registration, but I would like a condition on the license that he provide that certification to us. And then I would like to know if you would like to have him back for a renewal hearing next year, since we have had 3 years of late filings and it took so long to get everything we needed in the last 2 years.
Absolutely. And when you say coming back next year, you don't mean next month, you mean next year?
He will need to file, he expires in October of this year, so he'll need to apply by September 10th.
Okay. So when would you like to have that certification?
I am not sure what date he registered for. That wasn't on the receipt that I received.
Actually, I did a book for upcoming Tuesday morning. I have a class.
Okay, so 2 weeks after that, I think would be sufficient.
Okay. So, sure, the calendar. So
is it like
February 4th?
February 4th?
February 4th.
Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, it's on Tuesday, so the 27th. So February 10th.
Okay. So we will condition, or I would make a motion to conditionally accept this late renewal as long as you have turned in your proof of certification by February 10th. And then I think that we should do a check-in in like August. Does that sound like a good month? Okay. So the motion will be to conditionally approve as long as Ms. Darrow receives his certification by February 10th. And then we'd like to see you back at our August hearing. Just make sure you're ready to file.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Roberts. Did you wanna schedule a check-in or did you want to schedule a renewal hearing when they submit their
Oh,
renewal?
no, I'm sorry. A check-in. A check-in.
A check-in or a renewal hearing? Check-in?
I think it's a check-in because that would be ahead of, we want to make sure that he's on track to renew on time.
So check in prior to him. Yeah.
A check-in prior to the expiration of this current license.
He will receive his renewal reminder 90 days before he expires, and the September 10th date is 45 days. So at that check-in, he could have already renewed, or it would be a great reminder to get that in.
That's what I was trying to get for. Yep, perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll second. Did you motion made? Did you make it?
I think so. Did you get that, Caitlin?
Yes, I'll just read it back to you. So, Member Roberts motioned to conditionally approve this renewal as long as proof of certification is received by city licensing by February 10th, and licensing will schedule a check-in at the August 2026 hearing.
Perfect. So we want to have you back, or let's finish the motion.
Yep. Member Haggerty seconds motion.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Burns, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
5 minutes and then done.
Okay.
Member Crane, did you want to vote on this motion?
Member Crane votes yes.
Thank you.
So we'll just see you back in a few months. Make sure you're ready to file your next year's on time. We'll get you back on track, okay?
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Calling, feel free to drop off.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 12, and this is an administrative hearing for Ados LLC DBA Ados at 1143 13th Street, Unit 101, Boulder, Colorado 80302. You'll notice that this was changed from a check-in to an administrative hearing, and Kristen Teague is here to give you a little bit more information about that. And Mr. Salguero is also here as the licensee, and Mr. Salguero, okay, he's coming in. And at this time, they are not in good standing with sales tax, but they are in good standing with occupation tax. And I'll hand it over to Kristen.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, thank you so much. I would like to draw the authority's attention to page 330 of their packet. That is the memo I prepared for this item. It does outline the history of this renewal application, as well as the ongoing and subsequent hearings that we've had, August, September, October, November, and December. I would also draw attention to the prior renewal history for this licensee. He has had renewal deficiencies, including late filings, missing documentation, and tax compliant issues as follows. 2024 renewal deficiencies unresolved for over a year. 2023 renewal finalized in September due to missing documents and tax issues. 2022 renewal delayed due to missing documents and tax deficiencies. 2021 late filing, multiple compliance issues and required BLA hearings. 2020 and 2019 renewals were delayed due to sales tax and training documentation compliance. And 2018, which was their first renewal after they had received their license, was also filed late. I would like to bring forward also the additional compliance issues we have identified. That is operation under an unapproved trade name as Ados Kitchen without filing a trade name change application. Alcohol service on an unapproved patio that was never added to the licensed premises. Continued use of city-owned patio space after the expiration of the required revocable right-of-way lease with outstanding unpaid fees. Interior premises modifications, removal of seating and addition of pool tables without a required permanent modification application being filed. And in your packet, you will also see after this memo, the State Department of Revenue notice dated September 18th, stating the licensee has failed to file or pay required state taxes.
Thank you
At
so
this
much.
time, also, State of Colorado is unable to renew the liquor license due to the licensee not being in good standing with the Department of Revenue. And the fact that, of course, this liquor license expired on April 21st.
Thank you so much for all of that valuable information. Ms. Darrow.
So in an administrative hearing, my understanding is that this is the BLA's opportunity to then, if you so choose, direct staff to come back next month with a show cause hearing related to these items.
Um, oh, um, okay.
I can clarify for the chair if you'd like.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, I understand. Um, I thought that's what this was, or I thought we had done that last month to discuss that today, but maybe with the wind and everything. Mhm. Please.
Yeah, I can't get my camera on, so apologies. There we go. My understanding is that you all did actually approve a renewal in October. I think it was in October. And so the status right now of the license is that it was officially renewed by you all. But you still have obviously authority to do various things, one of which is to send it for a show cause hearing at a later date. We wouldn't be able to hold the show cause hearing today because of due process concerns and the like. So this hearing was not set up for the show cause hearing. Because the license was already approved by you all for the renewal, it's not officially a renewal hearing, and therefore you couldn't essentially deny the renewal at this time. So that's kind of where we're at as far as I'm aware.
Okay. So can we should we hear from Penelope first? And then, or did you have more, Kristen?
Ms. Rhodes can go first.
Okay.
Hi. ADOS does not currently have a City of Boulder business license. It expired on 12/31 of 2025.
Okay.
Was not aware of that.
Thank you.
And I would just like to point out the legality that in the state of Colorado, it is a dual liquor license system. So you must have both the state and the city renewal in order to operate. At this time, the state is not able to even approve a license, and he has expired. So they do not have an active liquor license for him at this time.
Okay. And so what are I see the request from licensing staff. Direction from the beverage. Okay.
I would defer to Attorney Geiger on this because that memo was written before we came to understand what the BLA could do in an administrative hearing.
Got it. Then I would like to, yes, hear
So this one is definitely complicated. It turns out that you all did approve the renewal prior to this information coming to light. And so it would be a due process issue if you were to take sort of disciplinary action against this licensee without having that set for a hearing. So that's where we're at right now. So it would be difficult without conditions such as serious public health or threat to the community, some of those conditions that would take it out of the due process requirement. It would be difficult to suspend, revoke, or, prohibit the sale, even though arguably he is not permitted to sell without the state license. But, you all did approve the renewal on the local level. And so that's where collectively it seems like the options are to send it for a show cause hearing or another hearing, where you could potentially get that evidence about these violations and make a ruling. Obviously, in the meantime, Mr. Selgoro could bring everything into compliance, and then you can take that into consideration.
But what didn't we approve conditionally that he had to be up to date with everything at every check-in?
Oh, right. So thank you for reminding me. Yes, you did approve on two conditions. My understanding is that he is up to date on city sales tax and that he attend these 8 check-ins.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's my understanding that because the board was not aware of this alleged situation with the state, you were unable or didn't have the information from which to condition the license renewal on the being up to date on state sales tax. And so technically, if he is up to date on city sales tax and he's appearing for his check-in, he's met your renewal conditions. And so that's why we're in this situation.
Understood. And is he up to date on city sales tax?
We wouldn't be able to give a good standing because he doesn't technically have a license.
So how does that play into this? I mean, can he even be doing business in the city of Boulder? Is this even up to us?
So the business license, this is the first I'm hearing about the business license. So that is separate. It would not be legal, as far as I'm aware, for him to operate without the business license. But bear in mind, it sounds like this had just expired. This hearing, I believe, was this also initially scheduled for December 18th and pushed? Or
A check-in was scheduled in December.
okay, so his business license was technically still active at that point.
Right.
So, no, but he could not operate without a business license. But yeah, that's separate from the conditional renewal, though. So
Sure.
where you're at right now from the BLA's authority perspective is he was renewed, from your October meeting. I think it was in October when it was approved. Those two conditions were met. And so the failure to have a business license, any failure to get a state liquor license, all of those things would need to be dealt with in a show cause hearing.
Okay. And so what are our options tonight? What are we voting on? Or is this a check-in? Because I thought that, yeah.
You could send it for a show cause hearing, and have staff prepare that in conjunction with our office prosecution team. Or you have the authority to do nothing.
Well,
those are sort of
I guess if he's not in good standing with city sales tax, because he can't be, or because he's not. I mean, is he?
Payments, if I may.
Yeah, if he's up to date on his sales tax payments, that was the condition. The condition was not the other licensure. So, unless tax has something else, to testify to with respect to the actual sales tax payments, because I believe he was behind in the city sales tax, and that's what prompted you all to condition the license renewal on the payment of sales tax. City.
Okay. Well then, I feel like I'm just like rolling right through this, but I don't want the other board members to feel that way.
You did a great job.
Okay.
You're doing great.
I would then make a motion to have a show cause hearing at the next one, and let's keep it real short. Is that a motion?
I second that motion, Member Barnes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Refrain, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Okay, so we have decided that next month we will need to have a show cause hearing for this matter. Is there anything else that we need to do? I agree with Ms. Geiger. There's not like a reason, there's no like immediate health crisis like we've seen with other establishments. But I guess that's it. Is that what we do?
Yep, that's
it. I can stop talking. I can stop
yeah,
pontificating.
you're okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Saglero, we are giving you so many chances.
I
Please.
mean, I'm sorry. I'm very confused.
Okay, we have a
No,
whole month to figure it out.
okay. So in the meantime, I need to go get my local sales license, catch up with the state.
What it sounds like.
Um, okay. I mean, that's just
You know, these amazing clerks are always here to help you. So
yeah, I was
say that
under
every month.
okay. In the meantime, I can continue trying to make some money to pay because obviously my stresses all relate through just the enormous the increasingly hardships of doing business in Boulder when it comes to rent, when it comes to food costs, electrical costs. I mean, you know, this body has seen the monumental effort that I have tried to do over the last few months in order to keep going. And then mid-November to mid-January hits you and you lose 30 to 40% in any sales league. It just vanishes. People leave.
Absolutely. And we look forward to hearing your testimony and evidence and whatever you want to present to us at the next meeting.
Thank you so much. I still appreciate you letting me continue. I will do my very
I just
best.
want to clarify, the board doesn't have the authority to give you permission to operate illegally. So if you actually don't have a business license, I can't give you legal advice either, but I would make sure you're complying with current law while you're operating your business. And if you do have questions, go ahead and contact the clerks, definitely. But, you know, if you don't have the proper licenses, you know, we can't tell you that to continue to.
Thing about it is that I don't recall getting anything that said renew your liquor or your current city license. And that's why this to me it's a new thing. I did not get a, you know, like how if I get a renewal for my health department license. I didn't get anything for that. So
Then I would suggest setting some calendar dates for all of these things that you're supposed to be renewing. Again,
but the license doesn't
reiterate.
necessarily have an expiring time, does it?
Yes, the City of Boulder license expires every 2 years. Renewal notices went out email every month since October, and we sent out paper renewals as well in November and then again in January.
I have not gotten a single one.
And there's also a notice on your login with a little asterisk that says actions needed.
To pay taxes?
To
Same
do whatever
login.
is required to do business in the city of Boulder. I didn't know that they had portals. Like,
wow. Okay.
So we'll see you next month, and no advice, but just be careful doing business without a proper license. That sounds pretty illegal. So
I will get all this squared right away.
bring everything that you would like to present next month?
Okay.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Um, I will move on to agenda item 13, which is administrative hearing for the Riverside Group LTD, DBA Riverside, 1724 Broadway Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. However, there's no attendees in the attendees anymore.
That Mr.
I did
Mosner?
see that the licensee for this for this license was here, but has dropped off quite a while ago. So I think Elisa can speak to what happens next.
Yeah, so you do have the option to continue this to next month. Um, he was brought back to this meeting as an administrative hearing because one of his businesses was not in good standing with sales tax last month. So if you want to hear from Ms. Rhodes before deciding if you want to continue it or if you'd like to order a show cause for this one as well, that would be fine. Those are the options, I believe.
Okay, yes,
I
please.
suggest hearing from you first before you make a decision.
Oh, yeah.
Only because when I answered the email today before 3 o'clock, they were not in good standing. They are currently now up to date on all missing items. So between now and then, it has settled.
Then I guess we just see him next month.
Again, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. We'll just schedule a regular check-in for next.
But thank you for that. And a reminder of that would be nice next month if you're here.
Sure.
Thank you for all the support.
Okay, amazing. We're almost done. Agenda item 14 is matters from city attorney. I don't believe Sarah has anything.
Nope, just thank you all for bearing with me. This coverage, I don't envy you, and thank you for your service.
Thanks,
Well,
Sarah.
thank you. Come back
Thank
anytime.
you. Yeah. We'll be here.
Perfect. Second to last we have matters from licensing clerk. There's what's on the agenda that's normally on there. Transfers done for this month. You have your event, your special events and your temp mods. I won't make this go any longer, so I'm just going to continue any discussion that we were going to have about the two things that are on there. Either there's BLA training. We talked about it. I think you talked about it in December. We wanted to do it in January. That didn't work out. We want to do it in February. So I'll try to find a date for you guys through via email. And if not, then we'll talk about it in February. And then I have options for boundary settings. We'll talk about that in February. Not time sensitive. That's okay with everyone.
Yes.
Perfect. And any matters from chair and members of the authority?
No. Well,
Fantastic. Can
yeah.
motion to adjourn then.
Yes, I will
second that.
gladly make a motion to adjourn. Second that. All
Member
those in
Barnes seconds
favor,
that.
all those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Barnes, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Thank you guys so much for your
Oh, you're
discussions
so late.
and
Thank
support
you.
from all the
Good
city.
work tonight.
Thank you.
everyone.
Good job,
Good
everyone.
job, guys. Thanks. Good night,
Night.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.